he might get out of it. I said it was worth doing just because you believe in us. But those ones out there, they want an answer. They've been waiting a long time for all this to end."
I saw Anluan draw in a long breath, then let it slowly out. He spoke quietly.
"I will not give you a false promise. I do not know if we will find the means to release you from your long time of imprisonment on the Tor. We will continue to try our best."
The wise woman stepped forward, her long hair gleaming silver in the torchlight. "What if your best falls short of what is required, my lord?" she asked.
"Then I will have shown myself unworthy to be your chieftain. I do not know exactly what is required yet, only that I will put all that I am into defending Whistling Tor and my people, and into doing what is right."
"Defending's only part of it," said the one-legged warrior. "You'll want an attacking strategy for good measure. You'll want barriers, traps, diversions. We need to think ahead."
"You're straying from the point,"
said the tall man with the pike.
"There's 3 steps in this: challenge, fight, reward. What we're talking about here is reward. We do the job, we get sent back where we came from. Simple. If his lordship here can't send us back, we don't do the job. Even simpler."
Rian cleared his throat.
"If all goes to plan at full moon," Anluan said, "we will hold another council, a bigger one, with representatives from further afield. Should an armed resistance be required, we must somehow involve the local populace and perhaps the neighbouring chieftains as well. There are many challenges beyond anything we've ever dreamed. Caitrin and I will continue to search for the means to help you. I promise that. She believes there must be a way. I believe in her hope. Be quite clear on this. If we don't manage to stand up against these invaders, it's the end for all of us. Without us to help you, you'll never be free of the curse. Without you to help us, we cannot save Whistling Tor."
"By all means work on strategies for attack and defence," Rian said to the warriors. "We'll take all your ideas into consideration, but they can wait for a council of war. What Lord Anluan needs now is your assurance that you will submit to the control of his designated leaders at full moon. He wants an undertaking from the 10 of you on behalf of the entire host."
"You putting yourself forward as war leader here?"
asked the ancient bearded fighter, scowling at Rian.
"After what you did last time you got the chance?"
"Hold your tongue."
Ekri had taken 3 steps out into the centre of the circle. The flickering torches made his eyes glow red, and I was reminded of his fearsome arrival on the day Cillian had nearly stolen me away from Whistling Tor.
"Lord Anluan just asked us to work together, dolt, not stir up suspicion and distrust amongst our own ranks. He needs a simple answer, yes or no. The rest of it can wait."
The old man grimaced at him, but there was no real malice in it.
"Does anyone else wish to be heard?"
Rian was fighting for calm. I heard the struggle in his voice.
"I'll have a word."
Magnus stepped down to stand at one end of the table. He positioned himself so that he was facing neither Anluan nor the host directly. I thought he was trying to establish that he was neither leader nor follower here, but his own man. If anything, he was looking toward the gap in the circle, the place occupied by the invisible 10th.
"First, I should tell you all that I've been down to the settlement today, and I've asked the folk there for their opinions. They're wary, and that's no surprise. They've had good cause for that over the years. They don't trust any of the folk of the Tor, human, spectral, or otherwise."
A nod towards Ulcon and Finhu with this last.
"But they understand that there's a new danger coming, and that we need to break old habits if we're to have any chance of standing up to it. It's vital that we get this next part right. If anything untoward happens while Lord Anluan is off the hill, if the people down there are given any cause for alarm, we'll have lost all chance of winning their trust, and we need it."
Magnus squared his shoulders, looking out now towards the shadowy folk gathered under the trees, beyond the light from the torches.
"I'm a fighter," he said. "I haven't used those skills much in recent times, but believe me, I still have them. I'm not a strategist like Rian here, but I know how to lead men. I know how to keep them going when the blood and the carnage and the misery seem fit to break the bravest and best. Chances are we'll be fighting together before long. When we do, we'll do it properly. You've got worthy warriors amongst you, leaders too, no doubt, and we'll all work together. But not until the right time, and only if Lord Anluan bids us do it. He's our chieftain. He gives the orders, and Rian's his counsellor. Anyone who wants to make comments about his fitness for the position can make them to me when we're finished here.
There was a brief, charged silence.
That's it.
Magnus turned and inclined his head to Anluan.
Thank you, my lord.
He walked back up to stand beside me.
If others would express an opinion, now is the time,
Anluan said. Nobody responded.
Very well,
he went on.
I will ask for a formal declaration of your support. If you are prepared to provide that, I will speak to you again before full moon with further details of the plan. I believe that the control I exercise over certain elements amongst you will wane when I leave the confines of the hill. That is what has occurred with each chieftain in turn since my great-grandfather's time. If I go to the settlement for this meeting, I must be confident that you will obey those I leave in charge. Those 10 of you who represent the others, I ask you to raise a hand as indication of agreement to this.
Cahir's hand went up straight away, fist clenched. A moment later, those of each of the warriors standing beside him followed. Don the smith lifted his brawny arm high. The women and the monk seemed hesitant.
If you need time to consult those for whom you speak, we will wait now while you do so,
Anluan added. His tone had lost something of its confidence. I knew he was bone-weary.
We must have a decision tonight.
The monk raised his hand. It would have taken a brave man not to do so, with Ekri at his side, bearing those teeth.
The will of the host is to support you, my lord,
said the wise woman.
But there is disquiet. Memories stir. Memories some had hoped gone forever.
Most of it's vanished into shreds and tatters, put in the woman clad in homespun. Most of us can't recall much about our lives before, nor about the time you mentioned, my lord, when your antecedents were chieftains here. But some of it won't go away. The best and the worst, those cling even in the minds of folk such as we are, in-between folk, neither one thing nor the other. Dark deeds, terrible deeds we'd give much to wipe from our memories. Our own deeds. If... She faltered and fell silent, unwilling to give voice to the next part of her thought. The third woman raised a hand to adjust her glinting neck-piece.
Lord Anluan, she said, there can be no certainty in our promise, no matter how strong our will to help you. A darkness hangs over each one of us, from the innocent child to the battle-scarred warrior, a force that tampers with our minds and leads us into evil-doing. Without your guidance, we may be unable to resist it.
Anluan looked down at his hands, clasped on the table before him.
It was my ancestor who began this, he said. I am that man's flesh and blood. I have borne the weight of his ill deed every day of my life, and every night it robs me of sleep. It was the same for my father and for his father before him. Under that burden it is all too easy to give in to despair. The history of my family makes that painfully clear.
He drew a shuddering breath and looked up, facing the circle of wan faces and shadowy eyes.
Enough of this. I have learned this summer that the most powerful weapon is hope. I understand the nature of your concern. Neither your promise nor mine can be made without reservations. Our bargain should be this, that each of us does the very best he can to be true to his word. I will be content with that. Will you?
A rustling around the circle, not speech but restless movement, as of a trembling passing through the insubstantial forms of the host.
We will,
said the woman, and she and her companions raised their hands. Out in the darkness, a forest of pale arms arose in unison.
I thank you, said Anluan.
His voice was a thread, but it was none the less the voice of a chieftain. I glanced at Magnus, and he smiled. I knew we felt the same pride.
What of the 10th amongst you? Rian asked. The one whose voice we cannot hear. Is this entity in agreement with the rest of the host?
All eyes turned towards the empty space in the circle.
Yes, my lord, said the wise woman. If there is a single certainty tonight, it is that.
Very well, Rian said. Our council is concluded, and you are all free to go. Be sure you will be called again, for there are plans to make for full moon, and likely a great deal of work after that. For now, we bid you good night.
Again, thank you, Anluan said. Trust can be a hard lesson, hope still more difficult. We are all learning.
When the host had dispersed and the torches were extinguished, we retreated to the warmth of the kitchen fire. Nobody had much to say. Magnus poured ale. I divided one of the loaves he had brought back and served up the cold pie. Anluan looked utterly spent. I had cut him only a small slice. His appetite was poor at the best of times. To my surprise, he worked his way steadily through it.
Not a bad effort for a woman who reckons she can't cook,
Magnus observed, reaching for a second helping.
Fancy another job, Caitrin?
I managed to smile. I have more than enough work already, I told him. Tomorrow I would ask Anluan again if I could move those grimoires into the library. I must go through their contents, if only to prove they did not contain the counterspell. But I'm glad you like the pie.
Makes a big difference not having to do it all myself.
Magnus passed the bread down the table.
A little bit of help goes a long way.
He glanced at Anluan.
Sounds as if we've got a big job on our hands. We'd best put some strategies in place for this meeting of yours first. Who goes where? Who does what while you and I are off the hill? If we've got to find jobs for all of that lot, we'll need to start working on it right away.
It's late,
Anluan said.
I have no heart for more tonight. In the morning, we will speak of it. I should thank you, all of you. It is not necessary that you continue to stand by me. It is a mystery to me why you do so. But Magnus is right. Each act of support, each gesture of friendship makes it easier to take one more step, to face one more sunrise. I'm tired. I'll bid you good night now.
As he stood up, all of us did the same. Anluan looked bemused, but the shadow of a smile touched his lips as he went out. A moment later, Myrna too was gone. She still doesn't like this, I observed. What is it that makes her so sure things will go wrong?
She's worried for him,
Magnus said.
Not that the rest of us aren't, but Myrna has more cause than most to be troubled. She spent a lot of time with Ariel during those dark years after Emer's death. Losing him broke her heart. I suppose she fears she may lose Anluan if this comes to war.
What is her story? She's never talked to me about what her life was before.
Nor to me, Caitrin. Myrna doesn't talk much to anyone, except him.
Rian? Echri? What do you know about her? Echri ran a finger around the rim of his goblet, frowning.
We're used to her always being about, but she keeps herself apart. She did tell me her story once, nothing especially interesting. Born and brought up in one of the settlements, betrothed to a miller, died of a winter ague before they could be wed. Sad little tale. Don't know what happened to the fellow.
Ulkan, what about you? I asked. He was finishing up the last of the pie. One bite for himself, one bite slipped to Finhu, who was waiting just behind him, small eyes following every mouthful from platter to lips. You've been here longer than anyone.
Never gave her much thought, to tell you the truth. She looks after Anluan, makes sure he's not too much alone. That has to be a good thing. And as Magnus said, she did the same for his father.
I felt a creeping sensation, a sudden, inexplicable unease. And for Conan before him? I asked.
She was around the place then, I seem to recall. It's a long while ago, Caitrin.
One thing's certain,
Magnus said.
She doesn't much care for you.
Rian sighed.
Nobody can criticise the girl for that. She wants what she can't have, another life, a real one. In that she's no different from me or from Ecri here. She's hostile to you, Caitrin, because you're what she can never be, a real woman. She fears you with your rosy cheeks and red lips, your tumbling dark hair, well, you get my drift. Anluan will never look at her the way he looks at you."
These words hung in the silence for the space of 3 breaths. I did not know what to say in this room full of men.
"Don't let it trouble you,"
said Magnus.
"Myrna has her little oddities, but she's a good soul underneath."
I said, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. It troubled me that Myrna remained hostile to what Anluan was doing, but I did feel some sympathy for her. To die on the threshold of marriage was particularly sad. "I'm going to bed now," I said. "Poor Gorog has been on guard for hours. May I have Finhu again tonight, Ulcon?" The dog was up as soon as I spoke his name, ready to accompany me.
"Of course. Sleep well, Caitrin."
Although he had seemed weary to death, Anluan's lamps burned long into the night. I stood on the gallery in the moonlight, looking across the garden towards that faint glow and wishing I could break all the rules. He should not be by himself in that bare chamber with only Nectan's grimoires for company. I sighed, hugging my shawl around my shoulders. It seemed so simple. The idea of going down the stairs, running across the garden, tapping on his door, telling him I was lonely, cold, worried, suggesting... what exactly? If a young woman were to act in such a way, a man would put only one interpretation on it. Of course I would not go into his bedchamber at night alone. The very idea was outrageous. My body felt strange tonight, different. I was not so naive as to be ignorant of what it meant, even though such feelings were new to me. I had known, when Anluan put his arms around me for comfort earlier today, that a profound change had happened in me since I had come to Whistling Tor. It wasn't only the relief of finding safe haven, the pride of doing a job well, the pleasure of good companionship, the delight of respect and friendship. I had learned how it felt to want more than the sweet touch of hand to cheek or lips to palm, more than a kiss, more than an embrace. I was starting to discover that it is not only the mind that understands love, but also the body. "Lust," came a whispering voice in my ear, freezing me where I stood. Crude animal lust. You couldn't feel it before. Once you looked in the obsidian mirror, once you shared that man's memories, his desire inhabited you like a hot flood, trembling and quivering and throbbing through that lush body. You know Nectan's mind, you feel his needs. No wonder your face goes hot when Anluan brushes close to you. No wonder you look at him as if he were a stallion and you a broodmare in heat. Don't fool yourself that this is love, Caitrin. You don't want Anluan. You just want that lust slaked, and he happens to be the only young man around. That hungry body of yours is full of Nectan's passion and Nectan's cruelty. "Baby's cold." I started violently. I had been transfixed by that voice, a voice that must have come from my own mind, for the gallery held only me, the ghost child now standing very close to me with the doll in her arms, and Finhu waiting patiently by the bedchamber door for me to go back in so he could settle to guard the entry. If someone had been standing by me, taunting me as I stared down towards Anluan's lonely lamp, that presence was nowhere to be seen. "She's cold because you got out of bed," I said, taking the girl's chilly hand and leading her back into my chamber. "Let's tuck you in, shall we?" I stayed long awake on my pallet, a candle flickering beside me, while the girl lay with eyes obediently shut and the big dog at her back. Finhu could never warm her, but perhaps his body helped her remember how good that it once felt. As for me, I breathed every breath with Anluan. In my imagination I fitted the curves of my body to the straight, strong planes of his. I imagined his hands on my flesh, his fingers tangled in my hair. I touched the irregularities of his features tenderly, exploring that surprising landscape with wonder and delight. I felt our two hearts press close together, two drums keeping time to the same haunting melody. My body was full of unanswered pleas. I blew out the candle before the sky began to lighten. In the dark, my body aching with need, I remembered Nectan's desire for his young assistant, his cruel dismissal of his wife, the pride and the obsessive fear that had overridden all. "It's not true," I whispered, as if the owner of that disembodied voice could hear me. "I'm not like him. What I feel is not selfish desire. It's quite different from that. It's—" Finhu stirred. He would be up at first light, wanting to be let out into the garden. The little voice of the ghost girl came in the semi-dark. "You sad, Catty?" I had told her my name, but this was the first time she had attempted it. "No, not sad." It was hard to say just what I felt. There was too much stirring in me, yet there was only one image before my closed eyes, and that was Anluan's. 3 days passed in a blur. I read my way through page after crumbling page of unlikely-sounding spells and incantations, while beyond the library doors, Anluan and the others put in place their arrangements for the eve of full moon. I read until my back ached, until my eyes hurt, until my neck felt like a stick of dried-up firewood. I saw nothing of Anluan in the library, but several times when I went outside to stretch my cramped limbs, I observed him in sombre-faced conversation with Magnus and Rian. Once or twice it seemed to me their talk hushed as I came closer, as if what they were discussing must be kept from my ears, and that surprised me. But the need to get through the grimoires drove me hard, and I did not trouble the men with questions. I learned how to put a spell on a rival that would make her hair fall out overnight, leaving her as bald as an onion. I discovered the means to turn a perfectly ordinary garment into one that would burn and torment anyone unfortunate enough to put it on. I read 3 different ways to find out if a person was lying, and 5 theories on turning base metals into gold. I ploughed through a dissertation on the distinction between leprechauns and cluricauns. There were guides for the use of scrying vessels. There were instructions for making fire without smoke and smoke without fire. There were incantations to assist with the transfer of special qualities to mirrors of bronze or silver or obsidian. I did not read those in full, for it chilled me to be so close to the heart of Nectan's power. I stayed at my desk until I was almost weeping with exhaustion, but I found no charm for the release of unquiet spirits. On the 2nd day, I waylaid Caitrin in the courtyard as dusk was falling. Since the council, much had changed at Whistling Tor. Warriors of the host patrolled the high walkways atop the fortress walls, in plain sight. Torches burned in iron sockets. I saw here a spear point, there an axe blade glinting in the uneven light. Down in the courtyard, knots of spectral folk gathered, muttering among themselves. A nervous anticipation filled the air, the scent of change.
"Caitrin,"
Caitrin said, halting as I put a hand on his sleeve.
"You look tired."
"Too long at the books. I have a question for you, Caitrin."
"Ask it then. These days everything's questions. Pity there aren't more answers."
"I understand you can go in and out of the monastery at St. Creedon's without anyone noticing." The monk nodded.
"You need more supplies?"
"I don't need you to steal from me. Not exactly. Can you go into any part of that building, even if there's a locked door? I'm thinking of the secret part of the library, the place where it seems Nectan obtained his incantation to summon the host."
"Perhaps."
"If the counterspell is to be found in writing anywhere, it might perhaps be there, alongside the original charm. I thought maybe you could—"
"Slip in, find it, memorize it, come quietly back. If only it were so simple, Caitrin. You forget one critical detail. I cannot read. Even if I were to take a little sharp knife with which to sever a page from a book and slip it under my habit, how would I know which page to choose?"
I felt more than a little foolish. "Can any of your brethren here at Whistling Tor read?"
"Never asked. I will if you like. It's immaterial, really. They can't go off the hill."
"Wouldn't it be safe, provided you went too? Those monks seem so peaceable." But then, Caitrin himself had been in that mob that came to Nectan's call the day Mela died.
"We're none of us safe."
He fiddled with his peculiar necklace, moving the little bones along the cord that held them.
The greatest fear for all of us, holy brothers included, is that we'll be let off the hill and perform some deed there's no forgiving, not if we wait an eternity of years. You heard what the woman said the night of the council. Memories fade in time, and that makes it possible to bear each day as it comes. But some memories linger, some you can't wipe away completely. We've all got our share of those, and we're not keen to make new ones.
I wanted to ask him what his own sin was, what deed had condemned him to become part of the host, but I couldn't get the words out. It felt like asking a man to whip himself for my entertainment. If Caitrin decided to tell me his story one day, as Rian had his, I would listen without judgment.
I'm a sinner unrepentant,
Caitrin said, shrewd eyes fixed on me.
What I did purely for my own gain. I can't in all sincerity say I'm sorry. If I'm not sorry, I can't atone for my sins, supposing that's why I find myself back in this world. If there's no atonement, what choice have I but to return to that nothing place I was in before Necton performed his cursed experiment? I can't face that, Caitrin. I want to stay here. I want to go on living the life I have at Whistling Tor. It'd suit me very well if you never found a counterspell.
A sinner unrepentant, I echoed. But you seem such a good person.
But you see good in everyone.
After a moment, I said, There is good in everyone.
Even in that fellow who trussed you up and tried to haul you away off down the hill.
I grimaced. It may be a long time before I learn to see the good in Cillian, I told him. If it's there, it's buried deep. The eve of full moon and a chill morning. Atop the wall, men-at-arms from the host moved through shreds of mist, dark figures appearing and disappearing as they kept their watch. If this was summer, Whistling Tor must be a bitter place when winter sank its teeth into the land. I walked to the pump huddled in shawl and cloak, and instead of carrying a bucket upstairs in my usual fashion, I made do with a brief splash of face and hands before heading for the warmth of the kitchen fire. Finhu went off into the garden on business of his own. A sound of voices as I approached the kitchen door. I was not the only one up early.
If it'll set his mind at ease, I'll stay up here with her.
Ulcon's voice.
Me and Finhu both. You're needed down on the boundary.
Rian this time. I hesitated at the foot of the steps.
If anything goes wrong, you must be in position to call Anluan and Magnus back. Maybe so, Ulcon said. But if he doesn't think Goro can do the job on his own, Anluan's going to insist on one of us staying. If it's not me, it has to be Magnus. And if Magnus stays, Anluan goes down there on his own. That's not right.
I walked up the steps and through the doorway. If you're talking about who's supposed to watch over me this morning, I said, I don't see why anyone need do so. I'll do what I usually do, sit in the library and work. The inner door can be bolted, and Goro can guard the other.
Anluan says Gorog on his own isn't enough,
Magnus said.
Cahir's been given the job of controlling the guards up on the wall. We've made various other suggestions, but Anluan doesn't like any of them. Bit of a sticking point.
I glanced from one man to another. Magnus had on the field armour he had worn the day I first saw him in the settlement, a protective chest piece of old leather, padded clothing beneath it, and buckled leather strips bracing his forearms. His grey locks flowed over his broad shoulders. He looked every bit the warrior. There was a frown on his brow, and it was mirrored on Ulcon's features. Rian was tapping on the table with his long fingers. Time was getting short. I'll be perfectly safe with Gorog, I said. But if Anluan has doubts, why can't Caitrin stay?
Caitrin's required out on the hill, as am I, Rian said. Everyone has a job for the morning. Well, said Magnus, lifting the porridge pot from hearth to table. Whatever happens, I suppose we still have to eat. Might almost be simpler if you came down to the settlement with us, Caitrin. I think that's what he wants.
That wouldn't be right. These are counsellors, not ordinary messengers. If they can't speak Irish, they'll bring a capable interpreter. The idea of accompanying Anluan on his mission felt completely wrong. Whatever I might wish I could be to him, I was only a hired helper, one of the ordinary folk. I'll talk to him, I said.
Now might be a good time.
Magnus jerked his head towards the open doorway. Looking out, I saw the chieftain of Whistling Tor standing by the pump, gazing up towards the half-visible guards on the high walkway. His hair, neatly tied back with a cord, made a single bright note in the misty grey of the morning. He wore his long cloak over a sombre outfit that matched the stone wall behind him. I went out. As I approached, he turned towards me, and I saw the look on his face, tight-jawed, grim, apprehensive. "It will be all right." I reached to take his hands, heedless of who might be watching, and his mouth softened slightly. "We all have faith in you. You should have faith in us."
"Faith," he echoed. "It's an elusive thing. I can't believe I'm about to do this."
"You wouldn't step back now, would you? Right at the end?"
"No, Caitrin. I've set this in motion, and now I must be the leader it seems folk need here. It's not the end, of course. Today's meeting is the beginning of something so big I can hardly bring myself to think of it. Caitrin, I spoke to you before about the risks, not just that I may lose my control of the host once I cross the boundary, but you know what happened in the past. I'm worried about you. There are too many elements of this that we cannot predict."
"I'll be fine in the library. I'll have Gorog." After a moment I added, "And Myrna, if she's prepared to sit with me."
"You mustn't be in the library."
His tone was adamant.
"Stay out of doors, but close to the house. The safest place for you is Iriel's garden. I'll ask Ulcon to leave Finhu with you. Even so, this troubles me."
He was thinking of what had happened to his mother, perhaps, but the situation was not at all the same. Besides, he'd said himself that Emer's death might have been accidental. "I'm sure I'll be safe," I told him. "How soon are you going?" He glanced up at the walkway again. The pacing forms of the guards flickered, dreamlike, amongst the shrouds of mist.
"We've men on watch who will alert us when the Norman party rides into view," he said. "That's if anything can be seen through this mist. Magnus says we'll have time to get down to the settlement before them if they use the Whiteshore Road."
Magnus chose that moment to appear in the kitchen doorway.
"Breakfast," he said. "You can't be a hero on an empty stomach." "Not much of a hero," murmured Anluan. "But perhaps I can learn. Shall we go in, Caitrin?"
He held out his arm. The gesture was formal, but I slipped my arm through his. I had the curious feeling that each of us was incomplete without the other. Apart, we would always be wanting. Together, we were whole. Since I could not tell him this, I said, "Come home safely," my voice so quiet that I might have been speaking to myself. The sun rose higher, and the mist dissipated. A call came from the sentries atop the wall, and Anluan and Magnus set off down the hill. With Finhu following me, I went to Iriel's garden as Echri, Rian and Ulcon headed for their various positions. Everything had been planned to the last detail. I settled on the bench with a basket of mending, needing an occupation for my hands. My stomach was tying itself in knots. I would not be at ease until I saw Anluan walk back in through that archway, smiling his crooked smile and telling me all had gone to plan. Myrna had not been present at breakfast, but she joined me in the garden soon after the men left. She did not offer to help with the mending, simply sat at the other end of the bench and watched me, features grave, hands folded in her lap. Gorog was stationed just inside the archway, spear in hand. Neither of them had much conversation today. Time passed. A little breeze rustled the leaves of the birch tree. I patched the knee on a pair of Magnus's trousers and repaired a seam on a grey tunic of Anluan's. With my eyes on the plain linen, I saw instead his wan face, his troubled eyes, a lock of his hair escaping its cord to tumble down over his pale brow, frost and flame. I imagined him standing as straight as he could, facing Lord Stephen's emissaries. In my mind, I heard his deep voice speaking with such authority that everyone sat up to listen. He could do it. Of course he could. The tunic was done. I folded it neatly and put it back in the basket. I got up and stretched, glancing at the sky and trying to judge how much time had passed. I walked around the pathway, stooping to examine the heart's blood plant. Buds were developing, their tight furled forms barely hinting at the brilliant colour to come. Within a turning of the moon, the blooms would be ready for harvest. There was a lean-to building against the garden wall, a low stone structure that I assumed might hold tools, including perhaps equipment for distillation and decoction. A herbalist like Ariel must have had such paraphernalia. I'd never seen the place open. The door was bolted. Perhaps nobody had used it since his time. I entertained a brief vision of myself in there, making a perfect batch of heart's blood ink. Then I returned to sit on the bench, thinking how long ago that day seemed when Anluan had accepted my wager. "You appear agitated, Caitrin." Myrna's voice was calm as a mill pond. "Are you having second thoughts about this plan?" "Of course not," I snapped, my fraying nerves getting the better of me. "The plan makes good sense. Everyone agreed to it. Except you." I fished in the basket for more mending, something to stop me from getting into an argument with Myrna, which would achieve nothing beyond upsetting me further. "I'm sorry," I made myself say. "I'm a little edgy." It seemed I'd even upset Finhu. He was lying at my feet, but now his head was up, his ears were pricked, and a subterranean growling was issuing from his throat. "Be calm, Finhu. Lie down, good boy." The dog ignored me, scrambling up to stand alert, the warning growls becoming barks of challenge. Alerted by the sound, Gorog came along the path towards us.
"What is it?"
His words were lost in a groan of pain as he crumpled to his knees, his spear falling with a metallic clang to the stones of the path. He doubled up, shielding his head with his hands. His chest heaved. A powerful shaking possessed his body. I jumped to my feet, mending forgotten. "Gorog! What's the matter? What's wrong?" He was in terrible pain, hunched over and moaning. Finhu began to whine, as if he too was in agony. A moment later, as I was crouched beside Gorog, trying to get him to kneel up, the big dog bolted out through the archway and off into the forest. "Myrna, help me!" My guard's body was seized by retching spasms. He fought for breath. "Fetch someone, quickly! We need help!" No answer. I glanced frantically over towards the seat, but nobody was there. During the commotion, it seemed Myrna had slipped away from the garden. "Gorog, I'll get help. Try to lift your head. Here." Gorog swung out suddenly, catching me across the arm and chest. I went sprawling backwards onto the flagstones, jarring hip and elbow.
"Stop! Make it stop!"
he yelled.
"Keep away! No! No!"
His arms swung again. I ducked my head to avoid it. His eyes were wild. Whatever he was seeing, it surely wasn't me. My heart hammering, I got onto one knee. Tried to help him or run away as fast as I could. He swiped the air, then clapped his hands over his ears. His features were twisted in a grimace of agony.
"Make it stop!"
he screamed. Somewhere out in the forest, Finhu was barking. I crouched just out of Gorog's reach. "Gorog, it's Caitrin." I hardly knew my own voice, it was shaking so much. "Caitrin, you remember? I'm trying to help you. Just hold on a little longer. I'm going to fetch someone." Shouts broke out on the walkway, not warnings of coming danger, but cries of pain. I looked up. Men were staggering, falling, clutching onto whatever they could find to stop themselves from a long drop to the courtyard. Weapons clattered down as hands lost their grip. Two men were at each other's throats, fingers squeezing, legs braced, eyes bulging. Another snatched up a fallen knife and charged along the narrow way, screaming. "Myrna!" I yelled. "Myrna, where are you? I need help!" A warrior leaped up onto the parapet, spreading his arms as if to launch himself into flight, and there was Kahir seizing the man's leg, shouting,
"No, you fool! Hold fast! Hold fast, all of you!"
One of the monks was cowering in a corner, trying to fend off a big fellow with an axe. Dear God, what was this? A sudden chill by my right side. The ghost child was there, Rosha clutched in one hand, the other slipping into mine. "Catty?" she whispered. "My head hurts." And then, sharp and distinct, there came to my nostrils the smell of smoke. I whipped around, the child's hands still in mine. Gorog huddled on the pathway in front of me and saw it seeping out under the library door, an insidious grey blanket. Through the glazed window something flickered, golden, deadly. The library was on fire. The manuscripts, the books, the grimoires, the ancient pages would go up like a torch. A burst of light, a flare of heat, and the history of Whistling Tor would be gone. With it would go any chance of finding the counterspell.
"No!"
shrieked Gorog, rolling over, booted feet kicking, arms threshing.
"Make it stop! Leave me be!"
Cold sweat broke out on my skin. From behind the library door I thought I could hear the crackling of hungry flames. I stood frozen as the child clutched at my skirt and began a piercing wail. "No fire! No fire!" Gorog had come up onto his knees and was groping for his spear, which had rolled out of reach. His arms were twitching so violently that for now he had little chance of grasping the weapon. The smoke thickened around us. Blind panic was only a breath away. "I need you to help me," I said, squatting down beside the ghost child. "Take Rosha up to my bedchamber right now. Run as fast as you can. You can get into my bed if you want. Stay there until I come, however long it takes." She obeyed, silent now, running across Ariel's garden through the drifting smoke and out through the archway. I turned back to find Gorog on his feet with the spear in his hand, 4 paces away and facing me. His eyes were desperate. He would kill me without hesitation if he believed that would silence the voice in his head. Behind him the library burned. "Gorog," I said shakily, "you're a good man. You're a warrior. Anluan needs you. He needs you to stand guard until he comes back up the hill. It won't be long." The warrior shifted from foot to foot, his fingers clenching and unclenching on the spear shaft. His eyes darted from me to the walkway where men still fought and yelled and fell. "Anluan doesn't want me hurt," I said. "I'm his friend. I'm your friend. Gorog, the library is on fire. Please let me pass so I can save the books." I edged forward. He stood immobile, blocking the way. God help me, if I didn't get in there soon it would all be gone. "Gorog, let me pass, please." Gorog lurched to one side, striking his temple with a clenched fist.
"Stop your wretched ravings,"
he muttered. This time he wasn't talking to me.
"Hush your poisonous prattling. Let a man do his work."
Up on the walkway, someone started to sing. It was a ragged, desperate sort of song, dredged from old memory, the kind of tune a man reaches for when there is nothing else to keep the mind from tumbling right over into madness.
"Stand up and fight, men of the hill."
A creaky old voice, not quite in tune, but raised high enough to cut through the mayhem of shouts and screams, scuffling and cursing.
"Stand up and fight, men of the hill, dauntless in courage, united in will. Swing your swords proudly, hold your heads high."
Gorog was staring up towards the walkway as new voices joined in, first one, then another, then more and more in an uncertain chorus.
"Brothers together,"
he muttered.
"We live and we die."
I dashed past him, along the path, up the steps, pausing for a moment to snatch my handkerchief from my belt and press it over my nose and mouth before I pushed open the library door. In my mind, a desperate list of priorities was forming itself. Ariel's notebooks, which were nearest to the door and might not yet be damaged. The grimoires, left in a stack beside my work table. Necton's documents and the transcriptions I had already completed. The box with the obsidian mirror. The place was thick with smoke. I couldn't see an arm's length before my eyes. Choking, coughing, I groped my way over to the shelves where Ariel's notebooks were stored, ready to grab an armful and flee out into the garden with them. I had no chance of putting out the fire. By the time I fetched even one bucket of water, everything could be gone, and Gorog was in no fit state to help. My arms swept along the shelf, but Ariel's records were not there. Someone had moved them, or was I in the wrong place? The smoke was stinging my eyes, making my nose run, creeping into my throat. My breath rasping, I screamed, "Myrna! Anyone! Help!" No books on the floor beneath the shelf, nothing at all of Ariel's. Smoke wrapped me in a clinging shawl. I could no longer see the open doorway. I fumbled blindly towards the place where I had piled up the grimoires. My head felt odd. I could see patterns in the smoke, faces with gaping mouths, hands with rending claws. "Myrna," I whispered, or maybe I only spoke in my mind. "Someone, come." I fell to my knees and crept forwards. Every instinct told me not to breathe, but I had to, and with every breath my chest hurt more. "Keep going, Caitrin." The grimoires. I couldn't let the counterspell be burned to nothing. "You can do it, Caitrin. This way, this way." I reached the stack of books and collapsed beside it, eyes stinging, chest heaving. Dimly I registered surprise that I could see no flames in the library, only the dense, choking cloud of smoke. My hands fastened around a book. One seemed to be all I had the strength to lift. Now out into the garden and fresh air. Which way? I turned my head, but the place was full of the suffocating blanket. Where was the door? My head reeled. The smoke swirled around me. I couldn't seem to catch my breath. "You're going to die, Caitrin. You're going to die for a book full of ridiculous love potions and improbable straw-to-gold charms." I dropped the grimoire and began to crawl, trying to feel my way out. The leg of a table, a box, the chest holding Necton's wretched mirror. My head struck something hard. The bench, a chair, a smaller table, not far now. The door slammed shut. The air seemed to tremble around me. The smoke thickened. I covered the last distance on my belly, retching, feeling the poison seep into my lungs. I clawed my way up the wall, clutching for the iron bar that held the door closed. I wrenched at it. Why wouldn't it move? Why were my hands so weak? Around me everything dimmed, as if the day was already over. My fingers could not hold onto the latch. "Help!" I mouthed. "Someone help me!" But all that came was the dark. Chapter 10. Drifting, dizzy, sounds coming and going, lancing through my head, voices muffled, a clanking of metal, trying to swim up, a heaviness holding me down.
"Don't move, Caitrin. You're safe. Lie still."
His voice, tears running down my face, every breath a little mountain to be climbed, a new test of courage.
"You're safe, Caitrin. Don't try to move."
No breath to speak. There was something I had to say, but all that came out was a croak. "Books." His hand against my cheek, warm, strong.
"As if the books mattered,"
he said. "Tell."
"The books are safe. Don't try to talk. If you can, take a sip of water. Here."
A cup at my lips. Sip, swallow, fire, pain. Something wrong with me.
"Lie back, Caitrin. I'm here and so is Magnus. Rest now."
"Hold." His fingers laced themselves through mine. I turned my head against the pillow and fell back into the dark. Swimming up again, not so slow this time, eyes open. Beams, stones, spiderwebs. A man in a blue cloak riding into battle, a hound at the horse's heels. A little draught stirred the embroidered panel. Dust danced in lantern light. My own chamber, and late in the day. Nobody holding my hand, but someone in the room with me. I turned my head. Magnus was sitting on a stool a few paces away, a big sword across his knees. He had a cloth in his hand and was polishing the blade. A blood-red glint in the shining metal. Signs of war. "Magnus!" My voice crackled like an old woman's. "Can I have some water?" It still hurt to breathe, but maybe not so much as before. His hand lightly against my back, steadying me as he reorganized the pillows, the cup at my lips again. I drank deep, relishing the coolness. My throat felt as rough as dry leather.
"It'll hurt for a while."
The big man's tone was matter-of-fact.
"Smoke does that. You've been lucky, Caitrin. Seems you somehow locked yourself in. Gorog broke the door down. We got back just as he was carrying you out."
It was clear to me that Magnus did not believe this fairly simple account of what had happened. Anluan? Why wasn't he here? Had I imagined those soft words, that gentle touch?
"You've had quite a few folk anxious over your state of health, and him more than anyone. I packed him off to rest. He didn't go willingly."
Magnus, what? It seemed an immense effort to ask. There was so much I needed to know.
"All in good time."
His gaze was the calmly assessing one of a person who has cared for more than his share of the sick and wounded.
"Drink some more of that water first, and we'll get you a bowl of broth."
He went to the door, stuck his head out and said,
"Caitrin's awake. Send someone down to the kitchen for supplies, will you, lad? Broth is all she can take right now. There's a pot beside the fire."
"Who's out there?" I asked. In my head was the image of men from the host up in the walkway, striking out at random as if the whole world was their enemy. I saw Gorog writhing, his eyes full of demons. My arm was sore. When I rolled back the sleeve of my gown, it was to reveal a deep purple bruise.
"The first thing he's going to ask you is who gave you that."
Magnus pulled the stool up beside my bed and sat down. He had placed the sword atop a chest, his hands careful. "It was an accident. Magnus, are they all safe? The men of the host, I mean. They seem to—" His mouth formed a grim smile.
"We've had an account of it. There's been no reason to doubt that story. Safe. If you mean has anyone died twice over, I don't think that's possible. As for the fire, that was an odd thing, very odd. Some of your documents sustained a bit of damage from the smoke, but nothing was burned. The whole thing seemed conjured, not quite real."
"The smoke was perfectly real," I said, my skin prickling with unease. "What are you suggesting, Magnus? That it was all just—" I couldn't bring myself to say it. It was devised with the sole purpose of getting rid of me. I remembered Rocha swinging from the wire.
"I'm not suggesting anything,"
he said, but he was avoiding my eye.
"Caitrin, this has shocked Anluan badly, both of us to tell the truth. When Ulcon called out to us from the barrier and we came out and saw the smoke, it brought back some very unwelcome memories. I've never run so fast."
I scrutinized my companion more closely, seeing what I had not taken in before. The pallor of his strong features, the frown between the bushy grey brows, the set of his shoulders, not as square as was customary. "Finhu raised the alarm."
"He raced down to where Ulcon was on guard, and Ulcon came to fetch us. We ran back up the hill. Anluan couldn't keep up. He made me go on ahead. God, Caitrin, I expected to find the same thing as last time, the very same. The house half burned away and you lying dead in the embers."
"What are you saying?" My voice was a whisper.
"Emer died in a fire. The circumstances were much the same. Perhaps you've thought Anluan weak or cowardly for his reluctance to leave the hill, especially when there was such a need. You might have wondered why I didn't encourage him to try it earlier."
"I never thought him weak, Magnus. Will you tell me the whole story?" He got up and began to pace, as if the chamber were too small to contain what he was feeling.
"It was in the time when Emer's brother was chieftain. As I told you before, he had a low opinion of Ariel, couldn't forgive his sister for marrying Nectan's kin. Ariel recognised the need to forge new links, since Whiteshore was no longer the ally it had been. We discussed it at length, and when he got an unexpected invitation to attend the council at Silver Lake to the southeast, he decided to risk going. I went with him, since he had to have a personal guard. Emer was expecting another child. She didn't want to undertake a long ride. She insisted she'd be safe here with Ulcon and Finhu, and the small number of other folk we had working at Whistling Tor in those days. It was a sort of test. If the visit went well, Ariel planned to hold a council of his own, involving a much wider group of local chieftains. He had hopes that Whistling Tor could regain the status it had before Nectan's time. An ambitious plan. Risky, of course, but the host had been quiet in Ariel's time, and like you, he was prepared to trust them. Emer was so proud of him, Caitrin. It shone in her eyes as she bid us farewell. The council went well. Ariel spoke with conviction. Folk listened to him. We rode home with high hearts. What we found was the great hall blackened and burned, Emer dead. Young Anluan shrunk to a little shadow, with his eyes full of death and terror. He wouldn't say exactly what he'd seen, and none of the others had witnessed it. Everyone had been elsewhere, busy, only realising that there was a fire and that she was trapped when it was far too late to save her. Anluan wasn't hurt, not physically, but he wasn't the same. There was some damage in him, deep down.
The woman in the mirror, screaming. Oh, God, no wonder Anluan had struggled so hard with the decision to risk going off the hill. No wonder he'd had that look on his face this morning.
When we saw the smoke today, both of us expected the same thing,
Magnus said.
That run up the hill was... I've never seen him so angry with himself, cursing his lame leg, cursing his own poor judgment, cursing the host. We were sure we'd find you dead. Me, I was looking ahead, seeing him the way his father was when he gathered up what was left of Emer, sitting on the ground, cradling her poor burned body to him, specks of ash floating around them like dark snow. I've seen a lot, Caitrin, and I've heard a lot. War is my calling, and a warrior gets his fair share of blood and sorrow. I'd never heard a man make the sort of sounds Ariel made that day. I took Anluan away, tended to him in my own quarters. Ulcon looked after the farm. The others helped with what had to be done. Myrna was the only one Ariel would take any heed of. He had nothing left for his son. He was consumed by grief and guilt. Such a loss can make a person selfish. Don't get me wrong, I loved the man like a brother, but Anluan had sorrow of his own to bear, and so did I.
You never found out who was responsible for that fire? He shook his head.
There were no witnesses, save possibly Anluan, and he wouldn't talk, or couldn't. I found no clues. But Ariel was convinced the host was responsible, that by leaving the Tor he had brought down this fate on Emer. It seemed to me that fire might just as likely have started with a draught and a candle. After today, I'm not so sure.
Why would the host, or anyone else for that matter, want to harm me? I'm nobody.
You're somebody to us,
Magnus said quietly.
Caitrin, I've talked too long. You're not well. You should be resting.
A tap at the open door. There stood Caitrin holding a laden tray. Beside him, her hair turned to a pale nimbus by the sunlight behind her, was the ghost child, clasping a little jug in careful hands.
Bring it in,
Magnus said. But Caitrin did not move beyond the doorway. The child came in, stepping over to set the jug on the storage chest. She crept to the foot of my bed and stood there, eyes downcast, fingers pleating little folds in the blanket. There was something in her stance and in that of Caitrin that troubled me greatly. "How long was I unconscious?" I asked, as Magnus retrieved the tray. The moment he took it from Caitrin, the young warrior backed off and vanished along the gallery.
A while. Don't trouble yourself with all this now, Caitrin. Eat and rest. We'll keep you safe.
I drank the broth in cautious sips. My throat felt as if it had been scraped bare. It hurt to breathe, but the warm liquid was soothing. "Where is everyone?" I asked. "Rian and Ekri? Ulcon and Finhu?" I realised that I had forgotten the most important question of all. The Normans!
What happened down at the settlement?
Funny the way things play out sometimes. It went well. The host stayed within the boundaries of the hill. Anluan made his speech. The Normans listened. They said their piece. He stood up to them. They were just getting into the next part, about how foolish we'd be to build this into an armed conflict, since they'd be sure to make mincemeat of us all, when we heard Olcon bellowing from beyond the barrier, and the fellows they'd left on guard yelling back at him. Then we came outside and saw the smoke.
Anluan defied Lord Stephen's emissaries. He refused to give in to their demands.
Magnus turned a very level look on me. I wondered that I had not noticed before how like his eyes were to my father's.
"What else did you expect?"
he said simply. "So, it's war."
When he thought he'd lost you, it seemed to me for a bit that he'd give up the fight. I was wrong. He won't step back from this now, Caitrin. Not after rallying the host, not after making that speech of defiance to the Norman councillors. If war comes to Whistling Tor, we'll fight and fall under the banner of a true leader.
The afternoon passed. I coaxed the ghost child to perch on the end of my bed, with my shawl wrapped around her. Magnus raised his brows, but made no comment. I wondered that he did not go off to attend to his usual work, but I did not ask. His strong, quiet presence made me feel safe, and I wanted him to stay. Olcon came up to see me, Finhu by his side, and apparently none the worse for wear. The forest man had a long look at the mirror on my wall, the one I had brought down from the tower, but he made no comment on it, merely nodded sagely as if its presence in my bedchamber was exactly what he would have expected. At a certain point, I heard Rian calling from down in the garden, and Cahir came to the door again.
"I'm wanted down there."
The young warrior had his eyes downturned, his head tilted away as if he didn't want me to notice him.
"Permission to leave my post." "Go,"
Magnus said.
"You'll be asked to give your account of what happened, no doubt, along with the rest of them. Tell the truth. That's all you need do."
"Cahir," I put in, "is all well with you? How is Gorog?"
The image of my guard writhing in pain, hands pressed over his ears, was strong in my mind. It hardly seemed consistent with the story that he had broken down a locked door to save me not long afterwards. Cahir gazed fixedly at the wall.
"We're not worthy of your interest, lady, nor your compassion. We failed."
A moment's silence.
"Because a voice tormented you, gave you intolerable pain, made the men crazy?" I asked him quietly. "I saw you doing your very best to control them up there, Cahir. I saw how Gorog wrestled with it. From what Magnus tells me, no lasting harm was done. I did think I heard singing, as if you men were making an effort to hold together against difficult odds."
"That was the old fellow, Brock. He pulled us out of it. Fact remains, when the frenzy came on us, the men broke ranks, lost their discipline."
The frenzy. Nectin had used the same word, describing the host running amok in its bloody attack on Faranon's people. Whatever this was, it had been here a long time.
"You kept to the hill and nobody was hurt," I said. "You achieved what you agreed to at the council."
"You were hurt."
Still he would not look at me.
"We couldn't help you, couldn't see or hear straight. We can't put the blame on the frenzy. If a man loses his courage in battle, if he doesn't stick to his post, he's got nobody to blame but himself."
Magnus cleared his throat.
"Go and account for yourself to Rian, lad. He is a counsellor of long experience. He'll weigh things up fairly. Lord Anluan was angry before. He said things he may possibly regret later. He'll realise in time that he took a calculated risk, as we all did, Caitrin included. If things didn't turn out quite as he hoped, at least part of the responsibility is his. Go on now. As for the future, our chieftains just committed us to war, and if we're not to repeat today's errors, we need to pull all our strength and skill into working out how." "My lady,"
Cahir muttered, then turned on his heel and was gone.
"Anluan was angry.
What exactly did he say to them?
You know how he can be, said Magnus. Tore into them for not coming to your aid, told them they were worthless and wayward, and a lot more of the same. They just stood there and took it. This frenzy, I've heard them talk of it before. The voice, some of them call it. Either it gives you a blinding headache, or it fills your mind with bad things from your own past, or both at once. It'd be hard work staying at your post and keeping alert while that was playing havoc in your head.
Where do you think it comes from, this voice? Snippets from the documents started to come back to me.
Sweet whispers. I must not heed them.
A voice, yes, but it hardly sounded like the same phenomenon.
Night by night, a whispering in my ear. It tempts me to despair.
It must be very powerful if it can disable the entire host all at once. I wondered, not for the first time, if Nectin could have left an enchantment that continued its fell work long after his death. Were Rian and Ekri stricken by it?
Only to the extent of a headache. Myrna was more badly affected. A pain that drove out all reason. That was how she described it.
Myrna had suffered the same pain as Gorog. That was not what my memory told me. But then she had been behind me when he fell, and then she disappeared. I should give her the benefit of the doubt, at least. I would like to speak to Myrna, Magnus. Do you think she would come up here?
She was looking a bit shaken. Leave it till later, that's my advice. You shouldn't be doing anything but resting, Caitrin. Lie down again.
He glanced at the ghost girl, huddled under the shawl with not much more showing than wisps of white hair and frightened eyes.
I don't suppose she saw how the fire started?
I sent her away. The voice drove Gorog a little mad. I was afraid for her. She's so small. Magnus folded his arms and gave me a shrewd look.
So Gorog did hit you,
he said. Not me. He struck out at something he thought was there. He had a kind of convulsion, a fit. I happened to be in the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's true, Magnus. I saw how all the men were behaving, Gorog included. This thing is powerful. I lay back on the pillows, considering what I had learned. Nectin had been so sure he had got things right. He'd been so careful in his preparations. But somehow the great experiment had gone awry. I saw the aftermath, the wayward host, the battles, the slaughter, the blood and hatred that had flowed from one man's obsession. I saw the accidents, the errors, the fire and flood and careless cruelty. Magnus, I said, this voice, the one that wreaks havoc within the host, that alone could have caused almost everything that has gone wrong since Nectin brought them forth. Whoever's doing it would wait until Nectin or Conan was out in the field in the midst of a battle, and then it would speak to the host, and they'd go into what they call the frenzy. Gorog said it turns them upside down and inside out, so they don't know what they're doing. The frenzy could make people light fires. It could send people into such despair that they would kill themselves. I would not say that. But it seemed to me the voice that caused this frenzy could also speak to the living. Indeed, perhaps I had heard it myself, telling me I had been corrupted by Nectin's fleshly desires. It was not only cruel, it was clever. Is that the family curse? I asked him. The ever-present voice, meddling with people's attempts to set this right. Does Anluan hear it?
You'd need to ask him that. It doesn't speak to me, nor to Ulcon. Is it the curse? I can't say. Nobody knows who laid the curse on Whistling Tor, or what exactly was meant by it. The way I see it, there's one brighter note in this. Folk always said it was a 100-year thing. Whistling Tor condemned to 100 years of ill luck or failure or sheep diseases, or whatever interpretation people decided to put on it. Seems to me the 100 years must be nearly up. That's a powerful reason for Anluan to follow through on his defiant statement to Lord Stephen, if you take such things as curses seriously.
I thought about this for a while. You mean this might all come to an end, even without the counterspell?
Maybe. The way Anluan was speaking not so long ago, he's seeing things a bit differently since you nearly got yourself killed. I doubt if he'll want you to go on looking through those books of spells. What happened just now has shaken him badly.
I should talk to him, I said. I have to get up anyway. I must go to the privy. Besides, you shouldn't be spending your time watching over me.
You'll have a hard time convincing him it's safe to leave you on your own.
Maybe if he sees me walking around.
I swung my legs over the side of the bed, smoothed down my skirt and rose to my feet. The chamber spun. My knees buckled. Magnus caught me before I fell.
Then again, he said, if he sees you like this, he might order you back to bed for a few days and stand guard over you himself. I'll carry you.
Down in the courtyard, the warriors of the Tor were assembled in all their strange variety, listening to Rian as he paced up and down before them.
Techniques for dealing with this kind of thing. It can be something quite simple. Counting in your head, repeating a rhyme, concentrating on a pattern you've remembered. Anything to block out the distraction.
Distraction, is that what you'd call it?
That was the tallest of the men-at-arms, the one who usually carried a pike.
That's the way you have to treat it, even if it hurts fit to blow your head apart.
Rian's tone was measured. If I had been one of the men, I would have found it reassuring.
That's what Brock knew when the rest of you didn't. You've him to thank for getting you out of this mess. Him and the fact that he's seen more battles than Don here's seen iron nails.
A ripple of appreciative laughter. Then Cahir spotted Magnus walking towards the main door with me in his arms. Heads turned towards us, and a sudden hush fell over the courtyard. Rian nodded respectfully in my direction, then resumed his address.
You see what can result if you lose concentration. You were lucky this didn't turn out any worse. Next time around, we won't just be manning the defences and keeping ourselves out of trouble, we'll be fighting a battle. If the frenzy comes on you just as you're about to run a Norman through with your spear, are your bowels going to turn to water? Are you going to attack the comrade standing next to you? You are not. And I'll tell you why not. Because every day between now and the time we march down there to defend Whistling Tor, you'll all be working so hard you won't have time to listen to anything but your leader's orders. If you didn't like what Lord Anluan had to say to you before, make sure you don't give him cause to say it again.
Magnus, I murmured as he manoeuvred me inside and out of view. I didn't see Garrok there.
He may have saved your life, but he wasn't looking happy when we first came up the hill. Off somewhere on his own having a think, that's my guess. Same as Anluan.
I thought you said Anluan was resting.
I said that's what I told him to do. You know and I know how likely it is that he followed my advice.
After a visit to the privy and a wash, I felt strong enough to walk on my own, though it was still an effort to catch my breath. Magnus was all for taking me straight back to my chamber, but I persuaded him that one of his herbal draughts would be good for me. I sat at the kitchen table to drink it, while he chopped vegetables for a soup. He worked with one eye on me, as if he expected me to collapse the moment he looked away. I wondered whether I would have died if Garrok had not broken the library door down, and who would have taken the news to my sister. There was a sudden, powerful need in me to see Mairead again, to tell her I forgave her for deserting me. I was coming to understand that people make extreme choices, for good or ill, and that there are sometimes good reasons for them. I wanted to know that she and Shay were happy. I was by no means sure the life of a travelling musician would suit Mairead, a woman whose home hearth was precious to her.
Do you have sisters or brothers, Magnus?
The big man paused, knife in hand.
A couple of brothers. I haven't seen them in long years. Don't even know if they're still alive. Both fishermen, back home in the Isles. The sea's a hard mistress. She doesn't discriminate.
Haven't you thought of going home, at least for a while? His smile was resigned rather than bitter.
I can't, Caitrin. I left that life behind when I joined the Gologler. I told my mother to count me gone for good. Didn't want her spending her days in hope of a sight of me and being constantly disappointed. Anluan needs me here.
You must have been proud of him this morning.
I was.
He resumed cutting up the onions. And he's going to need you even more now he's committed Whistling Tor to standing up against a Norman attack. He'll need all of us.
As to that,
Magnus said,
there might be a few hard choices ahead.
What do you mean?
Talk to Anluan, lass. He's going to go through with this, but he's not happy with what it means. I expect he'll come to find you again later, explain it all to you.
I'll talk to him now. I got to my feet, steadying myself with one hand on the table. Where do you think he is?
You're not going anywhere on your own,
Magnus said. A slight form appeared in the outer doorway. Myrna, with purple marks like bruises under her eyes. She hadn't been lying when she spoke of a debilitating headache. You are recovered, Caitrin. I'm feeling somewhat better, thank you. Is your headache gone? A wintry smile. It will pass. You left the garden rather quickly earlier. You could not understand. The pain is such that one does not act sensibly. I was unable to help you. Magnus was concentrating on his cookery, leaving the awkward conversation up to the two of us. Myrna, do you know where Anluan is? She took a step into the kitchen, then turned to adjust some cups on a shelf so they were perfectly in line. Yes, she said. I need to talk to him. Will you walk there with me? I glanced at Magnus, expecting him to order me straight back to bed.
Where is he, Myrna?
The big man asked. Through there. Myrna waved a hand vaguely towards the inner doorway. Close by.
I suppose it's all right, provided Caitrin doesn't go on her own,
Magnus said.
He'll likely have words with me for letting you get out of bed so soon, Caitrin. Myrna, make sure you look after her.
He was lifting the ham down from the hook where I had hung it. Of course. Myrna's brows went up, as if it were ridiculous to suggest she would be anything other than the most caring of companions. She took my arm. Her touch chilled me, and we went through the inner doorway into the maze of chambers and hallways beyond. I was foolish, perhaps. Once before, up in the tower, I had imagined her pushing me over the edge and down to oblivion. I had suspected her of shutting me in. I had even wondered if she was responsible for the damage to my belongings, though it was hard to imagine such a self-possessed creature shredding a gown or ripping out a doll's hair. As for her sudden disappearance earlier, just before I noticed the fire, she had a perfectly plausible explanation for that. I had seen how the frenzy affected the host, causing those men on the walkway to turn on one another, sending the steady Gorog suddenly mad. I should be grateful to Myrna. If she had not removed herself from Iriel's garden, she might have been driven to attack me. Something amuses you, Caitrin? Not really. This has been a difficult day. I thought the whole library would be lost. That would indeed be bad, since you seem to believe the host can be dismissed if only you find the right page. If the records were gone, you would have no reason to stay. After a moment I said, Fortunately it seems nothing was burned. Some smoke damage, that was all. Not a real fire, something else. This is Whistling Tor. It is not like the outside world. She stopped in front of a tall bronze mirror, hung flush with the stone wall. Verdigris crept across its surface like a spreading canker. In many ways that is true, I said, but Whistling Tor exists in the outside world. It cannot be forever isolated, keeping only to its own rules. Without Magnus's trips down to the settlement and the readiness of those folk to send supplies back with him, this place could not keep going. Now the Normans are coming, and Anluan is going to put up a fight for his lands. He has gone into that outside world, Myrna, and he's made a pledge that he'll confront the threat bravely, he and the host together. Times are changing. Myrna had her hand flat on the wall beside the bronze panel. There was a small frown between her neat, pale brows. You've never really understood, have you? She said, and the mirror swung away from the wall to reveal a shadowy space within, and steps going down. Anluan is down there. Come quietly. The hair on my neck rose in unease. There was something deeply unsettling about this hidden entry, a menace, a wrongness. I hesitated, warning bells ringing loud in my head. "Afraid," Myrna said softly, her hand on my sleeve. "It's quite safe. Come, I will show you." Something in her eyes led me down the steps after her. At the bottom a heavy iron-bound door stood ajar. We halted. Lamplight shone from within. The chamber was deep in the ground. There would be no windows here. I took a breath to ask what the place was, but Myrna's cold fingers were suddenly against my lips, rendering me silent and still. Her eyes moved from me to the gap in the doorway, and when I followed her gaze, I saw that Anluan was within the chamber. He sat on a bench, quite still, his back to us. He was staring into a mirror. I wondered why he had not immediately seen our reflections and turned. Then I glimpsed a swirl of movement and colour on the surface before him, and realised that this was another of Nectan's artefacts, showing something quite different from what stood before it. I should not be here watching. I should retreat or make a sound or alert him to my presence. But I couldn't. The images that held Anluan there were plainly visible, and they gripped me as it seemed they had him. Beside me, Myrna stood quiet as a shadow. This was a mirror of glass with a reflective surface behind it, an object such as one would find only in the wealthiest of homes. The images within it were as clear as if seen through a window on a sunny day. There was Anluan astride a tall black horse, riding fast along a dappled forest pathway. He sat straight, his shoulders square, his head high, and his flame of hair streaming out behind him. A sword hung at his belt, a bow was slung over his shoulder. 2 sleek hounds ran at the horse's feet. Behind him a company of men-at-arms rode 2 by 2, one of them bearing a banner, a golden sun on a field the hue of a summer sky. The image wavered and changed. I saw the same group of men dismounted and at ease in a forest clearing, with the horses grazing nearby. While some of the warriors tended a campfire and others rested under the trees, most stood in a circle watching a wrestling match. Anluan and another young man, half naked and locked in a tight bout, strength against strength. I saw at a glance that the Anluan of the vision had 2 strong arms, 2 strong legs, a stance that was straight and even, a perfect balance. He was in every respect a fine example of healthy manhood. For a moment he seemed to look straight out into the subterranean chamber, and I saw that his features were quite regular, with no trace of the odd lopsidedness that afflicted the real Anluan. It was so well balanced a face that it was completely lacking in character. This was wrong. I should not be spying on the man I cared about most in all the world. I made to turn away, and Myrna put her hand on my shoulder. I started. I had forgotten she was there. There was a powerful, silent message in her touch. Not yet, Caitrin. And then came the third vision. Pale flesh in graceful rise and fall, dark hair curling down over a body all curves and softness, bright locks spilling across strong male shoulders, hands stroking, caressing, tender at first, then more urgent as desire mounted fast. A confusion of limbs, a cascade of discarded garments, lips touching, parting, touching again, clinging, tasting, tongues exploring, a body lifting, another plunging deep. I felt my face flame with heat. That was me in the vision, me naked and exposed, opening myself to him, straining him to me, giving him everything I had with joyous abandonment. The finely made man who tangled and tumbled in intimate embrace with me was Anluan. Not the Anluan I knew and loved, the man of sun and shadows, my friend, my companion, whose oddities and troubles had shaped both his form and his character, but the perfect Anluan, the first among warriors, the one who could do all the things a true chieftain should do, ride, fight, lead, make love to a woman. The real Anluan drew a deep, ragged breath, then punched forward violently with his good left fist. The mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces. There was blood on his hand. He looked at it as if he scarcely knew what it was. In the moment before I turned and fled, I glanced about the chamber and saw that it was indeed familiar. Shelves lined the walls. On them stood dusty paraphernalia, Books, scrolls, jars, crucibles, strange instruments which uses one could only guess at. A clever chimney to vent smoke, a row of pegs for the hanging of garments, a table big enough to hold a person lying down, a pallet in a corner. I had seen this before. It was Nectan's workroom. I ran. I did not stop until I was almost back at the kitchen door, and even then I only halted because I knew I would faint if I didn't take time to catch my breath. The hallway spun around me. I forced myself to breathe slowly, leaning on the wall for support. The mirror of might have been. Myrna had followed close behind me and now stood opposite, her hands behind her back, her face quite calm. She spoke in an undertone. One of Nectan's cruelest. Anluan sees himself as he would be had the palsy not struck him. A man straight and tall, a handsome fellow, the kind others follow. The kind who can make his mark in that outside world you think so important, Caitrin. Of course, Anluan can never be such a man. Before you came here, he had accepted that. I had to stop myself from grabbing her shoulders and giving her a good shaking. Why did you show me this? He'd be mortified if he knew we were watching. I only want to help him, Myrna. I care about him. I thought you did too. Oh, Caitrin. No matter how much I care, I cannot change the way things are, and nor can you. Anluan will never be that fine man in the mirror. He will always have crooked shoulders and a hobbling leg. His right hand cannot hold a quill, let alone a sword. The palsy ruined him. He has nothing to offer a woman like you. Do you understand what I mean? A real woman wants children. She wants to be satisfied. If you want a real man, Caitrin, don't look here. Her careless cruelty was as brutal as a blow. I found words, perhaps not wise ones, but they came from my heart. I thought you loved him, I said quietly. I see now that I was wrong. I pity you, Myrna. You don't seem to understand what love is. I turned my back on her and walked away. I hadn't wanted to trouble Magnus further, but when I went into the kitchen, my mind still reeling from what had happened, he took one look at me, scooped me up in his arms, and carried me back to my bedchamber, muttering that he should never have let me out of his sight.
You weren't gone long,
he observed once I was lying down under the covers.
Did you speak to Anluan?
No, I couldn't find him. Magnus, you don't need to stay. I'll be fine. I just want to sleep now. A lie twice over. I was far from fine, and I would not sleep. But I did need to be alone so I could try to come to terms with this. How could I so much as look at Anluan now? My newfound knowledge must be painted all over my face. How could I speak to him? The simplest good morning must surely tremble with pent-up emotion. The vision still burned bright in me, and the bitter aftermath had lodged itself deep in my heart. Magnus gave me a penetrating look, but evidently decided further questioning was not in order.
You can't be left on your own, lass. It may not be strictly proper, the men of the house tending to you up here, but Myrna's the only female amongst the inner circle, and I don't think she'd excel at this job. I'll call Rian. I do need to finish what I started in the kitchen.
A piercing whistle from the doorway brought Rian, who seemed quite happy to sit with me now that he had finished briefing his unlikely army. He told me he'd sent the men of the host off to discuss matters amongst themselves. They were to return tomorrow with a preliminary plan for dealing with the frenzy next time around. It all sounded quite practical, oversimple perhaps, but I did not say so. He was the strategist after all, and right now I was a tired and sorry mess.
Since I'm here,
Rian drew the stool closer to the bed and settled himself on it, his cloak making a carpet of crimson around him.
we might talk further about your home situation, Caitrin, with these distant relatives who apparently believe themselves entitled to take control of your affairs. I feel that matter needs clarification.
Why was he raising this now, out of the blue? Ida and Killian seemed far away, hardly worth considering any longer. My heart was full of Anluan. I may not have much to contribute, I said, managing a weak smile.
All you need do is listen, Rian said, and perhaps answer a small question or two.
All right. The ghost girl was at the door, looking out. I wondered if she was expecting Gorog, who had been kind to her. Where was he?
Now, Caitrin, Rian said, I understand you and your sister were your father's only children. Is that correct?
Yes.
The house where you were living was not tied in any way to your father's employment. It belonged to him outright.
It did. He never attached himself to a particular patron, though there were many who would have liked his exclusive services. We worked independently. That was what Father preferred. It gave us more control.
And the unpleasant Cillian and his mother are not close kin. What is the connection exactly?
This was more than a small question or two. Ida is a distant cousin of Father's, but she said that because Cillian was the only male kinsman, he had control of Father's property. There wasn't much, really just the house, and the tools and materials in the workroom. She sold most of those. Rian turned his dark eyes on me. He clasped his long hands together, elbows on knees.
This Ida lied to you, Caitrin, he said.
About Father's assets? How can you know that?
Where the assets are concerned, I cannot be certain, but I think it likely a skilled craftsman such as your father would possess far greater resources than you suggest, unless he was a heavy drinker, a lover of games of chance, or had some other vice on which to squander his earnings.
If I'd had the energy, I would have laughed at this.
None of those. Father was a clean-living, hard-working man. Even if he'd wanted to do those things, he never had time.
Rian nodded.
I thought as much. You would not speak of him with such love and pride if he were anything else. Now, let me tell you a fact or two. There is an established law on inheritance, and it still holds in all parts of Erin not under Norman rule. If a man has no sons, his daughters inherit at the very least a lifetime share in his estate. Your father's house, his land, and all the chattels within should be yours and your sister's in equal share. A distant cousin has no claim on your family home, Caitrin, nor on the tools of your father's craft, nor on stock or furniture or anything else your father owned. The fact that Cillian is a man makes no difference.
So Ida had told me barefaced lies. This would once have been a stunning revelation, for the news held out the wonderful gift of independence, an entitlement to go on living in the house where we had once been the happiest of families. Perhaps in time I might have established myself as a scribe in my own right, earning a good living. Some part of my mind knew it was welcome news, but that life seemed so distant now. I tried to imagine myself returning to Market Cross to present the facts to Ida. I tried to picture her and Cillian being removed from the house they had taken under false pretences. But all I could see was Anluan's fist striking forward and shards of glass flying through the air in that underground chamber. All I could hear was Myrna's precise little voice saying, "If you want a real man, Caitrin, don't look here."
Caitrin?
I glanced over at Rian. He deserved a better response from me.
I'm sorry,
I said. It's hard for me to concentrate. I feel so weak still. It's a pity I didn't know this before. But it doesn't matter now, since I don't intend to go back to Market Cross. He did not reply at first, and there was something awkward in the silence. Then he said,
I'm tiring you. I should let you rest. Think about this at least. When such a wrong has taken place, it seems to me one should try to see justice done. What about your sister, who has also been deprived of her entitlement, and is, I presume, unaware of that? Wouldn't you confront those wrongdoers for her sake, if not for your own?
Suddenly I felt so weary I couldn't lift my head from the pillow. A tear rolled down my cheek, and I hadn't the strength to wipe it away. "Sometime, maybe," I murmured, but I knew I would never go back, not for Mairead, not for anything. I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep. The daylight faded. Echri came and replaced Rian. Magnus came to the door with a tray of supper for me and left it in the chamber to go cold. Echri departed and was replaced by Ulcon. Finhu settled on the floor. Beneath lowered lids, I watched the ghost child creep over to curl up beside the massive hound. Outside, it was night. At some point, there was a quiet conversation out on the gallery. Ulcon and Magnus discussing whether Finhu would provide adequate security for me overnight. A belated fit of propriety had come over them, it seemed. They were still trying to decide which of them would spend the night outside my door when a deeper voice spoke.
"I'll stay up here. You both need your sleep."
Anluan. My heart gave a wrenching leap and subsided, thumping painfully. He had come back at last. The maelstrom of feelings surged in me again.
"What about you?"
I heard Magnus protest, not steward to chieftain, but father to son.
"You need rest far more than either of us. Besides, this isn't your job. No arguments, Magnus. Is Caitrin awake? Has she eaten supper?" "She's been sleeping since before I brought her tray up. Upset, I think, as well as hurt. Anluan, this is not—"
Magnus hesitated.
"Not proper. Not correct according to the rules of that world out there, the one we don't live in."
I hated it when Anluan used that sharp, antagonistic voice. That he would address the loyal Magnus thus was terribly wrong.
"It might seem improper to Caitrin, lad,"
said Magnus quietly.
"She didn't grow up at Whistling Tor." "Magnus,"
Anluan said,
"you can go."
With my eyes shut, I heard 2 steps of footsteps retreating. Magnus's long stride, Ulcon's steady pace, and then silence, save for the slight whistle of Finhu's breathing. The door closed. Anluan moved about the chamber for a little. I could not tell what he was doing. Eventually he drew the stool up to the bedside and sat down. In the silence that followed, I counted my heartbeats and wondered what he was thinking. After what seemed a very long time, he took my hand, lifted it to his lips, then set it down again. I heard him let out a long breath, like a sigh. I opened my eyes and looked up into his. Summer lake blue. I could drown in that colour. There was a difference in his face, as if the day's events had stripped away a layer. He looked a new man. He had been strong at the council. Now he seemed formidable. Before we had spoken easily, like close friends. Now the gap between us yawned wide and deep, and in it lay the splintered vision of what could never be. I could think of nothing at all to say.
"You're awake."
His voice cracked on the simple statement. He cleared his throat and tried again.
"Water. Let me get you some water, Caitrin."
As he went to fill a cup, I reached for my shawl, then realised the ghost child was wrapped up in it. The chamber was full of little draughts.
"You're cold."
He was beside the bed, holding the cup.
"You should be in a chamber with a fire, not up here."
He put the cup in my hand, then took off his cloak and laid it around my shoulders. His arm did not linger. "Thank you, Anluan. You must be tired. Magnus said it went well this morning with the Norman emissaries." My words sounded awkward, artificial, as if I were making polite conversation with someone I hardly knew.
"So they're telling me."
He moved to stand awkwardly by the wall. He looked as if he wanted to be somewhere else.
"Caitrin, there's something I must say to you. I need to do it before I—"
He glanced at the sleeping Finhu and the little spirit curled up beside him.
"I need to do it right now."
Now I was really cold, chilled to the bone. "Go on then," I said.
"This morning I spoke words of challenge down in the settlement. I vowed that I would lead my people against anyone who tried to take our land and our independence. I committed myself and my household to action. Most likely that means armed conflict. I did what you challenged me to do, Caitrin. I acted like a chieftain."
"I know how much courage that took," I said, but my voice was small amid the shadows of the chamber. The image in my mind, his hands smashing the mirror, his cruel visions of the man he could never be, did not fit with this grim-jawed stranger. There was a core of iron in his voice. I always knew you could do it, Anluan. They will follow you, I'm sure of it. Not only the host, but your people all over your territory. We'll stand by you, whatever happens. I faltered to a halt. He had turned to look at me, and what I saw in his eyes made it impossible to go on. "What?" I croaked. "What's wrong? What is it you need to tell me?"
Caitrin, you can't stay here. I want you to leave.
I couldn't have heard right. "What did you say?" I whispered.
Your work is done here at Whistling Tor. You cannot stay any longer.
But in my visions of the future, some less realistic than others, I had not once considered the possibility that I might leave before summer's end.
You wanted me to be a leader. A leader makes decisions, and this one is made. There's no point in arguing about it. I regret the inconvenience, but you must go as soon as possible. It will take a day or two to make some arrangements for you.
This was a bad dream. It couldn't be happening. It made no sense at all. What about the grimoires? What about the counterspell? Even as I spoke, it dawned on me that he'd been working up to this for some time. Magnus had said,
There might be a few hard choices ahead.
Rian had made a point of explaining my legal rights and taxing me with the idea of going home. They'd known, the two of them. Perhaps even Myrna had known. "I haven't finished the job you hired me for," I protested. "You said I had until the end of summer. I love you. Please don't send me away."
We won't discuss this any further, Caitrin. The search for a counterspell has been overtaken by the probability of war. The grimoires must be set aside until the question of Stephen de Courcy is resolved, one way or another. There's no longer any work for you at Whistling Tor. There's no reason for you to be here.
"But Anluan, even if there is no work, even if—"
No!
The word cut off my hopes with brutal sharpness.
I hired you for a job, Caitrin, and the job is done, as far as is possible. There is nothing else for you here.
"But I had hoped." With the images from the shattered mirror in my mind, I struggled for a response. "Anluan, why?"
Don't press me on this, Caitrin.
The tone was a warning. I sat motionless. This was no well-meaning attempt to send me out of harm's way until the conflict was over. I would not be coming back in time of peace. He was banishing me forever.
You'll be paid for the whole summer, of course,
he said, almost as an afterthought.
You'll need funds to travel home.
Home, I said blankly. Home. Killian slamming my head into the doorframe, making my teeth rattle. Ida pinching the tender flesh of my breast, setting her own mark on me as she hissed vile insults. Myself cringing, trembling, silent, helpless, voiceless, cowardly Caitrin. I drew a deep, steadying breath and felt anger come alight inside me, a small, hot flame. "Home," I said, getting to my feet. "How dare you order me to go back to Market Cross, knowing Killian is there? How dare you give me your trust and your friendship and let me help you and tell me—" Remembering the tender words, the gentle touches, I almost lost that fire.
"I've never met anyone like you,"
he'd said. His eyes had been soft then, soft with what I had foolishly thought might be the same feelings that had throbbed through my body as he held me. All I could see in those eyes now was cold determination. The flame flared up, hot and indignant, and with it came a flood of words that before tonight I would never have believed I could say to him. "How dare you? How dare you offer me payment, as if all I needed was a bag of silver to take away from here and a pat on the head for a job well done? How dare you take that arrogant tone with me when you made me a friend? Is this the way you treat your friends, sending them back to a place where they'll be beaten and abused and terrified? What kind of man does that?" His eyes darkened, his mouth tightened. He took a step towards me, bunching his left hand into a fist. I forced myself to keep still, holding his gaze. I will stand my ground. I will not flinch. I will never be cowardly Caitrin again. There's more of nectin in you than I thought, I said. It was as if I had slapped him. The blood drained from his face, leaving him pale as winter. A single lock of fiery hair was hanging down over his brow. He pushed it back with some violence, then turned on his heel and strode to the door, where he paused with the hand against the frame, as if to steady himself.
"You believe that of me?"
He spoke with his back to me, his tone incredulous.
"You think I would dispatch you back to Market Cross, into the arms of that vile oaf? Since your opinion of me is so low, you'll be relieved that it's Magnus making the arrangements. An escort to Whiteshore initially, then safe carriage to the place where your sister and her husband are staying. You are too free with your challenges, Caitrin. You ask much of me, and yet you are afraid to face your own greatest challenge, the one that sent you running up Whistling Tor and into my garden."
I opened my mouth to answer, but Anluan was gone into the night. He did not shut the door behind him. Where the gallery was open to the outside, I could see the dark field of the sky, sown with bright stars. Finhu had lifted his head while we argued. Now he gave a token growl and settled again. By his side, the ghost child lay with eyes wide open, staring into the dark. Chapter 11. After the careful watch that had been kept over me since the fire, the plan that had seen one friend after another come up to sit with me, now Anluan had left me alone, save for the child and the hound. He had completely flouted his own rules. I was alone to sleep, alone to dream of Killian and of demons. And then I must wait out a day, 2 days, an endless time until the so-called arrangements had been made for me. I had become a piece of baggage to be dispatched. It would be easy to give way to sorrow. I could wrap myself up in the blanket, howl my anguish, dream of what might have been. I could cling to every last moment I had at Whistling Tor. I could stay until the bitter end, so I might drink in every last glimpse of the man I loved. That way lay madness. I would not go down that path a second time. I would not wait for anyone's arrangements. Anluan wanted me to go. I would go then. There was no guard on duty. The household was quiet. I would pack up my things and head off down the hill. At least that way I would not have to say goodbye to all my friends and have what was left of my heart shredded into little pieces. I did not weep. As Finchu slept on and the ghost child lay preternaturally still, watching me between slitted lids, I slipped Anluan's cloak off my shoulders and hung it neatly on a peg. I changed into the gown I had worn the day I first came to Whistling Tor. I folded the skirt made from the garments of Leoch and Emer and laid it on the foot of the bed. I rolled up Mella's grey belt and set it on top. I'd have to keep the boots. There was no knowing how far I might need to walk. I packed my spare shift, my night robe, my second gown, my small personal items. A cold calm had come over me. Somewhere underneath it a wild creature raged, a hair-tearing, screaming banshee of a woman, but I would not release her until I was gone from here. No sign of Mother's embroidered kerchief, though I knew it had been in the oak chest with a sprig of dried lavender between its folds. I looked for it under my pillow, under the pallet, amidst the bedding, on the shelf, but it was nowhere to be seen. I glanced at the ghost child, wondering if she had squirreled the pretty item away somewhere, but her narrowed eyes told me nothing, save that she knew I was leaving her. I tucked Rosha down the side of my bag. Emer's russet gown joined the pile on the bed. My writing box stood next to the tray of untouched food. Anluan must have brought it up from the library. Already planning my departure. Before those visions in the mirror, or after? I would not think of that. I lifted the box to fasten the strap more securely. It felt unusually heavy. I slipped off the strap and opened the lid. A small bag of kid skin lay on top of my carefully stowed materials. When I picked it up, there was a jingling, metallic sound that made Finhu prick up his ears. I carried the bag over to the lamp, loosened the drawstring, peered inside. Silver pieces, my earnings for a summer's expert scribing, enough to get me across country and support me while I found married, enough to ensure I need not sleep under haystacks and in the shelter of bridges, enough to stop men from thinking me easy prey as I travelled. Now, at last, tears stung my eyes, tears of humiliation. I wanted to scatter Anluan's silver on the floor. I wanted to trample it under my feet. Common sense told me I must take it. The turbulent season at Whistling Tor had not driven out the memory of my flight from Market Cross. I never wanted to be that frightened, helpless woman again. The bag was packed. The box was fastened tight. The silver was hidden away in my pouch. I sat on the pallet listening to the night sounds from outside, an owl calling, another replying, a whisper of leaves, and perhaps a muttering voice from the courtyard as Rian made his nightly rounds. Not going over the details of his old betrayal now, but planning ahead, devising ways to make the host into a workable fighting force. How could I slip away unseen if he was there? How could I get out without Finhu raising the alarm? Doubts crowded into my mind, and with them came the pain.
You're like a beating heart, a glowing lamp.
Why had his wretched mirror of might have been shown us together, as if that were one of his fondest dreams, if he'd already decided to send me away?
Don't forget me.
I started. The mirror, the odd little mirror I had brought down from the North Tower. I had heard its voice as if it had spoken aloud, though Finhu had not stirred. I moved to the wall, peering into the tarnished surface, but all I saw was my shadowy reflection, a woman with red eyes and pasty skin, her dark hair rumpled, her brows creased in a frown.
Take me. You'll need me.
I unhooked the mirror, lifted it down, opened the bag again. There was just enough room to slip it in. As I did so, I saw that there was another item I had forgotten. The little book I had made, with the translations of Iriel's sad marginal notes scribed in neat half-unseal. It lay on the shelf beside the lamp. I couldn't take it away. It belonged at Whistling Tor. It was part of the sorry record of Anluan's family and the curse that lay over them. I set the little notebook beside the lamp, its covers closed. How long should I wait? I must be well away before Magnus or Ulcon or Anluan himself realised I was gone and came after me, wanting to impose arrangements on me. If I had to go, I would do it by myself. But I must not go too soon, or I might come to grief in the dark before I reached the invisible boundary that marked the end of the Tor. I must wait until the pre-dawn light made it possible to go without a lantern. Any artificial light would be spotted quickly by Rian or by one of the sentries on the wall. Suddenly, waiting seemed the hardest thing in the world to do. In my mind, I wrote Anluan a letter along the lines of the sample I had made for him on my first day at Whistling Tor. I love you. I'm proud of what you're doing, but you've hurt me. I don't understand. That would be honest, or I could write, in less than a turning of the moon it will be time to gather heart's blood, but I will not be here. Goodbye, Anluan. We both lost the wager. I had not expected to get away without some challenges. First was the ghost child who never slept. She had lain quite still watching my preparations, but when I finally judged the light was good enough and made for the door, my bag over my shoulder, my writing box under my arm, she was suddenly there by my side, clinging to my skirt, shadowy eyes turned on me.
I come with you.
Finhu woke at the tiny sound, lifting his head. Hush, I whispered. You must stay here. You can't come with me.
I come.
Louder this time. The dog, still slow from sleep, began to get up. I put down the box, took off the bag, dipped my hand down inside. I pulled out Rosha. I have to go away for a while, I murmured, crouching beside the little girl. I need you to stay here and look after her. Can you do that for me? The deception was cruel, but I could see no other way. The ghost child took the doll in her arms, cradling her. She said nothing more, but the question was written on her face. When are you coming back? I might be gone a long time, I said. I know you'll do a good job with Rosha. She needs someone to love her, just like all of us. Goodbye, little one. Finhu was on his feet now, ears pricked, stance alert. Very possibly he understood enough to go bounding off and wake his master the moment I went out the door. "Finhu," I said, making sure I had his full attention. "Guard her." I pointed to the ghost girl. "Stay here and guard her." Finhu sat. His little eyes fixed on me were entirely knowing, but he was a dog, and it was his job to obey. "Good boy. Stay here until the sun's up. You too," I told the girl. "He will look after you." I crept out the door, along the gallery, down the steps. Shades of grey inhabited the garden. Eyes watched me from under the dark trees. Across the courtyard, a lamp still burned in Anluan's quarters. The mad woman inside me stirred. Go to him, run to him, now, now. But I quashed her pleas. I walked down the path, out the gap in the fortress wall, into the forest. Nobody came after me. I pictured the ghost child in the bedchamber, the doll pressed to her skinny chest. I imagined I could see in her eyes the pain of yet another betrayal, another abandonment. My thoughts showed me Anluan, alone in his quarters, staring empty-eyed at the wall, or seated on his bed with his head in his hands, long fingers threaded through his fiery locks. Foolish imaginings. More likely he was working out how to form an army from wayward spectres, untrained villagers and reluctant neighbours. Perhaps now that he had dealt with me, he had put me right out of his mind. My foot hit a stone. My hands tightened on the writing box. I teetered a moment, then regained my balance. It was not yet light. The woods were full of shifting shadows. As I went on down the track, I felt a tug on my left arm, a tweak at my right shoulder, a whisper in my ear. "Wrong, all wrong. Poor silly girl, what were you thinking?" And on the other side, "Wretched Caitrin, sorrowful girl, who wants you? Where can you go? Where can you be safe now?" A pox on the wretched creatures, whatever they were. I would leave. I would find somewhere to go. I did not belong at Whistling Tor. I should never have let myself see it as home. A fool, a cursed fool of a woman. Oh yes, a cursed fool. You cannot stay here. You cannot go home. He's there, the one who turns you into a helpless child. Poor lonely Caitrin, nowhere to go, no one to love you. I swatted at the unseen presence by my right ear. The other spoke by my left. "Come this way, down this little winding path. Come with us, follow us. You will be safe forever." Invisible hands clutched onto my skirt and my cloak. They gripped my bag, tugging backwards, almost toppling me. I opened my mouth to cry out a protest, then shut it again. Make a noise and I'd alert Rian or one of the others to my solitary departure. Box wedged under my arm, I managed to form the shape of a cross with my fingers. "Kyrie eleison, Christi eleison," I muttered. There was a momentary slacking of the uncanny grip, then it tightened again. So much for the efficacy of a Christian prayer. I forced down a powerful urge to scream. A violent push. I fell. The writing box crashed to the path. Something was hauling my bag again, trying to rip it from my back. "Stop it," I whispered, struggling to draw air into my lungs. "Leave me alone."
"Leave her alone."
The voice was Gorog's, and it was Gorog's hands that lifted me to a sitting position, then retrieved the box and set it safely down by me. For a while, all I did was try to breathe. The insidious whispers had ceased. I sensed the two of us were alone. Gorog squatted down beside me, his plain features creased with worry. From time to time he reached out to pat me awkwardly on the shoulder, but he seemed reluctant to do more. "Thank you," I gasped eventually. "You saved me again. Gorog, I'm going away. Will you walk to the foot of the hill with me? I need you to keep me safe."
"Me?"
There was a lot in that little word.
"I hurt you. Aren't you afraid of me? I failed at my job and Anluan was angry. I betrayed your trust."
"Please." He helped me up, his big hands gentle. I gave him the bag to carry. I took the writing box. We walked down the path together.
"Why would you go away, my lady?"
Gorog asked after a while. He held his voice to a murmur, and his tone was diffident. He said I had to leave. Anluan. Despite my best efforts, my voice shook. He doesn't want me. It hurt to speak this bleak truth aloud. Gorog kept walking, steady and quiet at my side. We had gone some distance before he spoke again.
"That can't be right,"
he said. "It is right. He told me just now." A lengthier silence, full of things unspoken.
"He'd be sending you away to keep you safe."
"No. Well, that's probably part of it. But he meant forever."
"Then he's less of a man than we all thought."
Gorog's tone was blunt.
"Only a fool gives up his one treasure."
Tears stung my eyes. I could not let him go down this road. I must be strong. "Where did you go, Gorog?" I asked. "Rian held a meeting. All of the men of the host were there, or so it seemed, but Cahir said he couldn't find you." He held his silence to him like a shield. We walked on. "You can't fight the frenzy on your own," I said after a time, "but perhaps all of you together will find the strength to hold firm against it. Rian has ideas about that. He's clever where these things are concerned. I expect Cahir and the others will have their own techniques for mastering it. Gorog, I want you to go back up there and face them. I heard that Anluan spoke harsh words to you earlier. He was upset, troubled. The fire awoke dark memories for him. I hope you'll understand why he was angry with you, even though you had just saved my life."
"I did a bad thing."
"You hurt me by accident. I was simply in the way. That wasn't you flailing around. It was something else using you. Promise me you'll go back up and join the others, Gorog. Anluan needs you. You have a special strength in you. You proved it by saving me even when the frenzy was on you. You've just proved it again by making those creatures go away. I can't imagine how you did that."
"They haven't gone far."
The words were dismissive, but warmth was creeping back into his voice.
"My lady, you're the one Lord Anluan needs most. And what about us? You changed everything. What's going to happen if you go away? How can you not come back?"
My eyes were brimming. I bowed my head. I did not want him to see how badly this was hurting me. I said something terrible to Anluan. Something so cruel and hurtful that it shames me to think of it. Something so bad that he's never going to want me back. And he... There was no describing how I had felt when I had thought for just an instant that Anluan might strike me. Now I recalled that when sudden anger seized him, he would often clench his left hand into a fist in that way. I'd seen him use it to break the mirror. I'd never seen him hit anyone. "Gorog, the little girl will need friends once I'm gone," I said. "She trusts you." We were at the boundary. It still lacked some time until dawn, but I could see the shadowy outline of the settlement through the deceptive light, a huddle of dark shapes, the line of the makeshift defensive wall, the flickering points of torches set around the perimeter. Thomas and the others kept them burning all night, fearful of the host. "Promise me," I said, as the sky lightened towards the true rising of the sun. A bird gave a summons, an upward call of 2 notes. "Come forth, come forth." Gorog held his silence. "I must go now," I said. "I don't want to see any of them from up there. I wouldn't be able to bear it. Will you promise, Gorog?"
"Say you'll come back. Later, when this is all over. Say you'll come."
"I can't. Not if he says no. I must move on. I must run now before the sun rose and they found me missing. I must flee before I lost the will for it."
"You say go up and face the others, but you're running away."
I lifted my chin and squared my shoulders. "I have to go and find my sister. I have to face up to my own others, people who wronged me. And afterwards...
You'll come back to Whistling Tor.
Naked hope trembled in Gorog's voice. It shone in his eyes and transformed his features, forbidding a refusal. If Anluan truly wanted me, if he needed me, nothing in the world would keep me away, I said. And as the words left my lips, I heard a great sigh, not from my companion, but from 12, 50, 100 ghostly voices out in the forest. The host was watching. The folk of the Tor knew I would not be there in the library tomorrow seeking out answers for them. They knew I would not be working through the grimoires in a quest to end their suffering. I had let them down. I had broken my promise. Yet I sensed that they understood, that the words I had just spoken were enough for now. Be strong, Gorog. Watch over him for me. I looked out under the trees, unable to see the others, but acknowledging their presence. Be strong. Help him.
Farewell, my lady. You have my promise.
Gorog placed a fist over his heart. He had halted right on the border of the hill, between the guardian trees. Farewell, Gorog. I turned my back, and as the sky brightened, I walked steadily downhill and away. As if to mock me, the day I left Whistling Tor, the weather turned fair, with sunny skies and gentle breezes. It was enough to make me wonder if this was a different world, in which summer had followed its natural course through all the time of my stay in Anluan's fortress, while mist, rain and bitter cold had clung steadfastly to the Tor. I held fast to the decision I had made as I packed to leave, that I would not give in to the helplessness that had befallen me after my father's death. If I had learned anything over the strange summer at Whistling Tor, it was that I must not become the lost soul of last winter again. Never mind that the man I loved had sent me away forever. Never mind that I had been forced to break the deepest promise I had ever made and abandon my friends in their time of greatest trial. If Anluan didn't want me, he didn't want me. It was as simple as that. I would grit my teeth, summon my courage, and get on with what must be done. I did not go to Whiteshore. I did not even go to the settlement at the foot of Whistling Tor. I walked the other way, up to that crossroads where I had been unceremoniously dumped on a day of mist and shadows. There was no point in waiting for a cart to happen by. I set my feet forwards, making lists of colours in my head to keep out thoughts of Anluan. It was so early in the morning, nobody was astir. Birds chorused it in the woods by the cart track, and somewhere down under the elders I could hear the voices of frogs. Everything seemed swept clean, open to light, full of promise. It felt wrong. Part of me wanted to protest that such a lovely day ill-fitted the catastrophe facing the folk of Whistling Tor. Another part of me whispered, "You never belonged here, Caitrin. Forget these folk. Forget Anluan. If he loved you, he would never have done this." For half the morning I walked without seeing a soul. I grew thirsty and stopped to drink from a stream a little way off the track. I grew hungry. My precipitate departure had left me ill-equipped to travel far without help. Memories of my flight to the west returned. I suppressed them, making myself move on. My feet were hurting. Emer's boots were not such a perfect fit after all. The day grew warmer. I took off my shawl and stuffed it into my bag. A rumbling, squeaking sound and the thump of hooves sent me down under the bushes to the side, wary of carters travelling alone. A pair of stocky horses came into view, pulling a well-kept cart laden with bundles. A man and a woman sat on the bench seat. She had a child on her knee. I stepped out and waved a hand. A little later, I was perched on a sack of grain in the back, on my way eastward. I imagined the mist-clad slopes of the Tor behind me, slowly diminishing until they could no longer be distinguished from the ordinary landscape of fields and woodland. As the cart moved further and further to the east, I did not once look back. It made a difference having funds. I spent 2 nights in a village inn with my own chamber and a lock on the door. I got directions and arranged lifts. I read a letter for a local trader in return for a place on a conveyance that was going all the way to Stony Ford, a settlement about 3 days' travel north of Market Cross. Father and I had executed commissions for the chieftain there, and I was fairly sure Shay and his fellow musicians would be known in that house. My fellow passengers on this somewhat larger and grander cart must have thought me dour and uncommunicative. They could not know the whirl of thoughts that filled my mind every moment of the day, those I fought to banish, and those I tried to concentrate on, in particular how to track down Mairead and Shay without going too near Market Cross. If Stony Ford did not provide any clues, I must try other places Shay had mentioned when telling us of his travelling life, but those were few and far between. I thought I could recall a town called Hideaway or Holdaway, where the band had regularly played to entertain people at a big weekly market. Lean enough pickings, Shay had said with good humour, but if they stayed on for the evening's dancing, there would generally be a few extra coins tossed their way. Failing that, I could look for Shay's family. That would mean a far longer journey, as they lived somewhere well to the northeast, close to Norman-ruled territories. His father's name I had forgotten, but he had been a master harp-maker before his hands were afflicted by tremors, and such craftsmen would be few in any part of the land. I had a good chance of finding him eventually. Eventually. How long would it take? As the cart rolled steadily on and my fellow passengers chatted about the weather or how long it might be until the next stop, I pictured Anluan, Magnus, Rian and the rest of them in pitched battle against Lord Stephen's army. I imagined the spectral voice filling the ears of the host with poison and sending them into howling, tortured disarray. I thought of Anluan cut down, wounded, dying, while I went from village to village asking about a band of musicians who might or might not have passed by some time earlier. I saw the Latin words of the counterspell clean on a parchment page, useless without me there to translate them. Often I came close to tears, and it was necessary to remind myself that if Anluan had really loved me, he would not have sent me away forever. That worked for a little, until my mind began to tell me that perhaps Anluan had banished me because he thought there was no chance of defeating Stephen de Courcy, and that he and Magnus and Ulcon were all going to die, leaving the host leaderless and adrift. Once this perfectly logical idea had come to me, I couldn't shake it off. It made me cold all through. I sat on the cart's padded seat with my shawl hugged around me, and my gaze set straight ahead, seeing nothing but Anluan's pale face, his bright hair, his lovely crooked features. Over and over I thought of the unforgivable words I had said to him, and of how he had looked when he heard them. The journey to Stony Ford took several days. We stopped one night in a hostelry that was a cut above the others. Two of my fellow travellers, Brendan, a physician, and his wife, Fidelma, had shown me particular kindness on the way. They and I sat down to supper to find the other folk at the inn table in spirited discussion about the Normans.
"They say there's been a treaty signed,"
said an old man, nursing a mug of ale between knotted fingers.
"If you can call it that,"
said another man, grim-faced.
"More or less gives away all the lands of the East and a lot besides to this King Henry. May the Icrahur break out in a rash of blisters, every one of them from the High King downwards. That man's handed our birthright to a bunch of grey-shirted foreigners, as ready to burn a good Irish town to ashes as they are to listen to their own folk."
"You'd want to watch your mouth,"
a third man said, voice lowered.
"War's not over."
This from an ancient in the corner, who had seemed fast asleep.
"Ruairi Crahur's not the only leader we've got, though he may see himself that way,"
said a brawny man at the far end of the table.
"We'll keep on fighting till the last of us lies on the sward with his blood soaking into the breast of the earth. Crahur's gone weak in his old age, if you ask me. He was something of a leader once, a man almost worthy to be called High King. He's fallen far." "No king lasts forever."
Brendan spoke quietly.
"As for Henry of England, I know of this agreement, and you're right. Under the terms of it, the High King keeps sovereignty here in Connacht, and in other places where the Normans haven't yet set their mark. But the fact is, Henry can't keep effective reins on his own lords. They've got used to taking what they want, by force if necessary, from us and from each other. They'll still be jostling for territorial advantage, treaty or no treaty."
"They've proven themselves no respecters of boundaries," said Fidelma. I cleared my throat, regretting deeply that I had not taken much interest in such matters when I lived in Market Cross. I had always believed that Connacht at least was safe from invasion. That was what everyone said. So far west, with much of the land too barren for farming, it had not seemed a place the English would want. King Henry's treaty sounded quite true to that theory. "Have any of you heard of an English lord called Stephen de Courcy?" I asked. I heard that he threatened to take an Irish chieftain's holding, quite some way to the west of here. I was told there's a tie of kinship by marriage between Lord Stephen's family and that of the High King. That means Ruairi a Crahur won't step in to help this chieftain. All eyes turned to me.
"Never heard of the fellow you mention," said the old man. "But it happens. Place up north. Can't remember the name. They rode in and cut down the chieftain's men-at-arms. A rout it was. Put their heads up on pikes afterwards, Northman style, as a warning to other leaders not to stand up for what was rightfully theirs. Burned the settlement. Killed women and children as if they were less than human. That's what they think, of course, that we're no better than dumb beasts of the field. It sickens me."
"You believe something like that could happen right on the coast of Connacht?" I felt a lead weight in my belly. "It makes a mockery of Ruairi's title. A High King should protect his own, surely."
"Ruairi's always done what was expedient,"
someone said, lowering his voice and glancing around the room.
"That's why he's lasted so long. His sons are better men."
There was a short silence during which nobody met anyone else's eyes. Then Brendan said,
"I believe I've heard the name de Courcy before. I can't remember in what connection. He's a youngish man, I think, and ambitious. My brother would know more. He's very well informed on such matters. His line of work demands it. Why do you ask, Caitrin?"
"My father always said the far west would hold out against the Norman advance. But it seems this treaty is a sham if our own High King can step back and allow someone like Stephen de Courcy to take territory from one of his own chieftains. It's wrong that we have no protectors, no leaders of our own who can stand up for us." A weightier silence this time. "Do you have kinsfolk in the far west, Caitrin?" asked Fidelma, concern written all over her kindly features. "Perhaps in the territory of this threatened chieftain?" "Just friends." I offered no more. Start to discuss Anluan's situation in any detail, and I would lose my hard-won self-control.
"Give it time,"
said the man who had mentioned the High King's sons.
"Connacht will stand, that's my opinion. There will be new leaders, men with stiffer spines and bolder hearts. Men I'd take up arms for myself if the call came."
"You?"
queried someone with a chuckle.
"That leg of yours can't even walk straight behind a plough, let alone charge into battle against a line of mounted grey shirts. But maybe you fancy a quick and bloody death."
"I suppose a man with a damaged leg can still use a bow," I said with somewhat more emphasis than I had intended, "or throw stones, or perform 100 other essential tasks." I looked the would-be warrior in the eye. "I commend your courage," I said. Now everyone was staring at me, not as if they believed my speech odd, but as if they were interested in why I had made it, as if they wanted to hear my story. But I could not tell it. I picked up my ale and took a mouthful, eyes downcast, cheeks burning. "Well, Caitrin," said Fidelma quietly, "if you want more information about this Stephen de Courcy, you couldn't do better than Brendan's brother Donal. When we reach Stony Ford, why don't you stay with us a few nights? You can talk to him and enjoy some good hospitality at the same time. Unless you must move on straight away, of course." "Isn't it Donal who's getting married?" I'd heard them talking about it, how Brendan's brother, a confirmed bachelor close to 40 years old, had astonished everyone by deciding to wed a widow with 3 little girls. "I'd be in the way, surely." "Not at all. The place will be full of guests. One more will make no difference, and Donal carries out his legal practice in a separate area of the house. Think about it, at least." So Donal was a lawman. This was not simply an opportunity to rest and recover before setting off to find Mairead. It was a chance to begin putting my affairs and hers to rights. The next step in facing my own hardest challenge. My belly crawled at the thought. I did not know if I could be brave enough. Speaking to this man of the law would set me on course for a confrontation with Ida and Killian. Sooner or later, this road must lead me back to Market Cross. By the time we reached the township of Stony Ford, I had seen the sense in accepting Fidelma's invitation, at least for as long as it took me to get an idea of where Mairead and Shay might be. The purse of silver was not bottomless, and I might have to travel quite some way further. An offer of hospitality in a safe house among good people was not to be refused. Brendan's brother proved to be not at all the austere, strict kind of man I had expected, but small and cheery, with sparse mousy hair and twinkling eyes. He delighted in teasing Brendan about anything and everything. The bond of love between them was plain, and it reminded me sharply of Rian and Eckery, whose jibes and jests had so unsettled me until I had realised it was all in a spirit of friendship. The widow and her children were already living in Donal's house, which was a fine sprawling place of mud and thatch, with a well-tended garden and stabling for 3 horses. But softly-spoken Maeve was not sharing Donal's chamber at night. She slept in her daughter's room. This was not from any lack of enthusiasm for the marriage bed, I thought, noting the way Donal reached to touch her plump arm as she served his breakfast porridge, her quick blush as he caught her eye on passing, the sweetness in their voices as they spoke to each other. They would be wed on the 5th day after our arrival. Either they were waiting for their wedding night, or the presence of so many guests in the house had made discretion necessary until then. 2 of Maeve's sisters were there with their husbands, and a total of 7 children, as well as various other kinsfolk. Maeve's mother, who lived nearby, came over every day with pies or puddings to complement her daughter's cookery. It was a busy, happy home. I found myself sharing a bedchamber with a pair of nieces a few years my junior. Watching them put finishing touches to gowns, dress each other's hair, or run outdoors to be children again for a while, I felt 100 years old. Donal's clients kept coming. He and Brendan had both chosen professions in which there was no such thing as a rest, Fidelma pointed out dryly. Despite the steady stream of folk going in to see the lawman each morning, he found time for me on the 2nd day. His study was a haven of quiet after the bustle and noise. He sat at a big desk on which there were 2 bound books, a sheet of parchment and a pot of ink. A single quill lay beside this with a little dish of sand for drying. The walls of the chamber were lined with shelves on which rested numerous documents, set out so tidily that I was quite certain the lawman knew exactly where to find any given item. There was a smaller desk in a corner, today untenanted. On the windowsill, an earthenware pot held freshly picked wildflowers, purple, pink and blue. The widow's touch.
"Come in, Caitrin. Please take a seat. I am a little behind. I've given my assistant leave of absence until after the wedding, and I find myself less able to keep abreast of things than I expected. So many distractions."
Donal grinned suddenly. It gave him the look of a leprechaun.
"But welcome ones, of course. No doubt I'll catch up in time. What can I do for you, Caitrin? Fidelma tells me it's about the law of property. Not my first area of expertise, I must confess. And of course, under Norman law, which extends across all areas where Henry's barons have established themselves, our own legal system no longer holds any weight at all. Mention Brehon law and its long traditions, and a Norman lord or cleric will look down his nose as if you're an ignorant savage. Such are the times we live in."
He was watching me closely, his eyes shrewd.
"I don't imagine that is what you want to hear."
I had believed Connacht safe. It seems that it isn't so. How would matters stand then, if an Irish chieftain fought for his land and managed to drive back the Normans? I hesitated. This chieftain has been told that if it comes to armed conflict, the High King will not support him. There's an alliance through marriage between the Icrahur and the Norman lord who wants the land. Which law applies to such a situation, Norman or Brehon? Donal's gaze had sharpened.
"This is a specific case, I take it."
"It is. I'm telling you in confidence."
"That's understood. Nothing leaves this chamber without a client's consent. There are various learned answers I could give you, Caitrin, weighing up treaties, verbal agreements, precedents. But the most honest answer is that in such a situation, control of the land goes to the man with the best trained army, the sharpest weapons and the strongest will. I never thought I'd make such a statement. I've been trained to trust good Irish law for fairness and justice. It's served us well for hundreds of years. But there it is. I'm sorry I cannot answer differently, but I have been honest.
I see. I had known the answer already in my heart, just as Anluan and Magnus had. It all came down to one factor: the host. The irony was stunning. The one weapon Anluan had that might, just might, allow him to hold on to his land and turn his people's situation to the good was the accursed army called forth by his evil ancestor, the very thing that had made Anluan himself an outcast, isolated and powerless. Thank you.
May I ask whether this individual, the chieftain whose lands are under threat, has the wherewithal to make a stand?
Donal's tone was diffident. The situation is unusual. So unusual that folk would not believe me if I set it all out. Donal, there's another matter in which I need to consult you.
Brendan did mention that you were looking for your sister. I can certainly assist you with that, if you wish. It would be a simple matter to send messages of inquiry. That could save you a great deal of time.
I'd welcome your help, Donal, but finding Mairead is not the only challenge. Once I do find her, it may lead to something else, something very serious. I believe discussing that would take up quite a lot of your time, and I lack sufficient resources to pay a professional fee. I glanced at the empty desk in the corner. It did occur to me that I could pay in another way. As I explained, I'm a trained scribe, and I have brought the tools of my trade with me. I could copy, reckon, make notes for you, write letters and so on. He beamed.
Excellent. And since we're on that track, I should say I believe I met your father some years back. Berach, was that his name? Fine man, did lovely work. I heard of his death. Very sad.
He was a fine man, yes.
There's a question I must ask, Caitrin. If your family home is in Market Cross, why not make that the first point of your inquiries about your sister? Fidelma did explain to me that Mairead is married to a musician and has no fixed place of residence. All the same,
he lifted his brows. May I tell you about our situation at home? Be brave, Caitrin. It's complicated. Donal leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. His eyes remained alert.
Start at the beginning, Caitrin, he said. Don't leave anything out. We have plenty of time, especially if you're prepared to deal with some letters from me later today. I don't suppose you read Latin?
I do. Suddenly, when least expected, tears stung the back of my eyes. If I had found this courteous, capable man before, if I had thought to ask for a lawman's help as soon as Ida and Cillian began to take control. But no. My flight to the west had led me to Anluan and the household at Whistling Tor. Even if I had not been banished from that place forever, I could not wish that I had not met the man I loved, nor the odd folk who had become my dear friends. This summer had healed me, freed me, opened me up, and in the end, broken my heart. I'm happy to write letters, transcribe documents, read and translate. Anything you need doing.
Excellent. Would you be prepared to stay until my assistant returns? He'll be back a day or two after the wedding. I think it likely I can track down your sister in that time through my existing contacts. That should be more efficient than your travelling about looking for her. Now, let us hear this story.
I hesitated, wondering how to start.
You like mead, Caitrin?
Donal had produced a flask and 2 cups from a shelf.
This is a particularly fine one. Maeve brews it, one of her many talents. She's planning to keep bees here in the garden, she tells me. Take a few sips before you begin your account, and don't be afraid of shocking me. In my line of work, one hears everything. That's it, my dear. Take your time.
Donal was an expert listener. No doubt he had acquired the skill over years and years of hearing the tales of folk in trouble. From time to time he interrupted, gently, to ask for clarification. Here and there he waited in comfortable silence while I composed myself. Once or twice his expression revealed some emotion, shock, pity, surprise. At certain points he made notes on his parchment in a quick, precise hand. And so, finally, I ran away. I headed west, thinking perhaps I might find someone who'd known my mother when she was a girl, but mostly just wanting to be somewhere else, somewhere Cillian could not reach me. I found a place to stay and work to do. I can't talk about that, but Cillian came. He tried to abduct me. He was driven off. He didn't come back. I think it likely that if I went to Market Cross, he and Ida would try to convince folk that I was mad, just as they did after Father's death. They are good at that. Even I believed it. Donal had refilled my glass. From outside came the sound of the children at play in the garden, shrieks of excitement, a dog barking, Maeve's calm voice restoring order. I sat quietly, letting the sweet honey taste of the mead calm me, while the lawman studied his notes, the slightest of furrows between his brows. He no longer looked in the least like a leprechaun. His eyes, sharp and intent, were those of a man who would make the most formidable of adversaries. "Very well, Caitrin," he said, sounding almost abstracted. "Without studying this further, I can tell you that it appears the law has been broken, not only in relation to your inheritance, but in several other matters. I'll need a little time to consider the best course of action." "I am afraid to return to Market Cross and confront them. I'm not sure I can do it. They have such a capacity to change me, to make me lose sight of my courage." "No need to consider that now, my dear. I do have a question." "Yes?" "Why didn't you go straight to the lawman and Market Cross once you had summoned the will to leave the house?" "I wasn't thinking clearly. I wasn't myself. All I could manage was to run. Besides, the lawman at Market Cross would have believed me out of my wits, as everyone else did. I had been acting like a madwoman. It was reasonable enough, I suppose." Donal's mouth went into a grim line. "Reasonable? Hardly. No lawman worth his salt would make such a judgment solely on the advice of a woman who stood to gain from your incapacity, Caitrin. He should at the very least have sought an independent opinion on your ability to understand your situation and make decisions about your father's property. Besides, I gather nobody was suggesting your sister was also out of her wits. Why didn't they send for her? You've been lied to, swindled, duped most mercilessly, not to speak of the personal indignities this Cillian fellow has visited on you, seemingly with his mother's complicity. They must both be brought to justice." I felt an inner part of me shrinking down. The sensation was all too familiar, and I fought against it. "I want to find my sister first," I said. "I don't want Cillian and Ida told where I am. I know I must go back and confront them eventually, Donal, but I'm not sure I'm ready yet." "You do want to see justice done?" There was no reproof in this. It was simply a statement of fact. "I know that is what should happen, yes. I had heard this already from Rian, from Magnus, from Anluan himself. But I'm afraid." Donal put down his quill. "You're in a safe place here, Caitrin. No need to look beyond that at this point. The situation is complex. I must consider it further before we decide how this should unfold. I'd like your permission to write to a friend of mine named Colm, a senior practitioner of the law who presides over the district around Market Cross. In strictest confidence, of course." When I made to protest, he added, "No matter what occurred during that time when you were at the mercy of these kinsfolk of yours, the law will treat you fairly. While not the warmest of men, Colm is absolutely rigorous in his pursuit of justice. That should reassure you. Nobody's going to suggest that you confront these miscreants on your own. It also occurs to me that we have a physician in the house. Brendan is well qualified to report on your state of mind, Caitrin, and to provide a written opinion that you are perfectly competent to make your own decisions." Holy Saint Brige, I had not even thought of this. It was all moving so fast. "Have I your permission to write this letter? Or perhaps you should write it for me. That way we can be sure we concur on the wording before anything goes beyond these four walls. Do you agree?" "I can see it's the right thing to do. I'd like a little time to think before I say yes, Donal. If you have some work for me, I'll do that first. It will help clarify my mind." I longed for the balance of the pen in my hand, the orderly lines of script flowing onto the page, the tranquil silence that attended the exercise of my craft. The children might still be laughing and shouting on the other side of that window, but once I began writing, I would not hear them.
By all means, I will act straight away on the other matter, finding Mairead for you. The sooner a message leaves here, the sooner you'll be reunited with your sister. Ideally, we should advise her of the situation concerning the inheritance before we proceed with action.
I'll fetch my writing things. That's if you are happy for me to start work now. Donal grimaced.
There's plenty of it waiting. I'll give you some copying to be getting on with, then I'll leave you a while. I promised Maeve I'd try on my wedding finery. I imagine I will resemble a small rotund bird that sprouts colourful feathers in the mating season, but if it pleases her.
Some time later I settled myself at the assistant's desk with a small pile of documents Donal had given me for copying. It was an easy job, which was just as well, for my conversation with the lawman had given me altogether too much to think about. I opened my writing box. Donal had a supply of quills, but I preferred to use my own and to trim them with Father's special knife. That, at least, I had brought safely away from Whistling Tor. I wondered what the ghost child was doing, and whether Roisha had been any comfort to her. I hoped that Gorog would watch over her and be kind to her. Perhaps she had already forgotten me. I had not needed to look in the box since the day I left Whistling Tor, when I had discovered Anluan's bag of silver and removed it for safekeeping. Now, reaching deeper to find the padded roll of quills, my fingers encountered something else that did not belong there, something flat and smooth. I lifted out the quills, removed the ink pots, each in turn. There beside them, tucked in neatly, was a notebook whose tooled calfskin covers were familiar to me. My heart turned over. Anluan's book. My hands were shaking as I drew it out and laid it on the desk. My breathing was unsteady as I opened it to see his wayward script wandering across the first page.
This is thankless, pointless. It dulls my mind and wearies my body. Myrna is right. It is a road that leads nowhere. Yet I continue with these wretched documents. What else is there but utter despair?
I turned a page, another. More words of despond, scrawled in writing that was near illegible. How could I bear to read this? Why had he given it to me? I turned more pages and came to a leaf that stood out, for most of it was blank. Only, right in the centre, was written in the same scrambling script these words.
So bright, so perfect, so alive. You do not belong in this place of shadows. What do you want of me?
And, as I recognised without a shred of doubt that Anluan had recorded here my own arrival at Whistling Tor, I put my head down on the desk and wept. Chapter 12. Each morning I awoke while the two girls who shared my chamber were still rolled in their blankets, fast asleep. I had long been an early riser, and now in the quiet time before the household began to stir, I allowed myself to read Anluan's record of my summer at Whistling Tor, the summer that had changed my life and his. 1 page a day. I would not let myself read faster. I savoured each surprising entry, feeling with him each moment of doubt, each little spark of hope. The longer it took me to reach the end, the better. While there were still pages unseen, I could pretend the link between us remained unbroken. I was not sure I wanted to read the last page, which must surely tell of his decision to shut me out of his future, the choice that made less and less sense the more I read. Before the girls were astir, I would close the covers softly and slip the little book back into the pouch at my belt. I carried it everywhere. I thought of him constantly.
There is a change in some inward part of me, he had written. I cannot tell if I welcome it or fear it. Myrna calls me foolish. She says nothing can change at Whistling Tor, not even its poor excuse for a chieftain. But you have changed me already. My heart beats more quickly. My blood runs more swiftly. Light bathes everything when you are near me, dazzling, terrifying. It is as if you have called me awake after 100 years of sleep.
With Anluan's voice beating in my heart, I sat at the desk by day, calming myself with the exercise of my craft. None of the tasks Donal gave me was taxing in any way. I was pleased that I could carry them out to his satisfaction, and happy that I need not spend my day keeping up cheerful conversation with the ladies of the household, pleasant women as they all were. Alone, or in Donal's silent company, I could hold Anluan's memory close. I could contemplate this morning's fresh page and dream of tomorrow's. I had agreed that Donal could send his letter to the senior lawman in Market Cross, questioning the matter of my father's legacy and, in particular, the tenancy of the family home. In the end, the missive he dictated was somewhat more detailed than I had expected, setting out certain sensitive matters, including Killian's assaults on my person and the false stories his mother had put about.
"I trust Colm completely, Caitrin," Donal had said. "He taught me much of what I know. He'll be discreet in his inquiries. I do want him fully apprised of the serious nature of this, especially if it turns out the local lawman has been derelict in his duty. Someone should have stepped in to assist you, or at the very least to ensure that you were being properly looked after."
So I let him send it, and at the same time he dispatched messengers to seek out Mairead and Shay, folk who would visit market squares and grand houses, the kind of places where musicians might play. Donal was confident that Mairead would be found by the time his assistant returned to work, and if it took a little longer, he said, I must stay on, of course. He would discuss the situation with all of us together, Mairead and Shay and me, and help us make whatever decisions were required. When I protested that I should not stay on after the wedding, both Donal and Maeve insisted that I would not be at all in the way. Indeed, Donal said it seemed he had sufficient work to keep 2 assistants busy. If I wished to continue helping him, he would pay me for my efforts. The sun rose on Donal and Maeve's wedding day. The sky was a tranquil blue with not a cloud to be seen. After a substantial and noisy breakfast, everyone changed into their best apparel and set on foot for the local church, where a simple but touching ceremony was enacted. I had feared my presence would set a blight on my host's day of happiness, but I was swept up in the joy of the occasion and almost forgot my own problems until the moment we arrived back at Donal's house to find a messenger waiting.
"I'd best speak to you alone, Master Donal."
Under his broad-brimmed hat, the man's face was very serious. A frisson of unease ran through me. "Is it about my sister, Mairead?" An awkward pause as folk chattered and laughed, going in the door behind us.
"We'll go to the study," Donal said, glancing at his new wife. "I'm sorry, my dear."
"Go on," said Maeve with a smile. No doubt she had known what it would mean to marry a lawman. "If there's news, Caitrin needs to hear it straight away." Then we were in the study, Donal, the messenger and I, and still the man seemed reluctant to speak.
"Come on, out with it," Donal said. "You can speak in front of Caitrin. She's the one who is seeking information in this particular instance."
The man cleared his throat.
"I have news, yes, but it's not the best sort of news. Maybe the young lady should be sitting down."
I felt the blood drain from my face.
"Tell me!"
My voice was shaking.
"What's happened? Is my sister all right?"
For although I had known we might not find Mairead and Shay immediately, I had never thought that something might be badly amiss with them. The messenger glanced at Donal, and Donal nodded assent.
"They were staying at the big house in 5 Birches. That's quite some distance north, when an illness struck the household," the man said. "Many folk fell sick and some died of it, including the chieftain's own son. And, well, the musician, Shay, was one of the unlucky ones. Vomiting and purging one day, gone the next."
"Gone?" My mind was not making sense of this. "Gone where?" Then, as both men regarded me with sombre faces, You mean Shay is dead?"
"Sit down, Caitrin."
Donal came across and took my arm.
"Come now, sit here."
He turned back towards the messenger.
"These are ill tidings. How long ago did this occur?" "Some while ago, I was told. The widow Mairead, she's gone home to her folk in Market Cross, her and the child. There was nobody to take them in up at 5 Birches. That household lost many of its own, and for a while it was all at 6s and 7s.
I knew that if I tried to stand up, my legs would not hold me. My head reeled, my stomach lurched. "Be strong, Caitrin."
Child, I croaked. What child? You didn't know? The young woman, Mairead, had an infant. It wasn't more than a couple of months old when her man passed away. Your sister was lucky she and the baby weren't struck by the sickness, and that they had somewhere to go.
Lucky. Her husband dead before he was 25, her child fatherless, and me, her only sister, away in the west where she could not reach me. And now Mairead was in Market Cross, in that house, with her baby. The two of them were at the mercy of Ida and Cillian. Caitrin? Donal crouched down beside me in his wedding clothes and held out a cup of mead. Take a few deep breaths. You're among friends here and we will help you. He dismissed the messenger, telling him to wait outside, then came back in and quietly shut the study door. This is sad news indeed, he said. A terrible shock for you. Weep all you want, my dear. But I couldn't weep. That was too much of a self-indulgence, a waste of precious time. Every moment I spent in this hospitable place was another moment of sorrow, of fear, of crushing loneliness for Mairead and her child. I saw her in the house at Market Cross, weighed down by grief, and I saw myself as I had been after father's death, an empty shell, all alone in the world. I have to go there, I said, getting to my feet. The chamber rocked and swayed. I drew a deep breath and stiffened my spine. Now, today, Mairead's there with them. I must go to her. To his credit, Donal did not remind me that this was his wedding day. He did not tell me I was being ridiculous. Instead, he called in Fidelma and Brendan. Fidelma settled herself beside me, her arm around my shoulders. The men sat opposite. A discussion ensued, and a plan was devised. I would leave Stony Ford in the morning, accompanied by Brendan and Fidelma, along with the very large man who looked after Donal's horses and performed heavy duties about the place. Angus happened to be the district wrestling champion.
I'll be far happier if you have some brawn to back you up, Caitrin, Donal said. Angus can drive the cart and help to procure lodgings on the way. Make sure he's there when you first confront your kinsfolk. You should go to see Colm as soon as you arrive in Market Cross and before you make any attempt to go to the family home. He should have received my letter and read it, but of course he won't know you're on your way. We cannot be sure what reception your kinsfolk will give you.
I'm frightened for Mairead. Cillian may be cruel to her, and the baby. Anything could happen.
And you would rather be right off now. Yes, I understand that, Donal said. But you do need the rest of today to prepare, Caitrin. Brendan can write his report on your state of health and take it with him, to produce if anyone should query your capacity to make your own decisions. You and I need to sit down and discuss inheritance law. You must be able to set out your argument clearly. These kinsfolk may attempt to convince you that they were within their rights when they took over your father's house. But you don't go into battle without preparing your weapons. Believe me, not to take this time would be a grave error. Mairead has managed without you thus far. One more day can make little difference.
I knew he was speaking sense, though my mind and body were gripped by the urge to act. Mairead must not be hurt as I had been. I could not let it happen.
We'd best put in an appearance out there, Fidelma said, just to reassure Maeve.
I came abruptly back to the here and now. The wedding day, Maeve, the house full of guests. Donal, I can't expect you to do this today. And how can I ask Fidelma and Brendan to leave so soon? Poor Maeve, I've spoiled everything.
Not at all, said Donal. Maeve knows how things are likely to be from now on. It's my great good fortune that she's taken me on in spite of that. As for these two, if they didn't want to go with you, they'd say so, believe me. Nonetheless, put in Fidelma, we should all go out and join in the festivities, if only for a little. And you, Donal, might reassure your wife that you'll set aside only an hour or so before supper to explain these legal matters to Caitrin. Maeve will want you to be present for supper, and for dancing afterwards. You mustn't disappoint her.
The lawman gave his leprechaun grin.
You're a paragon of practicality and tact, Fidelma. I quite understand why my brother wed you, and I won't disappoint Maeve in any way at all, I trust.
He became suddenly serious.
Caitrin, you've had bad news and you've a great deal to think about. I imagine you'll be wanting quiet and solitude."
"All in good time," Fidela said. "Some food and drink first, I think, and you might have a little word with Maeve yourself, Caitrin. She may well understand what being a lawman's wife means, but there's a limit to the tolerance even of a saint." We were 3 days on the road. 2 nights we spent in the houses of folk known to Donal. Angus soon proved his worth, smoothing the way for us with his quietly insistent manner. What that did not achieve, his intimidating bulk did. Fidelma and Brendan kept me company without asking too many questions. I could not sleep. As the miles passed, I thought of the house at Market Cross, and the long time of darkness I had spent there seemed to outweigh the happy years that had gone before. I should be brave. I had a guard. I had friends. I had a doctor who would vouch for my competence, and a lawyer whom I could call upon for help. But Cillian had hurt me, and his shadow was a long one. When I thought of Ida, I remembered weeping before her, pleading with her, and I heard her saying, "My son would not punish you unless you deserved it, ungrateful girl." At night, when weariness finally overtook me, my dreams were full of dark wells and rending claws. I woke exhausted, wondering if I were not, after all, the same fearful woman who had fled Market Cross a season ago. I was still rationing myself to 1 page of Anluan's book each morning. On the day when we expected to reach Market Cross, I read these lines.
"Can a split quill write fair script? Can a blunt axe cut wood for the fire? Can a cripple please a lady?"
That shocked me so much I broke my self-imposed rule and turned to the next page. There, so familiar, I thought I could remember every word of the conversation Anluan and I had shared that morning, was a scrap cut from the parchment sheet on which he'd first attempted the new method of writing.
"Caitrin,"
it read.
"Caitrin, Caitrin."
Tears stung my eyes. I wanted to turn another page and another, to devour the whole book, for it seemed a feast after famine, but I did not. It was too precious to squander thus. I would savour each morsel in turn. A cripple. I had never thought of him in that way, except perhaps on that very first day when he had lurched across the garden and frightened me. I could swear that none of his household even saw the disability any more. "You would please me," I murmured, remembering the mirror of might have been, the rise of my body, the thrust of his, the power and rhythm of it. "I know you would." But perhaps that was foolish. Myrna had more or less told me Anluan was incapable of the act of love. How she had learned this I could not imagine, but I was becoming convinced this was his main reason for sending me away so abruptly. I could not doubt his feelings for me, not after reading this book with its tenderness, its passion, its confusion. With a sigh I put the book away and began to dress. Angus had said that if we started off straight after breakfast, we would reach Market Cross in the afternoon, all being well. As I took off my nightrobe and donned shift, stockings and gown, I tried to imagine what might happen when I walked in through the door of my childhood home. I did not like any of the variations my mind showed me. "I won't be afraid of them. I won't," I told myself. But the churning feeling did not leave my belly. Sheer panic was not far away, the kind of fear that would send me fleeing inside myself. "This is foolish. You must help Mairead, and you don't have to do this alone." But perhaps I did have to do it on my own, or I would never conquer the terror that lurked deep inside me, threatening to cripple me when I most needed to be strong and whole. One step at a time. If I looked neat and tidy, I might feel a little more in control. I would plait my hair and pin it up, then tie on a scarf. At least that would keep out the dust of the journey. There was no mirror in the chamber where I was lodged. I reached into my bag and took out the little old one I had brought from Whistling Tor, propping it on a shelf. I laid the hairpins ready beside it, then put my hair into a single long braid. When I was ready to coil it atop my head, I glanced into the mirror. My heart leapt. There he was, standing in his bedchamber, clad in warrior's garments, a leather breastpiece, wrist and arm braces. He was staring down at something held in one long-fingered hand, something small and glinting, a fragment, a shard of glass. "Anluan," I whispered, but he could not hear me. As I stared, not daring to move lest I cause the image to vanish, he turned the item one way, then another, as if changing the angle of it might make a difference, and I saw that it was a jagged piece of mirror. It caught the light from his lamp, now shining like a star, now, when he turned it, dark as night. The mirror of might have been, the broken mirror. Did I only imagine that I saw his crooked mouth form the name Caitrin, as he struggled to make the shattered glass show him once more the image that had made him smash it to pieces? "I'm here," I breathed. "I'm here, beloved, dearest one." He straightened, looked up and around, almost as if he had sensed my call. But it was another summons he had heard. I saw him slip the piece of glass under the pillow in his bed, then go to the door. He paused to scrub a hand across his cheeks. He straightened his shoulders and lifted his chin. He drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he opened the door, and there was Magnus, clad in similar garb, with a sword by his side. Anluan stepped out, the door closed, and the scene was lost. A moment later, there in the mirror was the chamber that had been mine. It seemed much as I had left it, neat, bare, empty. The place was a study in greys, shadow on shadow. The door stood slightly ajar. The only light was from the gallery openings beyond. It seemed to be dusk or a stormy day. One shadow caught my eye, a neat figure sitting cross-legged in the centre of the floor with the little doll Rosia in her hands. Not the ghost child, Myrna. Her eyes stared straight ahead, her expression was perfectly calm. Her hands worked in spite of that, pulling, tearing, ripping every remaining shred of hair from the doll's linen scalp. Such strength in those hands, such violence that it sent a tremor of sheer horror into my bones. The little scarf I had made to cover the earlier damage lay on the floor beside Myrna's outspread skirt, torn into pieces. Myrna's face told me nothing, but now that I had seen Anluan's notebook, I thought I could guess what was in her mind. She's gone at last, gone forever, far, far away, and still she consumes your thoughts. She came here, you let her in, and she changed you. She changed everything. "Caitrin, are you ready for breakfast?" The image fled. The mirror showed me my own face, eyes wide with shock, cheeks stained with tears. I was as white as Rosia, linen pale. "I won't be long," I called to Fidelma through the closed door. I rolled the mirror in my nightrobe and thrust it back in my bag. My plait had unwound itself. I braided it again with my mind on Myrna's detached gaze and her furious, destructive hands. That scene made no sense. I was gone from Whistling Tor. What could she hope to achieve by destroying my possessions? Was the woman simply unhinged? And Anluan. I had seen him racked with regret and uncertainty, just as I was. I had seen him dash the tears from his cheeks and walk through his doorway to greet what faced him. Another day as leader, another day of preparation for an impossible battle. He had found the courage hidden deep inside him. He had been cruel to me that last night, taxing me with my cowardice over Cillian. But I had been crueler. What I had said was indefensible. Despite that, he had moved on bravely. Today I recognised that he had been right to challenge me. I would not conquer my particular monster unless I could walk into that house in Market Cross and confront Ida and Cillian alone. The day was sunny and bright, but not everything in this part of Connacht was so fair. We saw a troop of Norman men-at-arms riding to the north, the sun glinting on their shirts of chain links and glancing off their weapons. They bore long shields and wore helms of metal with nose guards. They looked formidable. Angus pulled the cart into a byway, and we sat there quietly as they passed. Later we saw a house and barn that had been burned. A thread of smoke still rose from the scorched remnants of the place, and something dangled from a tree like a broken doll. A dog was barking hysterically, running to and fro on its rope, hurling its defiance at an enemy long gone. The men made Fidelma and me wait on the cart while they went to see if there was anyone who could still be helped. I saw Angus release the dog. It bolted. The men came back, and in silence we rode on. I could have done with a counsellor, someone like Rian to make a plan and help me execute it. As it was, I made my own plan, which I explained to my companions as we neared the settlement. Confronting my enemy all alone would be foolhardy. It would put not just my safety, but that of Mairead and her child, Holy Saint Brige, I hadn't even asked if it was a boy or a girl, in danger. That I would not do. So I explained how the plan would work and the part each of us should play in it, and was pleasantly surprised when all three of them agreed without demur. Rian would have been proud of me. My heart was beating fast, and my skin was clammy with nervous sweat, but there was a purpose in me now, a will to succeed that was growing every moment. My strength was building with every turn of the corner, with every creak of the cartwheels, with every step that took me closer to my destination. We reached Market Cross in mid-afternoon. Outside the home of the senior lawman, a substantial house shielded by a tall fence of woven wattles, we dropped off Fidelma, after sending Angus in to make sure Colin was at home. Then Angus drove us on until we were at the town square. He drew the cart to a halt beside the patch of well-trampled grass that housed the weekly market from which the town had got its name. On the far side of the square, my childhood home could be seen, a comfortable dwelling of modest mud bricks whose thatched roof was decorated with owls fashioned from straw. I got down, making myself breathe slowly. I squared my shoulders just as I had seen Anluan do, then walked across the grass to the front door. Angus came behind me, while Brendan stayed with the cart and horses. By now, one or two passers-by had noticed our arrival, and there was some talk and gesturing. I could imagine what they were saying. "Oh, there's poor Caitrin home again. You know, Berak's daughter, the one who lost her wits and ran away." With my head held high, I stepped up to the door and knocked sharply. "Anluan," I said silently to myself, making his name a charm against faint-heartedness. I knocked again. "Ida, open the door," I called out. Still no response. They were home. The kitchen fire was smoking, and I could hear someone out in the yard, raking or sweeping. The thready squalling of a small baby added itself to the mix, sharpening my courage. It was my house, after all. I gave the door a push, but it did not budge. I glanced at Angus. He put his shoulder to the wood and shoved. The door fell open with a crash. Following the instructions I had given him, Angus took up a post against the wall just outside the doorway, where he could not be seen from within the house. I walked in. The noise brought Ida to the kitchen doorway, where she stood with hands on hips, surveying me, a tall, thin figure with her hair scraped back tightly under a cloth. A curious sequence of expressions crossed her face. Whoever she had thought might be making a violent entry into the house, it was certainly not me. "Caitrin!" She summoned a smile. It was as convincing as a grin painted onto a scowling gargoyle. "You're safe." I almost asked her to explain, almost gave her the opportunity to tell me how fortunate it was that I had not been slain, or worse, by the evil sorcerer whose lair I had foolishly stumbled into. Killian would have brought back his own version of events, I was sure. But no, I would not ask Ida for anything. I had several things to say, and I would not let her stop me, not this time, not ever again. "Where is my sister?" I heard the iron in my own voice. Within the house somewhere, the baby was still crying. Ida moved to take my arm, to usher me into the kitchen that had once been Mairead's pride and joy, the warm heart of our home. Forcing myself not to wrench away, I allowed her to seat me at the table. The chamber was no longer bright and welcoming. Mairead's weavings, the flowers she used to set here and there in jugs, the strings of onions and bunches of dried herbs were absent. Yet Mairead was here, had been for some time. With a chill in my bones, I waited for Ida to answer my question. "Mairead is resting. She's been quite ill. The baby is sickly. She's always crying. It's enough to try anyone's patience to breaking point. But we took them in, your sister and the child, since Mairead had nowhere else to go. And now you're here, Caitrin." How burdensome for you, I said grimly, holding on to calm. A grieving widow, a crying baby, and now a mad woman as well. It really is too much for you to shoulder. I think you and Cillian will be best to move back home. Her eyes darted to me then, and quickly away again. I saw her draw a deep breath and compose herself. This is our home now, Caitrin. You know that. It came to Cillian on your father's death. As for the burden, the obligations of kinship can be onerous, that is true, but we accept them. It is our duty. She took a jug from a shelf, then stood holding it as if she had forgotten what she was doing. I must call Cillian, she said. If you wish. When you call him, please call Mairead as well. I said she's resting. If you're home for good, Caitrin, and I take it that is so, you'll have plenty of time to see her. Ida had set the jug down. You must be tired yourself after such a long journey. Cillian said you were far to the west, almost along the coast. Her gaze sharpened suddenly. Are you with child to this cripple you were lodged with? Is that what brings you back here? There are limits to our generosity, Caitrin. What Barack left will only stretch so far. Call my sister, I said, and call Cillian. I have something to say to you, and it won't wait. Cillian had been out in the yard. At his mother's call, he came to the doorway where he leaned, staring at me. For a moment the old panic gripped me. I felt his hands on me. My skin ached with the memory of bruise on bruise. His smell was in my nostrils, bringing the dark times sharply back. "Cripple throw you out, did he?" he queried, grinning. And then, in the opposite doorway, the one that led into the sleeping quarters, there appeared a wan figure, her clothing disarranged, her complexion blotched, her eyes reddened. She was a shadow of herself, her generous curves shrunk to nothing. She raised a hand to brush her hair from her brow, and the wrist was all bones. "Caitrin," she whispered, "is it really you?" A moment later we were in each other's arms, Ida and Cillian quite forgotten. "Mairead, I've missed you so much. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry about Shay." Mairead said something, but her face was pressed against my shoulder and I could not understand her. She was shaking with sobs. She felt so frail that she might break apart. My lovely sister, buxom, rosy and full of life, had been reduced to this. It was not solely down to grief, of that I was certain, for Mairead had always been strong, resilient, a survivor. As I helped her to sit at the table, she seemed too weak or too distracted to do even that by herself. A cold strength entered my heart. I turned to face the two people I had feared most in the world, the two who had almost destroyed me. "Listen carefully," I said. "I have consulted a senior lawman in the matter of our legal situation, mine and Mairead's. As father's only 2 children, Mairead and I became joint owners on his death of this house and all his worldly goods for our lifetime. You have no entitlement to any of it, Cillian, and nor does your mother." And when Ida made to interrupt, "Wait, don't try to tell me that I'm crazy. That won't help you. I have a document from a physician testifying that I'm entirely in my right mind. In the absence of sons, daughters inherit a life interest in their father's property. This is set out under Brehon law, and I suspect you both knew that all along. Why else would you intend to marry a woman you clearly despise, Cillian, save that you realised you had no legal entitlement to father's property? You probably expected to gain control of it through your children, those you imagined I would bear for you. Perhaps you hoped that I would conveniently die young, or that my mind would remain so confused that you and your mother must make all the decisions for me." For a little the two of them simply stared at me. Then Cillian looked at his mother, raising his brows. "That's not true, is it?" he said. "It can't be." "Of course it isn't." Ida had folded her arms and set her jaw in a manner that was all too familiar to me. "Delusions, that's what it is, brought about by these adventures Caitrin's been having among God knows what kind of disreputable folk. Caitrin, you need rest. You need peace and quiet, my dear. I'll have someone get your bedchamber ready." I saw it in her eyes, a realisation that the comfortable world she had created for herself and her son was about to collapse, and the determination to stop me before I could make it happen. She'd rendered me powerless before. All she'd needed to do was lie.
"Oh dear, what are we to do with you girls?"
Ida's voice was suddenly dripping honey as she came over to us, putting one hand on my shoulder and one on Mairead's.
"Let Mairead go, Caitrin. You're upsetting her. Come, my dear, let's get you off to your chamber."
"Take your hand off me, Ida." My voice was cold and calm. I had not realised I had such power in me. "I'm not finished yet." I looked at Cillian, who was rolling up his sleeves. Perhaps he planned to move me forcibly if I would not obey his mother's wishes and retreat into seclusion. "By all means challenge me under the law. That's your entitlement. You should be aware that Mairead and I intend to follow due legal process to ensure we get our rights."
"What are you talking about, foolish girl?"
Ida's tone had a new edge.
"Legal process, entitlements. You're not in your right mind, and haven't been since the day your father died. Indeed, even before that I always believed you somewhat flighty. As for more recent times, the wild stories Cillian brought home from the West made it quite plain that you'd never be capable of living a normal life again." "Old ruin full of freaks and monsters," Cillian rumbled. "Never seen anything like it. Nobody could stay long in a place like that without running mad. You've got even less wit than your sister, Caitrin. At least she saw the sense in coming home."
I saw Mairead flinch. "How dare you!" I could have struck him for his thoughtless cruelty. I put my arm around my sister's shoulders. "Mairead came back here because she lost her beloved husband. She came because she and her child had nowhere else to go. And now that I'm here, we're going to make this house into a proper home again, not the travesty it's become since you moved in and took what was rightly ours. Now listen to me, and listen well. You will be out of this house before dusk. The two of you will not show your faces to me or to my sister ever again." A wrenching sob from Mairead. It made my heart sick to hear her. "Where's the baby, Mairead?" I asked quietly, my hand on her shoulder. "Is she safe?" My sister nodded. "She's in the bedchamber with Fionnit." Fionnit had been an indispensable member of our household when father was alive. A sturdy, good-natured girl, she had done everything from killing and plucking chickens to polishing fine silverware. Ida had dismissed her. If Fionnit had come back, it meant Mairead had not been entirely friendless. "Caitrin, is this really true?" my sister said now. "I can't believe it."
"Nor should you."
Ida was struggling for calm now.
"As I said, it's a pack of nonsense. When did Caitrin ever become an expert in legal matters? Cillian, I think Caitrin may be a danger to herself. You'd best help her to her chamber."
Cillian moved towards me, arms outstretched. Memory welled up in me. Sudden panic held me motionless, a rabbit under the fox's stare. Mairead rose to her feet. "Don't you dare lay your hands on my sister," she said, and though her voice was faint, her courage blazed in her eyes. As she slipped her arm through mine, I remembered that I had a plan, and that I had friends, and that I was not the same woman who had fled this house a season ago. "I'm not here alone," I said quietly. "I referred to a physician. He's waiting just outside. As for the legal situation, I think you'll find I have the backing of the administrator for the district. His name is Colm, and you can expect a visit from him very soon. I want you packed up and ready to leave within an hour, Ida, and Cillian with you. If anyone sets a hand on me, or on Mairead, or on the child or Fionnit, that will be added to the charges you already face. Think carefully before you resort to physical violence. Colm knows all about what Cillian did to me, both here and at Whistling Tor."
"This is outrageous."
Ida had gone pale.
A conspiracy. How dare you circulate foul lies about my son? How dare you poison folks' minds? Don't you think you can get away with this, Caitrin? We have witnesses, reliable folk who will support us."
Cillian had not understood quite as well as his mother had.
"You can't order us out of the house," he shouted. "We live here. It's ours by right."
He reached for me again. "Angus," I called, "you can come in now." The wrestling champion of Stony Ford was quick for such a big man. He appeared, all sweet smile and bulging muscles, and behind him came Brendan in his physician's robe, looking as if he wouldn't mind a sparring match himself. Cillian took a step backwards. His hands fell to his sides.
"Shall I throw him out?"
inquired Angus. I felt a profound desire to say yes, but that would be to reduce myself to Cillian's level. "Not yet," I said. "My kinsfolk need a little time to pack up their things and arrange a lift back to their home settlement. A little time, not a lot. I want the packing supervised. They're to take only their personal belongings. We don't know yet the full extent of what Father left, but if there's a store of silver or anything else of value in the house, these people must not be given the opportunity to take it with them."
"This is ridiculous," spat Ida. "You can't forbid me to take my own things."
A discreet knock at the door. "That will be the lawman, Colum," I said. "I think he may have some bailiffs with him. No doubt he'll be wanting a word with you both before you go. I can't be sure when the hearing will be, but I am quite certain Colum will expect all of Father's goods to remain in the keeping of Mairead and myself until due legal process has been carried out. Brendan, will you let him in, please?" "I feel so hopeless, Caitrin," my sister said. "I've tried to be brave for Eden's sake, but sometimes—" She sighed as if her thoughts were too sad to be put into words. "Tell me, Mairead." The two of us were at the kitchen table alone. It was night. An oil lamp hung from a hook. Beyond the circle of warm light, the chamber seemed full of shadows. Mairead had made an effort at supper time, appearing with her hair combed and her face washed, but she was not herself. The lawman, Colum, and his bailiffs had seen Ida and Cillian off the premises after stern words. My kinsfolk would be subject to the full force of the law. Colum had been working on our behalf since Dono's letter first reached him, and he had news for me. There were indeed funds available to us. Silver carefully set away for the purpose of providing for Mairead and me on our father's death. There was no need for me to earn a living, at least not right away. There would be time to set our house in order, time to come to terms with our losses. I had offered the hospitality of the house to Brendan, Fidelma and Angus. After a happy reunion, Fionnette had helped me prepare beds while Fidelma cooked supper. Now our guests were all abed. It had been a long day. I had seen the look on Fidelma's face as she watched my sister push her food around her platter, eating almost nothing. I had noticed Brendan scrutinising little Eden. Even to my inexpert gaze, my niece looked scrawny and pallid. "I can't tell you," Mairead said now. "You'll despise me, Caitrin." "I won't," I told her. "I'm your sister, and I'm here to help make things better. Ida and Cillian are gone. We have the house. We have resources, Mairead. We have our self-respect. Those things can't bring Shay back, I know, but—" I stopped myself. I knew all too well how it felt, that empty, blank hopelessness. "You need to tell someone," I said. "Please, Mairead." "Eden," she whispered. "Sometimes I don't even like her very much, Caitrin. Sometimes I wish she wasn't here. She cries all the time, as if she hates me. I'm no good as a mother. I should never have had a child." Silently I cursed Ida, for her influence was written all over this. "Is that all?" I asked. Mairead turned bleak eyes on me. "Isn't it enough?" I'm not shocked, but I was just a little. Eden was so small and innocent, so fragile. "Mairead, you should let Brendan examine you in the morning. You look ill, not just sad and tired, but, to be honest, you look half-starved. And although I don't know much about these things, people do say that if you're nursing an infant, you should eat more than usual, not less. Eden doesn't hate you. A little baby isn't capable of hate. She's probably just hungry." "Ida said I should stop trying to feed her. She said goat's milk would be better. But I do want to nurse her, Caitrin. I always thought I'd be a good mother. I don't want to be a failure." "Well then." My attempt at brisk confidence fell something short. Mairead was crying, and so was I. Let's make a sister's pact right now. I headed for the pantry, where I filled a small bowl with supper-time leftovers, a little peas pudding, a scoop of soft cheese, a handful of dried plums.
What are you doing, Caitrin?
I set the bowl before her, then poured 2 cups of ale.
This is the agreement. You eat, and while you're eating, I mean properly, not just playing with your food, I'll tell you a story. Tomorrow the same, but I'll tell some of the story each time you feed Eden too.
Fianna had taken the baby away to settle her for the night. I would enlist Fianna's help in the morning.
A story? What story?
Mairead eyed the little meal without enthusiasm.
An exciting one about a girl who runs away from home and goes to...
You'll have to start eating to find out where.
All right.
She picked up a single dried plum. I did not speak until she put it into her mouth and began to chew. A fleeting smile crossed her face.
You never used to be so bossy, Caitrin. What happened to you?
This girl, I said, holding my ale cup between my hands, had been very frightened. So frightened that she had lost sight of what was real and what wasn't. So frightened that people thought she was out of her wits. She felt all alone in the world. She thought everyone she loved had deserted her. Then one day, out of the blue, she found the courage to flee. She ran, she walked, she took rides, she slept under hedges and in the shelter of haystacks, until the day a carter dropped her off in the middle of nowhere and drove away without a word. Intent on the story, my sister had stopped eating. I waited, eyes on the bowl.
Bully,
Mairead said, getting up to fetch herself a spoon.
And then what?
I told her how the girl had met 2 friendly strangers who had vanished when they were most needed, how she had prayed her way into a fortified village, how she had raced off up a hill in pursuit of a man named Magnus and had been helped by a gnome-like person and a giant hound.
And then,
I said, as my sister put a piece of cheese in her mouth, she wandered into a lovely little garden, all overgrown but full of bright flowers and singing birds, with a birch tree in the centre and a bench on which lay a book. Nobody was in sight. She wandered about, seeing how cleverly the plants had been chosen, and there, in a corner under a comfrey bush, she saw a clump of heart's blood. Mairead made a little sound. She knew what a treasure that herb was. She stooped to admire it, and at that moment a commanding voice rang out behind her.
Don't touch that.
I stopped to take a mouthful of my ale, Anluan's image strong in my mind, pale as snow, red as fire, blue as speedwell, sad as a broken heart.
Who was it?
That must wait until next time. I wanted to be sure I had captured her, or this experiment might be short-lived. Her grief was deep. It would not be easily healed.
Was it an ogre? A beast? A handsome prince?
I smiled. Not exactly.
Is this a true story, Caitrin?
Mairead had eaten almost everything I had given her. Now she was sipping her ale.
I'll let you make your own judgment. I haven't told it to anyone else. If I did, most folk would think I really was mad. That's what Ida told me, Caitrin. She said that after I left here, you became completely unhinged. She said you couldn't even keep yourself clean. She told me you bolted with only the clothes on your back. She said you were never coming home. I don't suppose she told you that Cillian came after me and found me and tried to force me back here.
Her eyes went round.
He found you, and they didn't tell me. How could they do that? What happened, Caitrin?
Tomorrow, I said. It's a long story. As summer became autumn, my sister began to mend, along with the house in which we had been raised with such love and hope. The milestones were small, but each was cherished. The first time Mairead smiled, the first time she offered to help prepare a meal, the day when Fidelma and Brendan decided we could cope without them and returned home. They told us we would be welcome in their house any time we wished to pay them a visit, and I offered the same invitation. Their kindness had been a remarkable gift. Fianna and I scrubbed the house from top to toe. We aired bedding and set flowers on window sills. We baked bread, brewed ale and made preserves. I hired a boy to help with the outside work, and he whistled as he replenished the wood pile and dug over the vegetable patch. Slowly, our old home began to get its heart back, and my sister hers. As Mairead's cheeks regained their rosy blush and her body began to fill out, Eden blossomed, turning before our eyes from a pale waif to a bonny, healthy babe. The fretful crying ceased. She bellowed for her meals, drank with enthusiasm, then slept in blissful silence. I liked to set her free of her swaddling cloths and see her kick her legs and stretch her arms as if eager for what the world might have to offer. I loved to watch her sleeping, for there was a tender mystery in the little face in repose, closed lids concealing secret thoughts beyond the comprehension of all but an infant new minted. Looking at Eden, I longed for a child of my own. There came a day when I passed the open doorway of the bedchamber and heard my sister talking to the baby as she fed her. "He made the most beautiful music, Eden. He had a voice that would melt the heart of a stone statue, and his fingers on the harp were as light as swallows in the sky. He was the best papa you could ever have had, my love, the best in all the world. His eyes were just like yours, green as grass and bright as dewdrops. Never say he's gone, only that he's nearby and watching over us every moment of the day." I tiptoed away, eyes streaming, knowing a far greater milestone had been passed. As I stood in the courtyard trying to compose myself, the longing for Anluan stabbed sharp as glass in my breast. I would never hold his child in my arms. I would never lie with him and experience the joy Mairead had had in Shay. My body ached for that loss. My heart bled for it. Mairead had heard my story in small instalments. Fianna too had listened with rapt attention as it gradually unfolded. I told of the dear, odd friends I had made at Whistling Tor, the folk I had had to leave behind. I described every part of that strange and eventful summer. Almost every part. I did not show Mairead Anluan's book, though I had long ago turned the final page to find not a grim decision to banish me, but this perfect reflection of my own feelings.
"At last I begin to understand why my father acted as he did. To lose you is to spill my heart's blood. I do not know if I can bear the pain."
He must have written this before he came to see me that night, before he told me we must part forever. I had read it over and over. I kept the little book under my pillow and looked at it late at night by candlelight or first thing in the morning, when even Eden still slept. I tried to understand why he had been so cold that night, if his heart had been breaking, just like mine. Perhaps that had been the only way he could bring himself to utter the decree of banishment. The mirror was my link with him, a frustrating, unreliable guide to what was happening at Whistling Tor in my absence. I looked in it often, but not while the others were about, for while such eldritch phenomena were part and parcel of life in Anluan's household, they did not belong in Market Cross. Sometimes the mirror showed me the blue sky of an imaginary summer, and sometimes my own reflection, dark curls neat, features composed, eyes a little desperate. But sometimes I saw Whistling Tor and Anluan in the garden with Myrna, his tall figure stooping to listen, her small one gesturing as she tried to convince him of something. I pondered all I had learned of her, putting together a chance remark here, another there, and imagined her whispering in Anluan's ear, "You cannot win this. There is no hope." And yet he did not give way to despair. On a day when autumn was well advanced and gusty winds sent dead leaves dancing in the courtyard, I closed the bedchamber door, took the mirror down from the shelf where I kept it, and sat down to look for answers. What I saw warmed me. It made me want to shout for joy. Men were gathered in the settlement, Thomas, Duld, a good number of them. They had makeshift weapons over their shoulders. Anluan and Magnus were there too, and Anluan was addressing the assembled crowd, his head held high, his manner both calm and authoritative. This vision dissolved to make way for another, a party of riders, not Normans, but Irish. They were waiting at the foot of the tor. The brawny figure of Magnus came down the path, greeted them, then turned and led them up. The horses were restless as they traversed the winding way through the forest. No sign of the host, though I sensed their presence watching. In the courtyard, Anluan stood on the steps before the main door, with Rian beside him and Cahir on guard behind. The riders dismounted, and Ulcon came to lead the horses away. The chieftain of Whistling Tor stepped forward to greet the visitors, as any nobleman might do. There were white faces and nervous glances aplenty, but the visitors stood their ground, and their leader put his hands on Anluan's shoulders as if they were friends, or perhaps kin. Brian of Whiteshore. Had Anluan somehow made peace with his mother's family, despite the wrongs of the past? No sign of Myrna. I gazed at the man I loved, willing the mirror to show me more, but the image faded, leaving me looking into my own eyes. My heart was racing. He was doing it. He was bringing them all together. Maybe, just maybe, Anluan could beat the odds and win his unlikely war. Autumn was passing quickly. Fianna set her hand to spinning and fashioning a warm shawl to cocoon the baby in. Podrick, the boy who did our heavy work, brought a supply of firewood indoors and stacked it against the wall near our stove. The days grew shorter. Our legal hearing came and went. I, who had once been turned by fear into a silent, shivering apology for a woman, stood up and answered the judge's questions with calm competence. I had told my kinsfolk that I never wanted to see them again, but on that day I faced them across the court without flinching. I no longer felt anger. Mairead's recovery had moderated the harsh feelings that had arisen in me when I first saw her again. I almost felt pity. Pity that folk could be so eaten up by selfish greed that they lost all sight of humanity. Cillian was incoherent under questioning. Ida was shrill and bitter, unable to understand how she had erred. They brought 1 or 2 witnesses, folk of my acquaintance, who gave accounts of how distracted I had been after my father's death, how distant and odd my manner. We had witnesses too, those who could testify to Ida's refusal to let anyone visit me in that dark time, those who remembered her turning down an offer of a physician's services, those who had known me since I was a child and believed all that had ailed me was grief. In addition, Brendan travelled all the way to Market Cross from his hometown in the west to testify in person as to my sanity. When it was over, and reparations determined at a level likely to see Ida and Cillian lose not only our property, but their own as well, I thanked Colm and the other lawmen, came home with my family, and closed the door on the past. The days grew shorter still. Fianna baked spice cakes, Mairead brewed mulled ale, and we invited Colm and his wife to visit us and admire the baby. Some of Father's friends came too, people who had stepped back while Ida ruled the house. If I did not quite forgive them for once believing her story of my madness, I knew I must make peace with them. When everyone was gone, and a yawning Fianna had retired to bed, Mairead and I sat a while before the fire, she with Eden at the breast, eyes staring into the flames. I no longer had to tell a story to encourage my sister to eat or to tend to her child. She was well now, and if sadness still lingered in her, she did not let it swallow up her love for Eden or her hope for the future. Caitrin? When are you going to start scribing again? We have funds now, plenty to be going on with. You could buy inks, parchment, all the things you need to restock the workroom. I had hardly stepped inside the workroom since I came home. I had not even considered beginning again. But Mairead was right. What Father had left us would not keep us for the rest of our lives. Sooner or later I must seek out new commissions. It would be hard. Few of our former clients had known how large a part I had played in the execution of the fine documents in which we had specialised. They might be reluctant to give me a trial. Still, it wasn't impossible. Colm might be prepared to recommend me locally. If I was not bold enough to seek commissions, I could always go and work for Donal in Stony Ford, performing the relatively simple tasks of copying and letter writing. I could summon little enthusiasm for it. Caitrin? Mairead's gaze was shrewd. It's a sensible suggestion. I will do it. Sometime. Why not now? This is what you love. You used to spend all day over it, so engrossed in the next stroke of the pen that you forgot the rest of the world existed while there was a job to be done. I said nothing. The truth was, the future I had always wanted, the long days of peace and tranquillity, the perfect manuscripts evolving under my hands, the satisfaction of putting my craft into practice and earning a living at it, no longer seemed significant. And yet, I had a life here. I had my sister and my niece. I had a home and resources. I had the opportunity to go back to something resembling the old existence I had so cherished. But it was no longer enough. I see you don't want to tell me, so I'm going to guess, Caitrin. No, don't stop me. You made me talk about my troubles. You love this Anluan of yours, the monster in the garden. Even with the Normans at his gate, you're longing to go back. That household, and one member of it in particular, is more important to you than anything else in the world. Not more important than you and Eden. Don't ever think that. Mairead smiled. Maybe not, but important in a different way. Caitrin, it's written all over you when you speak of him. Why are you so determined to put it behind you? Anluan sent me away. Whatever his reasons were, he meant it to be forever. Of course he wanted you to be somewhere safe when the Normans came, but it seemed to me from the way you told your story that he loves you as deeply as you love him. And he doesn't sound like a man who would care much about the sort of convention that says a chieftain doesn't marry a craftswoman. Why can't you go back when the Normans are gone? Whether he wins or loses, he'll need you. Tears stung my eyes. That was what Gorog said, the morning I left. You're the one Anluan needs most. Maybe that's true. But he won't marry me. Mairead frowned. Did he say why not? It's a bit awkward. I'm your sister, Caitrin. If you don't tell me, who can you tell? Come on now. I looked down at my hands, clasped on my lap. He never said it plainly, only hinted at something amiss. He was concerned for my safety, I know that. But there was... How could I possibly tell her about that vision, the one that had made Anluan smash a mirror with his bare fist? He implied that the palsy affected more than just his arm and leg, Mairead. And Myrna said Anluan would never... She said he would not be able to satisfy me, or any woman, that if I wanted children, I must look elsewhere. My cheeks were flaming. Mairead did not speak for a while, but sat thinking, her arm curled around Eden, who had fallen asleep on the breast. That's very sad, she said eventually. If it's true... Caitrin, does Anluan feel physical desire for you? My cheeks grew hotter still. Yes, I muttered. I told you about the mirror of might have been, the one that showed him images of himself without the disability, riding, wrestling, enjoying the activities of a fit young leader. I didn't mention that one of the images had me in it. This was hard to get out, even to my own sister. Anluan and me, together, doing what husbands and wives do. It was quite clear that he felt desire, Mairead, perfectly clear. And the mirror showed what might have been, what he could have done if he had not been stricken by the palsy. Caitrin, there are other ways a man can satisfy a woman, you know, without performing the act of love itself, using his mouth, his hands. But I don't think Anluan would be incapable. I know he can manifest the physical symptoms of desire. Oh? Mairead was smiling now. I had not thought this could become any more embarrassing, but I was wrong. I don't mean that he and I... There was only one time we were close enough to tell, but it was plain enough that he wanted me. So the palsy may have weakened his right arm and leg and altered his face, but it hasn't had the same effect on his manhood. He has the equipment he needs, and it seems to be in working order. Mairead's voice was gentle. She understood me all too well. I nodded. He doesn't seem to believe he can do it, I said. Myrna implied the same. If you want a real man, Caitrin, don't look here. That was what she said. Does that woman love Anluan or hate him? I could only grimace. I had no answer for that. "Let's take this one step at a time," Mairead said. "If he wanted you back, but you could never have children with him, would you go?" "Yes," I said without hesitation. "But it's not simple, is it? I'd marry him even if I knew we would be childless. I'd live with him even if we couldn't marry. But I do want children of my own, Mairead. I want his children. The absence of them would be hard to set aside. In that, perhaps a little of the family curse would linger on. He would always feel that he had failed me. That's the kind of man he is. I would always feel that there was something missing from my life." "It's a pity you didn't fall in love with Magnus instead," my sister said dryly. "He sounds the kind of man who would father as many little gologler as you wanted and look after you as well as any woman might need. Not to speak of cooking supper every night," I said, managing a smile. "Mairead, how could Anluan know whether he was able to father children or not? He's hardly been off the hill since he was 7 years old." "A man only knows something like that if he's tried over a long time and failed," Mairead said. "Perhaps it's all in Anluan's mind. When would he have had the opportunity to lie with a woman?" I considered what I knew of Anluan's past. Magnus nursing him back to health after the palsy when Anluan was 13 years old. The isolation of the household, the reluctance to leave the hill, the difficulty in getting folk to help. "He wouldn't have had much opportunity at all," I said. "I suppose there would have been serving girls up there for short periods, or Magnus might have arranged—" This was so far beyond what I knew, I could hardly begin to imagine how it might have been. "You know," Mairead said, "for a boy with his past and his disability, it might only take one bad experience to convince him that he was a complete failure. He does sound unduly prone to despair. Could it be only that, do you think?" We considered that a while, and I thought how impossible it would be, even if I did someday manage to return to Whistling Tor, to broach such a subject with Anluan. "A boy might feel pretty awkward making love," said my sister, "if he had limited use of an arm and a leg. If it was his first time and he was unsure of himself and the woman didn't understand his difficulty, it's easy to see how it might go wrong. With the right woman, one who could help him a bit, that same man might find the experience quite different. As for children, they don't come along if folk don't try to make them." After a moment I said, "I've never lain with a man in my life." My heart was thudding. "He loves you," said Mairead. "You love him. Who else will he manage this with, if not you?" Chapter 13. It was the first time I had seriously considered that I might return to Whistling Tor in defiance of Anluan's decree of banishment. The idea sat uneasily with me, though my heart would have winged there like a homing swallow if it could. It was easy enough for Mairead to say these things. She could not understand the layers of history that sat so heavily over the place. Beside Nectan's dark legacy, the question of whether Anluan had been unmanned by the palsy or was merely beset by self-doubt dwindled into insignificance. Unable to make a decision, I distracted myself by obtaining a fresh supply of materials for the workroom. Not a great quantity, just sufficient to produce some samples that might be shown to potential customers. I could see that Mairead was pleased, though she made no comment. I set out parchment, quills and ink on the familiar table. I would make 3 samples and I'd keep them simple. Time enough for embellishments, complicated scripts, gold leaf and rare inks once I'd established myself. First would be a passage of poetry rendered in minuscule, the kind of piece a noblewoman would appreciate as a courting gift. I began to score up the page, using the plummet and straight edge from my writing box. The empty desk beside me was eloquent. I found myself glancing across as if to check how Father was progressing with his own work. I recalled the gleam of his bald head under the light from the window, his habit of sucking in his bottom lip when particularly engrossed, his neat, square-tipped fingers placed precisely so, holding the parchment steady. I had never said goodbye, not properly. On the day of his death I had been disbelieving, unable to accept that he was gone. At the burial rite I had been numb. I set down the plummet and moved to kneel on the flagstone floor, in the place where he had fallen. In this precise spot I had cradled him in my arms, begging death to change its mind, willing time to turn backwards. Here I had uttered the full-throated sobs of an abandoned child. "Father," I said now, "you have a beautiful new granddaughter. Mairead and I are together again, and the house is cleansed. We're making it a good place, as it was before. I hope you're watching over us, you and Mother and Shay. That's what Mairead believes. Father, I haven't done very well since we lost you. I haven't always been as brave as I wanted to be, but I'm trying. I want to make you proud of me. I want to use everything you taught me." I knelt a while, and it seemed to me that beyond the window the sky grew a little brighter. The chamber was as quiet as a sleeping babe. "Goodbye, Father," I whispered. Then I got up and went back to work. I completed the poem, finishing it with a border of vines. The piece looked pleasing, if unadventurous. My eyes needed a rest. The next piece I planned, a legal document rendered in a common hand, must wait until the afternoon. A shriek from somewhere in the house. Something fell with a crash. I ran out into the passageway and almost bumped into Mairead, who was hastening towards our bedchamber. We reached the doorway together. Inside stood Fionnit, linen pale, with a shattered jug at her feet and water pooling. She was staring at the shelf before her as if it housed a demon. "That mirror!" she gasped. "There are things in it, things moving." I had forgotten to put the mirror away. "It's all right," I murmured, stepping across the debris to remove the artefact, while Mairead went about reassuring the frightened girl. As I picked up the mirror, something dark and shadowy shifted within it. A chamber, the moon through a tall window, a face. "Caitrin?" Mairead's voice was a murmur. "What is it? What did she see?" And when the silence drew out, "Caitrin, are you all right?" I stood frozen, the mirror clutched in my hands. There was Anluan in his chamber at Whistling Tor, lying on the pallet as still as death. His eyes were closed, his chest showed no rise and fall, his skin was a sickly grey. There was I, my face a mask of anguish, cradling him in my arms. "No," I breathed. "No," I screamed. "What is it, Caitrin? What can you see? Caitrin, speak to me." "He can't be dead. He can't be." My sister was peering over my shoulder at the polished metal. "Is that Anluan?" she asked. "Oh, God." Caitrin in the mirror laid her hand against Anluan's cheek. She bent to kiss his pallid brow. Just for a moment before the image faded, I saw a figure in the doorway of Anluan's chamber. A slight, neat person in a demure gown and veil, her lustrous eyes fixed on the grieving woman, the motionless man. Her features showed not a trace of emotion. "I must go to him," I said. "Now, straight away. Something's terribly wrong. Not this, since I was in the vision with him, but something. It's a warning. I need to be there, Mairead." I knew that whether or not Anluan could ever love me as a husband loves his wife, and whether or not I could ever bear his children, I was bound to him as tree is to earth or stars to sky, bound in a love that would transcend all obstacles. I must go. I would go. Nothing in the world was going to stop me. I left next morning, my sister having prevailed upon me to wait while she arranged a ride with a reputable carter, and to get a good night's sleep before I started off. We had talked things through after supper, more openly than before. For all my need to be on the road and heading towards Whistling Tor as quickly as possible, I'd felt torn. "I hate leaving you on your own," I'd said. "It seems too soon." "I'll be fine." Mairead's calm manner had reassured me. "I'm hardly on my own, with Fionnit and Podrick in the house, not to speak of Eden. Caitrin, I wasn't here when you needed me after Father died. I was so desperate to get away, I didn't think about what it would mean for you. I owe you the opportunity to do this. Don't feel any guilt about leaving us. But please, do send me a message if you can. I'll worry about you, Caitrin. I hope Anluan is all right. I hope you get there in time. Thank God for my sister's readiness to accept even the strangest parts of my story, I thought, as the cart rumbled along the road towards Stony Ford, where I would change conveyances for the westward part of the journey. I'd given her a full description of my visions in the obsidian mirror, and told her the dark details of the host's past activities, including Mella's death. I'd even shown her 1 or 2 pages of Anluan's notebook. She had asked many questions. The curious mixture of folk making up Anluan's inner circle clearly intrigued her. I wished she could have come with me. As my various rides took me slowly, oh so painfully slowly towards Whistling Tor, I considered what might await me there, and prayed that I would find Anluan alive and well. The mirror came with me. I looked often into its dimly shining surface to meet my own worried eyes gazing back. The weather was bleak. We travelled on under lowering skies, down tracks treacherous with mud, across flat lands where the wind whistled keenly, sharp and salty as we neared the western sea. The further we went, the less ready carters were to linger. When each reached his destination, he dropped off his load, left me at the nearest inn, then headed straight back. The inns were full of talk, and it set a new fear in me. A force of Norman soldiers had been spotted heading west. Rumour had it that they'd been sent to seize the territory of a local chieftain and establish one of their own in his place. Nobody was quite sure where this was happening, but they thought it was near the holding of a chieftain named Brian. I asked how many soldiers, and was told too many for any Irish lord to prevail over. I asked how long ago they had passed, and was told 10 days or more. Nobody had heard of Stephen de Courcy, but they had no other name to offer in its place. As the men-at-arms had gone by on their fine war horses, with their chain-link garments and their carts loaded with supplies, folk had withdrawn silently into their houses and barred the doors. Near the territory of Silver Lake, we saw something lying across the road ahead. The man who was transporting me, along with 3 protesting pigs, drew his cart to a halt.
"I don't much like the look of that," he muttered. "Couple of fellows off to the side there in the bushes. Could be anyone."
His hand went to his belt, where a worn leather sheath held some kind of weapon. There would be no turning around silently and retreating unobserved, not with pigs on board.
"Halt!"
someone called out, and a man stepped onto the track beside the barrier. Peering through the rain that had accompanied us for some time now, I saw that the obstacle was a solid length of wood, the trunk of a small tree that had perhaps been brought down by a storm, then dragged across to bar the way. The man wore woolen breeches and tunic, both garments saturated. He did not look dangerous.
"Where are you headed?" "Three Trees Farm,"
said the carter, both hands back on the reins. The fellow on the road was a Connacht man.
5 miles down this track. But how I'm to get the cart around that thing, I don't know. What's the trouble?"
"Who's your passenger?" There were 2 men on the track now, both of them giving me the once-over. My clothing and my general demeanour must have made it plain I was no carter's wife. "I have friends at Whistling Tor, near Whiteshore," I said. "I'm going to visit them, and I'm in a hurry. Someone may be gravely ill." Let that not be true.
"Whistling Tor? Isn't that the place?"
one said to the other.
"You'd best go no further," said the second man. "There's a fight brewing. Anyone on these roads is asking for trouble. You should take this young lady back to the last inn, and the pigs with her. That's my advice."
The carter stared at him, and so did I, wondering if I could ask whose pay he was in, for it was obvious the barrier had been placed across the way, rather than falling there in an entirely convenient manner. The carter spoke before I could frame a question.
"Don't know a lot about pigs, do you? What do you expect me to do? Ask the innkeeper to put them up for the night in his best bedroom, with a pint of ale apiece thrown in? Move that thing for us, will you? If I don't get them to 3 Trees soon, I won't be home before nightfall." "The lady heading to 3 Trees as well?"
"I told you," I said. "I'm going to Whistling Tor. This man is taking me as far as 3 Trees. Then I'll get another lift. Will you do as he asks and let us through, please? We have to get on."
"You won't get to Whistling Tor," said the second man. "There's an army of Normans camped all around the place, waiting to starve the local chieftain out. You wouldn't even want to go near. Apart from Normans on the road, there are things about."
"Things?" I queried, my heart cold with the thought that I might be too late. How could I reach Anluan in the middle of a siege? How could I change the future if I couldn't even let him know I was here?
"Strange things, things that shouldn't rightly exist. A horse, all bones, a dog as big as an ox, shadows and voices. You wouldn't want to go any further than 3 trees."
It seemed they'd decided to let us through. The carter got down to help the 2 men shift the log. When they had eased it far enough to let us slip by on the hard-packed earth of the road, I asked, "Who arranged for you to be here? One of the local chieftains?"
"You're foolish if you expect an answer like that," said the first man. "Be glad we were here, or you'd have driven straight into trouble. Take my advice, lass, and go back where you came from as soon as this fellow's dropped off his swine."
Seeing my expression, he added,
"Maybe your friend got out before the Normans laid siege to the place."
His tone did not inspire confidence. We drove on to 3 Trees Farm, which lay within the border of Silver Lake, southeast of Whistling Tor. In this region, Maenach had once been chieftain, Maenach whom Necton had viewed as a bitter enemy. Pigs unloaded, the farmer offered us mead and oatcakes and a chance to warm ourselves before his fire. It was plain that the carter intended to start straight back as soon as the simple meal was over. "I'm not going with you," I told him. "I must get to Whistling Tor as soon as possible. If there's nobody who can take me, I'll walk." The farmer, his wife and the carter all turned their heads to the half-open door, beyond which the rain was falling steadily.
"You're crazy,"
the farmer said.
"We could give you a bed for the night."
His wife sounded dubious.
"But you won't find anyone to take you to Whistling Tor today, tomorrow, or any time soon.
It's not just the Normans. Nobody goes to that place. You know what they say about it. That the chieftain is a misshapen good-for-nothing and that the hill is swarming with monsters and giant dogs," I said, fighting to stay calm. "Yes, I know that. I lived at Whistling Tor all summer. I must get there. Isn't anyone using the roads?" They looked at each other, and I thought there was something they were not saying or had been forbidden to say. "What? What is it?"
"Nothing," said the farmer.
"We know nothing, except that if you head for Whistling Tor, you take your life in your hands. Fair warning. You're not really planning to walk all the way."
"I have no choice. How long do you think it will take me?" If they believed me out of my wits, it did not stop them from offering help, and I blessed them for that. I set out from the farm with a thick felt cloak on top of my damp clothing. They gave me a strip of leather to tie around my writing box so I could sling it over my shoulder along with my pack, leaving my hands free. They gave me a walking stick and a packet of food. Best gift of all was a crude map of the path I must take, with landmarks scrawled in charcoal on a piece of birch bark. I sheltered it under my cloak against the rain. The farmer advised me to stop at one of the farms along the way and go on in the morning, since I had no chance of reaching Whistling Tor by nightfall. The moon would be near full, but with heavy cloud covering the sky it would not light my path. I did not say that I had no intention of stopping before I reached my destination. Never mind if night fell, never mind if there was no moonlight. Somehow I would find the way. Anluan. His name was a talisman against the dark, against fear, against giving up. Anluan, I'm nearly home. Wait for me. I walked through the afternoon and into the dusk. I walked on the road, and when I heard a body of horsemen approaching in the fading light, down beside it, under the cover of trees. I could not see the riders well, but as they passed I heard the jingle of metal and voices speaking a tongue unfamiliar to me. Reinforcements for the besieging army, perhaps. How could Anluan prevail against so many? I set my jaw and walked on. It grew dark. I followed the paler ribbon of the earth road. On either side, in the gloom, there might have been anything. Sudden, steep rises, abrupt, perilous drops, cattle, sheep, monsters. Old stories swirled in my mind, full of the menace of what lurked in the shadows beyond the light of hearth fires. I kept on walking. I would get there in time. I must get there in time. Why would the mirror show me what it had chosen to show, if only to draw me back to Whistling Tor after Anluan was dead? When my feet ached and my back hurt, when the layers of damp clothing and the chill night air had begun to leach away my courage, when I could no longer pretend that I need not rest, I sank down in the shelter of a crumbling stone wall. The moment I stopped moving, my knees began to shake. My head was dizzy. My fingers were so cramped I struggled to unfasten my bag. The clouds had thinned, and there was a suggestion of moonlight. I ate some bread and cheese from the package I'd been given and drank some water from my flask. It was too dark to tell if I was on the right track. It was too dark to reach my birch bark map. I packed the remains of the food into the bag, my hands touching the edge of the mirror as I did so. Now would be a good time to show me something useful, I muttered. A lamp, for instance, or a candle, something to light my way. But I did not draw it out. The last vision was strong in my mind. Anluan's grey face, his limp form, my bending, sorrowful figure holding him, and Myrna standing in the doorway with that odd, impassive look on her face. That look made my skin crawl. It was as if she had no understanding of right or wrong. In a moment of insight it came to me. Aisling in the obsidian mirror, watching as Nectin performed his acts of torture. Aisling, who had learned so much from the man who had taken her under his wing, to help him in his work, to keep meticulous records, to gather and prepare the materials for ritual magic, to set aside the suffering of human and animal if that suffering could provide vital knowledge. Aisling, whose face I had never seen, for those visions had shown her hands scrubbing, her form bending over the table, her fall of wheaten hair, but never the features that no doubt had gazed on her patron with nothing but admiration as he had taught her how to set aside her conscience. My heart raced. Could it be? Could Aisling have come back after death to join the host that she and Nectin had unleashed with their flawed experiment? After that fateful All Hallows, the girl had vanished completely from Nectin's writings. I could not remember a single reference to her after the description of their preparations, the herbs, the wreath, the white gown, the incantation. Where had she gone? Had she perhaps thought better of the path down which Nectin was leading her and moved away from Whistling Tor? Or did she linger still? Myrna. Oh God! Myrna, who was as devoted to Anluan as Aisling had been to Nectin. Myrna, who had been companion to each chieftain in turn. Images teased at me. Myrna adjusting cups on a shelf so they were perfectly aligned. Aisling clearing away the debris of torture. Fastidious, detached. Myrna's veil covering every strand of her hair. If she removed that covering, would a cascade of golden locks tumble over her shoulder and down her back? Aisling and Myrna, it could be. And if it was, that meant Myrna had a talent nobody at Whistling Tor knew about. She could read. The moon made a gradual appearance, revealing a landscape in many shades of grey, the path winding on, stony hillsides to either side, pale forms that might have been rocks or sheep. I must go on. The new blisters stinging my feet must wait for attention until I reached Whistling Tor. Anluan needed me. He might even now be lying sick, wounded, despairing. And if my suspicion about Myrna was right, I didn't want her anywhere near him. I came down a small hill and saw in the distance a bigger rise, dark on dark, with what might perhaps be a high wall at the top. Nearly there. And now here was a side road. I took out my map and squinted at it in the moonlight. Yes, there was a grove of oaks nearby, and a single tall pine to the north. I must get off the main track here and go by this lesser way, still wide enough to accommodate a cart or a troop of mounted men-at-arms, but not well travelled. It was the way I had first come here, when I had been running so hard from my demons that I had ventured where no person in her right mind would go. When I reached the marker stone, I would be following in my own footsteps. Before I got close, the mist began to rise. In shreds and ribbons, in twisting tendrils that wrapped themselves around me as I passed, it crept up to obscure the way, turning a moonlit track into a deceptive tapestry of shifting patterns. Curse this place. Even the elements conspired to keep folk out. The memory of that day in the library returned, the blinding clouds of smoke, the panic, the struggle for breath. I willed it away. If I stayed on the edge of the track, I could keep going, finding my way step by step. Time passed. My progress was painfully slow. I held to the side where the marker stone for Whistling Tor had been, and prayed that I had not gone past it unknowing. Sounds came to me through the curtains of mist, the call of an owl, something creaking, a shiver in the undergrowth as a small creature passed nearby. And then, not so very far off, I heard men's voices, foreign voices, and a sliding metallic noise, perhaps a weapon being stealthily drawn. Somewhere ahead of me, I could see a glow, as of a cooking fire. I took 2 steps forward and blundered into the marker stone, cursing as I bruised my knees. A moment later, someone shouted what was unmistakably a challenge, and there came the sound of booted feet approaching. Nowhere to hide, only the mist to conceal me. If I fled blindly off the path, I would soon come to grief. If I stood here, I'd be taken by the Normans. I slid the bag off my back, ripped open the fastening, grabbed the mirror. Help me! Help me now! I stared into the polished surface, seeking I knew not what. Quick! Within the metal, something stirred. Before I could see what it was, a tall form loomed up, a man clad in the garment of woven metal rings that was the Norman form of armour, with a helm on his head and a spear held ready to thrust. He shouted something, and 2 more warriors appeared through the mist behind him. I stood there immobile, writing box on my back, mirror in my hand, staring at them. Tossing his spear to one of the others, the first man stepped up and grabbed my arm, hard enough to bruise me. The mirror fell to the ground. Bile rose in my throat, my heart knocked in terror. I would not scream. The more attention I drew, the harder it would be to get away. The 3 of them were having a conversation, the gist of which was clear.
"It's only a woman."
"Shall we let her go her own way?"
"No, take her down there."
This couldn't happen. It mustn't happen. Find out that I was connected to Anluan, and these Normans could use me to force his capitulation. Let them do that, and I'd be making a mockery of his sacrifice in sending me away. I'd be the one responsible for his downfall.
"Let me go,"
I said sharply, trying to seize the initiative.
"You can't do this. Release me now."
The fellow responded by tightening his grip on me. One of the others had a look in his eye that made my stomach clench with unease. They might take me to their leader and interrogate me, or they might decide they'd like a little quick entertainment with no questions asked. The mist would provide perfect concealment.
"Let go of me,"
I snarled, pulling against my captor's hold, and one of the others cuffed me across the mouth, hard enough to rattle the teeth in my jaw. He hurled a comment at me, and they began to drag me off the road. Through the thickening vapour I caught glimpses of tents and tethered horses, neat stacks of bags that might hold supplies, poles stuck into the ground that might be for flags or pennants. Faint glows here and there suggested there was more than one fire. This was an encampment of many warriors, a substantial besieging force. Whether it encircled the Tor fully, there was no telling. At the very least, I suspected there would be guards posted at strategic points all the way around, preventing Anluan's forces from breaking out. We were heading for a larger tent, more of a pavilion, within which a light still burned. One of the men went ahead, stepping up to the bigger tent, calling out to someone within.
A spy in the camp. Will you question her?"
4 more strides and I'd be inside the place, completely at their mercy. I had to do something. I sank my teeth into my captor's hand. He cursed, his grip slackening momentarily, and he turned to bolt into the mist and out of sight. One of the others reached to grab me, and then there came a strange sound, a clattering, a rattling, an eldritch whinnying. The men froze, their faces paling as the sound became a shape, and out of the obscuring curtain came a tall horse, a creature all bones, its lips stretched in a hideous grin, and on its back a red-eyed rider in a monk's robe, his head a skull, his smile fearsome as death itself. My companions scattered in all directions as horse and rider came up beside me and halted. I balanced my writing box with one hand and reached up with the other. Ecri bent, hooked an arm around me, and lifted me to the saddle before him as if I were no heavier than a child. We backed up a little.
"Hold tight, Caitrin,"
the monk said, and wrapped his bony arm around me. The skeleton horse bunched itself up, then launched itself in a mighty leap. I screwed my eyes shut. I did not dare to look until I felt the uncanny steed come to ground. We were on the other side of the Norman lines. The horse raced ahead along the path and up the hill into the forest.
"Did they harm you?"
Ecri asked. Slowly, my heart returned to its usual rhythm. "A bruise or two, that's all," I said. "How did you know to come?"
"We saw you in the mirror. All right, not going too fast for you?"
It was like racing on a pile of sticks, precarious and uncomfortable. Never mind that. I was safe. I was home. Now I must ask the question. "Ecri, is Anluan still alive?"
"Alive? Very much so. You've come back right in the middle of things. We have a surprise for the poxy grey shirts in the morning. At first light we'll be down on them with everything we have. My old friend Rian made the battle plan, and a good one it seems to be, though the fellow won't admit as much until it's all over and the Normans are gone from Anluan's land."
Holy St. Patrick! I had arrived on the very day of the battle. "He'll be angry," I said. "Anluan, he didn't want me here, but—" I was becoming aware that we were no longer alone. As the horse made its way up the hill path in a shivering dance of bones, figures were appearing from under the trees, men, women and children, watching us pass. I saw the look in their eyes, proud, vindicated, full of hope and excitement, and I heard their shadowy voices. "She's back. The lady's back. It's her. Come home again."
"Angry?" Ecri queried. "If he's angry, I'll eat my sandals. Of course you didn't see him when I told him you were down at the foot of the hill. He would have rushed off to fetch you himself, straight through the Norman camp, if Rian hadn't made him see sense."
"Oh." As we clattered into the courtyard, followed by a whispering crowd of spectral folk, my heart soared.
"Been a few changes since you left,"
Ecri said, as his formidable mount halted. The monk swung down, then reached to lift me to the ground. A few changes. That was somewhat of an understatement. There were people everywhere, not just the fighting men of the host, but men from the settlement, ordinary men who were working alongside the uncanny inhabitants of Whistling Tor. There was Cahir, still in his bloody shirt, looking my way in wonder as he helped a young fellow, perhaps a farmhand, to string a bow. There were Ecri's clerical colleagues, going in and out of the east tower, where the chapel was, with piles of folded cloths, basins and bottles. The chapel had become an infirmary. They anticipated casualties of war. There was Thomas's wife, Orna, crossing the courtyard with a ghostly woman by her side. The moon illuminated this nocturnal activity. A single torch burned outside the main entry to the house. Despite the unusually large number of folk about, there was a hush over the place. "I can hardly believe this," I said, looking one way then another. "To get them all working together, to break down so many barriers. How has he done it, Ecri?"
"Cooperation, planning, sheer persistence. We've all helped him. He sent Magnus to talk to Brion straight away, soon after you left. It turned out the local chieftains were far more worried about the Norman threat than they were about the host. Everyone had come to believe Anluan had no will to lead. When opinions were sought, they'd become used to leaving him out. Once they learned things had changed, we worked on persuading them that the host was under control now."
The host did seem to be under control. The quiet cooperation I saw between living villagers and spectral folk made my spine tingle. "Is it true?" I asked. "Does he really have control even beyond the hill? What about the frenzy?"
"We've been working on that," Ekri said. "Rian's taught them ways to keep strong, so has Magnus. Of course it hasn't been fully tested."
My heart sank. At dawn they would head out to confront the Norman army. The risk did not bear thinking about. "Where is Anluan?" I asked. It was the only thing that mattered right now.
"In his own quarters. He's waiting for you there. Caitrin, you won't have a lot of time alone. We attack before dawn. Anluan's got work to do, and he needs rest too. He'll carry a heavy burden once the host leaves the hill."
Perhaps I looked surprised, for Ekri added,
"Rian's plan has half of the host moving down beyond the boundary to manifest within the Norman lines. Anluan must go down there with him. If the frenzy comes upon our fighting forces, he's the only one who can hold them together. Don't look like that, Caitrin. You have a little time. Gorog's on guard. He'll make sure nobody interrupts you."
As we walked towards the South Tower and Anluan's private quarters, my mind was full of the dark vision. Anluan lying on his pallet, I grieving, and Myrna. What if I walked in that door and Anluan was stretched out, stone dead? "Where is Myrna?" I asked.
"She'll be here somewhere. We haven't seen so much of her since the folk from the settlement came up the hill, when we knew the Normans were on the way. I've spotted her once or twice up in the North Tower or in Iriel's garden, and she's been in the library. Doesn't come to meals anymore since the household suddenly expanded, and Magnus isn't here."
I looked at Ekri, astonished. Surely the loyal Magnus would not desert Anluan at such a time of crisis. What happened?
"All part of the plan. Anluan can tell you. If this goes as expected, we'll be seeing Magnus again in the morning. That woman Orna has been doing the cooking with a whole bevy of assistants. Ulcon's looking after the farm."
We were nearly at the tower.
"Ah, look at that,"
Ekri said, as a small form hurtled towards me. I knelt and caught her, feeling her ice-cold arms around my neck. I stroked her wispy white hair. She was clinging, crying. "I'm back now," I murmured. "It's all right. But I have to talk to Anluan. You wait here with Gorog. I'll see you soon." I rose to my feet and met the eyes of the man who had saved me from the fire, the man who had called me Anluan's dearest treasure. He stood in guard position outside the door to the South Tower, spear in hand.
"I kept my word,"
Gorog said.
"I kept him safe for you."
"And I kept mine. I'm home." Gorog was a man of few words.
"You'd best go in then,"
he said.
"Not so long until first light."
After a moment he added,
"Found your sister, did you?"
It seemed typical that he would remember such a thing. He was the kind of man who would never put himself first. "I did, and she's—" The door of the South Tower opened, and there stood Anluan, hair a river of flame across his shoulders, one hand against the doorframe, the other holding a lantern whose warm glow spilled forth, making a path for my weary feet, lighting the way home. Anluan's face was white as winter, but his smile was all summer. The rest of the world disappeared. He reached out his hand. I took it and was drawn inside. Anluan set the lantern down and closed the door behind us, sliding the bolt across. Then we were in each other's arms, words tumbling out of us, none of it making much sense, for there was a tide rising that swept away all reason. I had not thought that I might be putting my sister's words of advice into practice so soon, but all of a sudden it seemed to me that I should perhaps be trying to recall them.
"You need rest, refreshment," muttered Anluan, releasing me and stepping back. "You're hurt. Your feet—"
"It's nothing." I sat down and discarded the boots, wincing. "But my clothes are wet, and I lost my bag when Ekri came to fetch me. Thank God I kept Anluan's book in the pouch at my belt. Can you give me something to wear? We have so little time. I don't want to go out and ask." Anluan said nothing at all. He moved to take a garment from the untidy heap that lay atop his storage chest, but did not give it to me. Instead, he stood with it in his hands, 3 paces away from where I sat on the edge of the bed. I can do this, I told myself. I love him. He loves me. He wants me. I can do it. Then I stood up and one by one removed each article of clothing. I kept my eyes on his, watching him watch, seeing the changes in his face as cloak, shawl, bodice, skirt, stockings fell each in its turn to the floor. I knew my cheeks were red as ripe apples, but I cared nothing for that. All that mattered was the look on Anluan's face and the throbbing excitement building in my body. I slipped my fine lawn shift over my head, dropped it slowly. I stood facing him, clothed only in the fall of my hair. "It's not exactly warm in here," I said. "Ekri told me you need rest before the morning. Will you lie down with me a while?" Anluan had not moved.
"Caitrin,"
he said, then cleared his throat.
"Caitrin, I will disappoint you. I can't—"
"You couldn't disappoint me," I said, pulling back the blanket and lying down on the bed as my heart performed a wild dance of terrified excitement. "Don't even think of that. If rest is what you need, then rest beside me and keep me warm. I've missed you more than I can put into words, Anluan. I want to hold you close." And then we stopped talking, and I helped Anluan to take off his own clothing so we could lie skin to skin, and very soon the 2 of us warmed each other very well, but we did not rest. Mairead's wise words were in the back of my mind somewhere, helping me as my hands showed his where to touch, as my mouth grew bolder and his followed the example. I made my body accommodate his, finding ways to move and hold, to slide and twine within the boundaries of what his weaker limbs could do. Once or twice it was awkward, a little, but not so awkward that it made him draw back, fearful of failure. We had already moved past that point, and when at last our bodies came together, it was like the vision in the mirror of might have been, lovely, powerful, overwhelming, a giving and receiving, a meeting and parting, a congress that was both desperate and tender, until a wave of sensation crashed over us and left us drained and spent, hearts hammering, bodies entwined. It was some time before either of us spoke. I lay tucked against his side, his arm around me, my head against his shoulder. My body touched his in 100, 1,000 points of skin against skin. I felt each one of them. I never wanted to move from this spot.
"By all the saints,"
murmured Anluan. There was a note of utter wonder in his voice.
"I feel as if I could do anything. Anything."
"You can," I said. "I always knew that." I did not ask him why he had believed this was a thing he could not do. If he wanted to tell me, in time he would.
"Caitrin." "Will you stay this time? Stay and be my wife?"
For a moment my heart was too full to let me speak. "I'd be honoured," I whispered. "I never want to leave you again." And it came to me that this had not in fact been like the vision in the mirror, where Anluan had seen a perfect version of himself making love to me. That had been a fantasy, an embodiment of what could not be. This had been real, real in its flaws and uncertainties, real in its small triumphs, real in its compromises and understanding. "Anluan, will you forgive me for what I said to you the night we quarrelled? I didn't mean it. It hurt so much that you didn't want me. I think a sort of madness must have come over me."
"Shh,"
he said, touching his fingers to my lips.
"There's no need to speak of that. Besides, I was as cruel as you. I banished you in the unkindest way possible. If I had allowed myself to soften, I could not have spoken the words. I feared for your safety."
His cheeks flushed.
"That was not the only reason. I suppose you know that I have just surprised myself somewhat. Caitrin, I longed to keep you by my side. I longed to have you in my bed, but I did not believe I could ever be adequate.
I have little experience in these matters, I said, blushing in my turn. But it seemed to me you were a great deal more than adequate, Anluan. I read your little book over and over. When I left here, I thought you didn't love me, not as I loved you. The book told me how wrong I was.
How could you not know?
His voice was full of wonderment.
You changed me utterly. You were like a bright, wonderful bloom in a garden full of weeds. Like a graceful capital on a page of plain script, a letter decorated with the deepest, finest colours in all Erin. Like a flame, Caitrin. Like a song.
I held these words to me as we lay there together, at rest but not asleep. Beyond the closed door of the south tower, the full moon crossed the sky, and the night wore on towards dawn. So little time, and then he must march out to a battle so uneven, so unpredictable, that the thought of it made my heart clench tight with fear. I said nothing of this. Anluan's newfound belief in himself might be his best weapon. Inevitably, there came a tap on the door.
My lord?
Gorog's voice.
There's food and drink here. Orna brought it over. Rian said I should wake you. You need something before you march out.
Anluan sighed.
Thank you, Gorog,
he called. I'm hungry, I said, realising it was rather a long time since that uncomfortable meal eaten by the roadside. I'll fetch it, shall I?
Not like that.
Anluan regarded me from the bed as I wriggled out to stand stark naked in the centre of the room.
Put the shirt on at least. Even so, you'll shock that devoted guard of yours. He's done a fine job, Caitrin. Rewarded your trust 100-fold. I've asked him to stay with you when we go down the hill today.
At the door I took the tray from Gorog. There was a smile on his blunt features. Orna had assembled a tasty meal for two, some kind of cold roast meat, slabs of dark bread, eggs cooked with herbs. A little jug held ale. It seemed to me that the whole household must be awake, and doubtless the whole household had worked out what Anluan and I were doing alone together in his chamber. But I did not really care. The tour was full of hope tonight. Hearts were high. I had found the treasure I had believed lost forever, and a little embarrassment was neither here nor there. I poured 2 cups of ale, then passed one to Anluan, who was sitting up on the bed with a blanket across his lap. I was cold in the borrowed shirt. I moved to the storage chest, rummaging through the heap of garments for a tunic or cloak. Later I would see if any of the clothing I had left was still in the house. A sound from behind me, like a faint cough or clearing of the throat, then a thud as something fell to the floor. I turned. Anluan had dropped the cup. He had both hands at his throat, and his face was grey. "What?" I was by his side, my heart pounding. "What is it? What's wrong?" He tried to speak, but he couldn't seem to catch his breath. He gestured frantically, trying to convey some message to me, but I could not understand what he meant. As I reached to support him, he fell back onto the bed, his eyes rolling up. "Gorog!" I screamed. Oh God, it was true. It had happened after all. I had asked too much of him, drained his energy. There had been something wrong that he hadn't told me, some illness. Gorog burst in, uttered an oath, then strode back outside to yell for help. As I fought for calm, laying a hand on Anluan's chest to feel if his heart was still beating, putting my fingers to his neck in the place where the blood pulsed, the chamber filled up with people. Ulkan, Ekri, Orna and Thomas. And just after them, Rian, who took one look and said, "Dear God, it's Iriel all over again." "What?" I began, outraged that anyone would believe Anluan, beloved Anluan who had held me and lain with me and made magic with me, might want to kill himself. Then I realised what he meant. The cup, the sudden collapse, the blue-grey pallor, the loss of speech, the laboured breathing. "He's been poisoned," I said. "The ale, that was all he took. Who prepared this tray?" "Do something! Save him! Now! Now!" screamed my inner voice, edging me closer to complete panic.
"Shannock prepared the food,"
Orna said. She kept glancing sideways, as if the close presence of uncanny folk still made her nervous.
"Thomas got the ale for us and I brought the tray across to Gorrog. I was halfway back to the house when I heard you scream. It's the same food and drink all of us had for supper, and nobody else is sick."
A silence, though everyone was busy. Ulcon supporting Anluan, Echri at the door giving terse instructions to Gorrog, Orna dabbing a damp cloth to the stricken man's brow. Anluan's breathing was shallow and uneven. His skin was a corpse's, all shadows.
"Did anyone else come into the kitchen when Shannock was preparing the food?"
"Who else would be there in the middle of the night?"
Orna frowned.
"Oh, that strange creature did come by, the girl in the veil. Slipped in and out in that way she has. Gives me the creeps. She was only there for a moment."
A moment was long enough to put a drop of poison in a jug, long enough to kill a man.
"There must be an antidote. We just have to work out what the poison is. Who knows about herbs?"
"Only Magnus," Rian said, "and he is not here. Besides, if it's the same thing that killed Iriel, we never found out what it was. Nobody knew."
I wanted to scream, to rend my garments and wail like a madwoman. I summoned the same chill purpose that had helped me once before, when I had walked into the house to confront Ida and Killian.
"Someone does know," I said. "Find Myrna. Bring her here right now. This is her doing."
Aisling was expert in herb lore. Aisling knew all about potions. She loved Anluan, but perhaps she hated him too. Hated him for loving me. Hated him for changing everything on the hill. Maybe she hadn't cared which of us drank first.
"Hurry,"
I said, but Rian was already gone.
"Caitrin,"
Echri spoke quietly.
"If it's the same thing Iriel took, we don't have very long. An hour, maybe. We can't wait for Myrna, even if you're right."
I heard in his voice that he could not believe Myrna would turn on the object of her lifelong devotion.
"We must do something now, or we'll lose him while they're still trying to find her."
"Iriel," I said, as a new idea came to me. If Myrna was prepared to kill her beloved Anluan out of jealousy, might she not have done the same thing to Iriel, to whom it seemed she had been as devoted a companion? Iriel would have known the antidote. He wrote notes on everything he discovered. He'll have recorded every plant that grew on the tor, I'm sure of it. It will be in one of those little books. He'll have written down the symptoms, every detail. We need to find the poison first, and he should have noted the antidote underneath. An hour, a little less than an hour, and I was the only one in the house who could read, apart from her. If there had been a better scholar among them, perhaps Iriel could have been saved. I took Anluan's limp hand and brought it to my lips. He seemed already gone, but I had felt the blood still moving in his veins, weakly. I had felt the halting heartbeat. To release his hand and walk away was a little death.
"I'm going to the library,"
I said over my shoulder. "I need a safe lantern and a man to guard each door.
If anyone finds Myrna, I want to see her straight away. Gorrog, don't let her anywhere near Anluan."
I ran across the courtyard in my bare feet, with Gorrog's cloak slung over the borrowed shirt. The news was spreading fast. By the time I reached Iriel's garden, folk of the host and folk from the settlement were gathering in huddled groups, faces sombre. Cahir came running into Iriel's garden before I entered the house, a lantern in one hand, a long dagger in the other.
"I'll take this door, my lady. Brock's on the other with the dog. Let me open up for you."
He pushed the library door and it swung open. The inner bolt had not been fastened.
"Where do you want this light?"
"On the shelf, here in the corner. If Myrna comes into the garden, call me straight away. She has the answer, I'm certain of it."
"Myrna?"
Cahir sounded less dubious than Echri.
"She did come in here a lot while you were gone. Dusted shelves, moved things about, looked at the books."
My heart was as cold as the grave. I swept an armful of Iriel's notebooks from their shelf and set them on a nearby table. Fumbling in my haste, I began to turn pages, not taking time to read anything fully, for there was no time. Stay alive, please, please. But scanning them for words that might jump out at me. Sudden onset, breathing, speech, grey-blue, poison, antidote. 1 book, 2 books, 3. There were poisons here, but not the one I wanted. There was blue-grey, but that was only the description of a leaf. My hands were sweating with fear. My body was clammy. My heart was knocking about in my breast. My stomach had tied itself in knots. Iriel's spidery writing blurred before my eyes. 5 books, 7, 9.
Any good?
Caitrin had stepped inside the door. When I glanced up, pain lanced through my neck. I had barely moved for how long? Too long. I can't find it. My voice cracked. I can't find anything. And it's not just finding it, it's making the cure and giving it to him, and I'm running out of time. I seized another book, started to flick through the pages, knew I was close to losing the ability to understand the words before me.
My lady,
Caitrin said, his tone diffident.
They're saying you think Myrna did this, gave Lord Anluan the poison.
That's what I think, yes. That she can read, that she knows plants and their uses, that she gave it to him and that she's hiding so I can't make her tell me the antidote before he dies. Herbs of grace, comfrey, wormwood, meadowsweet, mugwort, thyme. This was useless, useless. I should go back and hold him, cradle him. At least I would be there to say goodbye.
It's just that...
Caitrin hesitated. Go on.
If it's her, Myrna, you might want to look in the still room. You know that little place next to the garden wall? That's where she goes at night. Iriel used to do his work in there, his brewing and concoction. Since he died, nobody's gone in, nobody but her. And she loves those little books, the ones you have there. Those are the ones she looks at when she comes to the library, holds them against her heart as if they were children.
I was out in Iriel's garden before he had finished speaking. The door to the low stone outbuilding was bolted, as always. That would be no barrier to Myrna. She could probably walk through walls. I need you to open this for me, I said, quickly, and I need you to help me search. It'll be a small book like those others. Iriel's sad margin notes had been numbered up to 594. But he had outlived his wife by 2 years, and that was more than 700 days. Unless he had stopped writing them, unless he had lost the will to write at all, somewhere there was another journal. Caitrin set his boot to the still-room door. The timbers parted, the chain fell loose, the bolt came tumbling out of the stone wall. I peered into the dim interior. "Hold up the lantern," I said, stepping inside. There was a wrong feeling about the place, something I could not quite identify. I had expected old, musty things, tools stored and forgotten, or the crumbling remnants of Iriel's long-ago botanical work. But the still-room was perfectly tidy. A millet broom stood in a corner, a duster hung on a wall. Candles were ranked on a shelf. There was a workbench with crucibles and jars, some holding objects I could not identify. A mortar and pestle stood beside a rack of knives and other implements that gleamed darkly in the lantern light. Bunches of herbs hung from the roof. At one end of the immaculate room was a pallet, and on it lay a small lidded box. No books in sight. "She must have it here somewhere," I muttered. "Look everywhere, Caitrin. It's here, I know it. Here, but hidden." I grabbed the blanket that lay bunched at the end of the pallet, the only untidy note in the whole room. I shook it out. Nothing there. I reached down the back of the bed. Nothing at all. I crouched to look underneath while Caitrin worked his way along the shelves, picking things up and setting them down. A bundle of rags lay on the floor, under the bed. I drew them out. Familiar somehow, but what were they? "Baby!" The little voice spoke from the doorway, and a moment later the ghost girl was crouched beside me, gathering up the pathetic heap, trying to hold the pieces together, pieces that were white like Roche's face, and violet like the little veil I had made to cover the doll's ruined hair, and brown like the skirt that had been shredded and destroyed in the quiet of my bedchamber. threads of woolen hair, tattered fragments of a smiling mouth embroidered with love. The child stood clutching her violated treasure to her breast.
"All right now, baby,"
she whispered. Cahir squatted down beside the girl, and while his eyes were as wild and shifting as always, there was something gentle in his manner.
"Little sister," he said, "have you come in here before?"
She murmured, but did not look at him. Her head was bent over her ruined baby.
"Is there a book here?" the young warrior asked. "Does the lady in the veil have a special book hidden away?"
A silence. "Please," I said, trying to keep my voice as calm and kindly as Cahir's, though a scream was welling up in me. "If you know where it is, please show us." A little hand rose. A finger pointed to the box on the bed. It was much too small to hold a book, even a tiny one, and my heart sank anew. But I lifted it and unfastened the catch. I opened the lid to see my mother's embroidered kerchief, folded precisely. Under this was a strange assortment of little items. A strip of bright weaving in shades of violet and purple, a decorative buckle from a lady's shoe, a striking cloak fastener of silver and amber. "She's kept a trophy from each of us," I thought. "From each of those she hated and thought to kill. From each who took a beloved chieftain from her."
"What's that at the bottom?"
Cahir asked. "It's a key. A thin thread of hope at last." "What does this open?" The child shrank into herself, perhaps frightened by my desperation. "Please," I said more quietly, "please help me. Lord Anluan is very sick. We have to save him. Do you know what the key is for?" I lifted the embroidered kerchief and spread it out on the bed. "You can put the baby in this and wrap her safely." The child placed her pile of scraps in the middle of the kerchief and watched while I tied the corners together, 2 and 2, making a neat bundle.
"The mirror,"
she murmured.
"Mirror?"
There was an odd note in Cahir's voice, and when I looked up I saw him put a hand to his brow as if in pain.
"What mirror?"
Abruptly the girl began to cry. "My head hurts," she whispered, picking up the kerchief bundle and holding it against her breast. "Not this, not now, oh please." "Hold fast, Cahir," I said. "I need you. We must find this book." From outside in the garden came sounds of folk cursing, wailing, shouting. The young warrior staggered, thrust out a hand, gripped the bench and straightened. He pursed his lips and whistled a few desperate notes. "Stand up and fight, men of the hill."
"That mirror,"
sobbed the ghost child, and pointed. It was old, corroded, revealing nothing at all save the crusted debris of long neglect. It stood against the wall at the back of the workbench, screened by a row of jars. As I moved them aside, their contents stirred in an unsettling semblance of life. I lifted the ancient mirror away, and there behind it was a wooden hatch with a keyhole.
"Dauntless in courage, united in will,"
sang Cahir, and other voices joined in from outside the still room, men's deep tones, women's higher ones. "Swing your swords proudly, hold your heads high." I turned the key. I opened the door.
"Books,"
said Cahir, breaking off his song.
"Here, let me shine the light for you."
2 books, one the same as Iriel's notebooks, the other even smaller. I opened up the first on the workbench and saw the familiar spidery script and delicately rendered illustrations. "This is it," I said, slipping the other book into a pocket of Gorog's cloak. "Quickly, quickly." I began to turn the pages. Some kind of journal entry, not related to herbs at all. A poultice for earache in children. A discussion of various herbs that might be used to alleviate grief. I found it about halfway through. The poison brewed with precise quantities of dragon claw berries, ground and steeped in a strong mead, then strained through gauze and left to stand for 7 days.
"The onset is rapid,"
Ariel had written.
First comes a greying of the skin, followed by shortness of breath, loss of speech, then unconsciousness leading to death in little more than an hour. The antidote is
Heart's blood, I muttered as I ran across the garden with the book in one hand. Folk dodged out of my way. Many had been waiting as I searched. I should have guessed. Curse Myrna! Cahir, I need someone who can help me brew this. I reached the corner where the herb grew. I fell to my knees. Cahir held up the lantern. The circle of light bathed the soft grey-green leaves of the comfrey bush and showed, beneath it, the dried and withered remnants of the heart's blood flowers. Only 2.
1 handful of finely chopped petals,
Ariel had written.
as fresh as possible.
It has to work. This must be enough, I muttered, reaching across to pluck my pathetic harvest. Around the garden the song rang out, more confident now. Brothers, together we live and we die. Rian had tutored them well. He had taught them hope in the face of despair. I will help you. It was the wise woman of the host, she with the moon tattoo on her brow. Her features were calm, but I saw pain in her eyes. The frenzy, it seemed, touched each and every one of them. You need other herbs? Dried flowers of lavender. There's a bunch hanging in the still room. I'll run ahead to the kitchen. Back into the library, the quicker way through the darkened space and out the other door, surprising the old warrior Brock, who stood roaring out the song with his hands gripped tight as ancient ivy around his spear. Finhu barking, racing ahead of me as if he knew just what had to be done. Cahir coming behind me, desperate to keep me safe, fighting the pain. The kitchen full of folk, the fire glowing, Orna's friend Shonach lifting a steaming kettle, Orna herself in the doorway, and coming in after her the wise woman, a sheaf of dried lavender in her hands. She had been quick. One of you chop this as finely as you can. One of you shred the lavender blooms. Orna, we need... The look on her face halted me. He's still alive, Orna said quickly, but we haven't long. What is it we're brewing? Life, I hope. It's an antidote to what I think he was given. Simple enough, just these 2 plants made into a tea.
Have you a precise measure for this?
Asked the woman of the host.
Heart's blood is a perilous herb. Give him too much and it will carry him off forever.
2 cups of water just off the boil. The remedy was burned into my mind. I could see every stroke of Ariel's writing. 1 handful of finely chopped heart's blood petals, 2 handfuls of lavender. I looked at the scant harvest of heart's blood. I don't know if this is enough. Terror welled up in me, that Anluan should die for the want of a single flower. Half quantities, said Orna, taking a knife from the bench and coming up to the table. You can't expect a man barely conscious to swallow 2 whole cups of this stuff. It should be enough, don't you think? She glanced at the spectral woman.
It will suffice, I believe.
Let's do this, then. Shonach, don't put that kettle back on. Didn't you hear what Caitrin said? Just off the boil. Did Myrna come? I asked shakily, realising the task had been taken out of my hands. Orna chopped, the wise woman measured. Shonach poured the hot water into the jug. Outside the singing went on. I hoped the sound would not carry as far as the Norman encampment, or the surprise attack would be no surprise at all. Wretched tune, muttered Orna, but her tone was good-natured. I'll be hearing it in my sleep. I can even hear Thomas singing. Fair enough, I suppose. We're one and the same now, men of the hill and women.
She did not come, the ghostly woman said. The girl in the veil. If you achieve this, if you cure him, she will fear you more than ever.
Fear? I echoed, started. Myrna, fear me? But there was no time to ask more. Echri was at the door. They're saying you found it, the antidote. Is it true? He sounded desperate. A faint rattling sound told me he was trembling. We're bringing it now, I said. He only has to hold on a few moments more. Dear God, don't take him from me. You'd want to make haste, Echri said. The wise woman passed the jug into my hands carefully. It was so hot I almost dropped it. Orna snatched a cleaning cloth from a peg and helped me wrap it around the jug. "By the time we reach the tower," she said, "it will be cool enough for him to drink." Seannach had fetched a clean cup. We walked out of the house and across the courtyard, and as we passed, the song dwindled and faltered and ceased. Eyes were on us from all around, the stricken eyes of those who still battled the enemy that sought to poison their thoughts, the frightened eyes of ordinary folk whose world had changed forever. I wanted to run, to fly, to be at Anluan's side this moment, but I held the jug, his salvation within, and I walked as if on eggshells, step by careful step. At the entry to the south tower, Gorog stood strong, though I saw the tension in his body and the strain of resistance on his face. The frenzy tried him hard as before. He was muttering to himself, and as I passed him I heard him say,
"God, don't let Lord Anluan die. They say you'll listen to a sinner's prayer. Hear mine tonight, will you? We're all in the balance here."
Then I was in the chamber and by Anluan's bedside. He lay in Ulcon's steady arms, his mouth slightly open, his lids closed, his breath whistling like the wind in reeds. Alive, by all the saints, still alive. My hands were shaking so hard I could not pour the infusion from jug to cup, so Orna did it for me, but I was the one who held the vessel to his lips. "Anluan," I said, with tears running down my cheeks, "you must drink this. Just a sip is enough to start with. Anluan, please try." It was plain that he could not hear me. The precious draught would spill from his unconscious mouth to soak into the blankets and be lost. "Dip the cloth." The calm voice was that of the wise woman. "Squeeze a little into his mouth. Feed him as you would a motherless babe." I soaked up a little of the infusion in the cloth she had given me, brought it carefully up. To waste even a drop might be to lose this battle. Ulcon tipped Anluan's head back slightly, and I squeezed the tea into his mouth. "Drink it, drink it." He swallowed. I released the breath I had been holding and dipped the cloth again and again. The chamber was so still I thought I could hear my heart beating. Another few drops. Anluan's eyelids flickered. He gasped for air, tensed, turned his head. "Use the cup now," said the wise woman. "He'll soon come back to full awareness. Go slowly." "Drink, dear one," I said, laying one hand on Anluan's neck and tilting the cup against his lips. He drank, stopped to suck in air, drank again thirstily. His eyes opened, blue as the sky on the loveliest day of summer, and utterly confused. "What?" he managed, then ran out of breath. "Hush, don't try to talk." I set down the empty cup, turning my head away so he would not see the tears pouring down my cheeks. "It's all right. You're all right now. Take your time."
"Caitrin, Ulcon, what?"
Anluan turned his head one way and the other. He put a hand to his brow, tried to sit up, collapsed back against Ulcon's supporting arm.
"What happened to me? Did I dream?"
A silence. Then I felt his hand brush against me where I sat bent over on the edge of the bed.
"Caitrin, you're crying. What is this?"
His voice was a little stronger, and when I turned to look, there was a slight flush of colour in his wan cheeks. "Who'd have imagined it?" said Orna. "Heart's blood. Thought it was only good for rich folks' ink." "My lord." She was suddenly shy, her tone diffident. "You've been terribly sick, near death. Caitrin brought you back."
"Sick?"
Anluan frowned, his eyes moving over the empty cup in my hand and the empty jug the wise woman was holding.
"But—"
He cleared his throat.
"I dreamed— Caitrin, are you really here?"
"Yes," I said, a blush rising to my face.
"That was real. You and I."
The blush deepened. My cheeks were on fire. "It was," I said. "And so am I. Anluan, you must lie down and rest. You've been very ill.
No.
He was trying to sit up again, his breathing laboured.
No, there's no time for this. I must... God, I can't catch my breath. Tell me what happened.
I explained it as calmly as I could while he worked on his breathing and Ulcan supported him until at last he could manage to sit on his own. I said nothing of Myrna, only told him about the poison and that it was the same one that had killed his father. I explained that we had found the antidote, but not where. I did not speak of the little hoard of trophies I had found.
Poison,
Anluan said, his tone flat.
Now, on the brink of the battle. Poison.
Before I could say anything more, the tall red-cloaked figure of Rian appeared in the doorway, with Caitrin behind him.
God be praised,
the counsellor breathed, his dark eyes on Anluan. He turned to face the courtyard, and no doubt he wanted to shout in a voice like a war trumpet, but he held his jubilant announcement quiet.
He's safe. Lord Anluan is well again.
Well, hardly that, I thought, clutching Anluan's hand in mine. I glanced over at Rian, guessing what was coming.
My lord,
Rian said, walking in and falling onto one knee beside the bed in courtly fashion.
It's close to first light. We can't do this without you.
He can't go now, I protested. You can't ask this of him. A few heartbeats ago, Anluan had been lying there close to death. He looked barely able to stand up on his own. He couldn't possibly lead an army into battle. Can't the venture be delayed until tomorrow?
It must be today, Caitrin,
Rian said.
The plan is in place. We go down the hill before dawn. Half of our force manifests in the Norman camp and engages them. The other half waits under the concealment of the trees. When we've created general chaos in the enemy ranks, Magnus brings in the warbands from Silver Lake and Whiteshore under their own leaders. The Normans are driven back up into the woods and into the waiting trap. It's too late to withdraw Magnus's reinforcements now. They've ridden out from their own territories to take this risk for us, and we can't send out a messenger without alerting the enemy. We're hoping Ekri's sudden dramatic appearance to rescue you didn't do that. The mist will have helped. He doesn't think many saw him. With luck, those who did may still be arguing about whether you really were carried off by a spectral rider or whether they imagined the whole thing. My lord, you have time to put on your battle gear. No more than that. Caitrin and I will help you.
Anluan rose to his feet. He swayed, then straightened.
I can do this, Caitrin,
he said, setting his jaw. I struggled to find the strength to match him. I know you can. I'll leave you to get ready now. I glanced around the chamber, where all of them stood quiet. Stalwart Ulcan, Rian with his jaw tight, battling the memory of failure. Ekri in his brown robe, Orna and Shonnak, the woman with the graven moon on her calm brow. Caitrin moved to the storage chest to take out various items of clothing. A leather breastpiece like the one Magnus wore, a helm, a silver-buckled belt. I'm proud of you. So proud it breaks my heart. Come back safely. I wanted to kiss Anluan properly, but this was not the time. At this moment, standing there a little crooked and clutching a sheet awkwardly in front of him to conceal his nakedness, he was every bit a chieftain. I stood on tiptoe, put my hands on his shoulders and laid my cheek against his. I love you, I whispered.
I love you, Caitrin.
Anluan's was no whisper, but a declaration, strong and proud.
Gorog must stay with you until I return. Several of the men from the settlement will be up here as well, and we have a small force posted atop the wall. Take no risks.
He was shrugging on a shirt Caitrin held ready.
Caitrin, who could have put poison in the cup?
As Anluan bent over to pull on a pair of trousers, Rian caught my eye. He gave the slightest shake of his head, and I swallowed the words I'd been about to say. This was not the time to speak of Ashlyn and of what now seemed not suspicion but reality. We can talk about it later, I said. May God watch over you and shield you from harm. Chapter 14. They assembled in the courtyard not long after. Still clad in my borrowed shirt and cloak, I stood on the steps with Orna on one side and a watchful Gorog on the other. Around us were gathered the women and children of the host and the women and children of the settlement, a far smaller group, along with a few very old men, those too frail to march into battle. Above us on the walkways were stationed men of the host, bows and quivers ready, eyes on the hillside beyond the wall. A hush lay over all. In the semi-dark of the very early morning, a single bird could be heard uttering a sleepy chirp, more question than statement. Is it time yet? It was an extraordinary army, the stuff of mad dreams. Anluan cut a sombre figure. He wore black under his protective garments, and his bright hair was concealed by the leather helm. The only weapon he bore was a long knife at his belt. He looked pale. The lines around nose and mouth, those that had once made me believe him far older than his 25 years, were all too visible this morning. I made sure my anxiety did not show on my face. By his side was Caitrin in his bloody shirt. He had a sword sheathed at his hip and a thrusting spear in his hand. It seemed to me that his eyes were calmer today. Indeed, there was a purpose about all this motley band that stilled my heart, letting hope in. Perhaps they could do it. Perhaps even beyond the boundaries of the hill they could hold strong against the frenzy if it came, and follow their chieftain to victory. Ulkan was on Anluan's other side, with Finhu on a rope leash. They were formidable, the two of them, all harnessed strength. It was hard to believe this fearsome warhound had slept curled around a little child, warm against her eternal cold. Close by them was Rian, grim as death. A rattling of bones preceded the appearance from among the trees of the skeletal horse and its monkish rider. Ekri looked in my direction, and he and his mount grinned. On the edges of the assembled force stood men of Whistling Tor settlement, Thomas among them. They had perhaps sufficient armour for half their number, but the pieces had been shared. One man had only a helm, another mismatched wrist guards, a third, luckier individual had a worn breastpiece. Some bore round shields, chipped and worn, but freshly painted with the emblem of a golden sun on a field of blue. I recalled the mirror of Might Have Been, and the image of Anluan riding out with a band of fit young warriors under a banner with just such colours. The men from the settlement looked decidedly nervous. They had grown up on stories of the host, dark stories of murder and mayhem. To reach this point must have required a remarkable degree of leadership by both Anluan and Rian, and a great deal of courage from these ordinary folk.
"It's time,"
said Anluan, turning to include the entire assembly in his gaze.
"You know the plan. Keep to it, and we'll drive these invaders off our land and into oblivion. Men of the settlement, you know what rides on this. We fight for our land, for our families, for the future. Men of the host, for you the stakes are still higher. Win today, and you win us time to seek out the counterspell. Win me this battle, and I swear to you that I will find it if it takes all the years of my life. Men, you know what you must do. The first wave goes beyond the boundary of the hill and beyond the line, where I am certain I can keep you in check, whatever comes. If the frenzy touches your mind, you won't be able to sing to hold it off, not until the moment of attack. Once outside the fortress walls, we must maintain total silence, or the enemy will be alerted. I will be there to lead you. I am your chieftain. If the frenzy comes, remember that mine is the only voice you must obey. If madness threatens to drive you off course, cling to that. You are my men. You are the men of the hill. We march to victory. When every last Norman soldier is gone from our territory, when Whistling Tor is ours again, we'll march up here with our hearts high, singing fit to rattle the walls of this fortress."
The urge to give this speech the resounding cheer it deserved showed on every face. That nobody uttered a word was testament to the transformation of this extraordinary band of frightened villagers and wayward spectres into a disciplined fighting force. Anluan turned his head towards me. He smiled, and in that smile I saw his love for me and his fear. I found a smile of my own and hoped it was full of confidence.
"Forward, men,"
Anluan said, and they moved away, out through the gap in the wall and down into the dark forest. The men of the hill, young and old, dead and living, monk, counsellor, warrior, craftsman, innkeeper, farmer. Hope shone in their eyes, pride held their bodies straight and tall. Above the trees, the sky held the faintest hint of dawn. "Well then," said Orna, when the last in line had vanished from sight. She wiped a hand across her cheek. "You'd best not stand about in your bare feet any longer, Caitrin. Not to speak of that shirt that shows half your legs. Let's see if we can find you a gown somewhere. Coming in?" The last was addressed to the wise woman.
"We will wait out of doors."
The woman with the moon tattoo had been joined by the others I had seen on the night of Anluan's council. The village wife, and the elegant creature with glittering jewellery and features of faded beauty.
"Be wary, Caitrin,"
the wise woman added.
"If poison was in the jug, you too were an intended victim. If you are right, and the girl in the veil has done this, she is cleverer and more devious than any of us believed. We thought her harmless. Her devotion to the chieftains of Whistling Tor seemed of little consequence. She may have the ability to make others see in the way she wishes them to see. She is still here. She still watches you. Take care."
I nodded, a frisson of unease passing through me. This rang true. It could explain the surprising blindness of all the men of the inner circle to just how odd Myrna's behaviour was. They thought her well-meaning and harmless. Often they hardly seemed to notice her. And perhaps that was just the way she wanted it. How convenient to be so invisible that when bad things happened, nobody gave any thought to the possibility that she might be the one responsible. Some time later, clad in a borrowed gown, shawl and slippers, I sat at the kitchen table with a group of women from the settlement. Gorog stood guard at the outer door. At the inner one were stationed 2 village boys, no more than 13 years old, a sharpened stick apiece. "I have a good carving knife within reach," Orna murmured, following my dubious gaze. "And there are 3 pokers in the fire, red hot every one. We won't be sitting back and letting the Normans take this place, Caitrin. Whistling Tor is our home. Nobody's going to drive us out." I hoped it would not come to that, since the enemy would only reach the fortress if Rian's bold strategy failed and Anluan's army was cut down, or if that army was touched by the frenzy and turned on its own. "I wish we could see what's happening," I said, hugging the shawl around me and trying not to imagine the worst. They would be at the foot of the hill by now, dividing into their 2 groups, one to go forward across the boundary, one to wait under concealment of the trees. What I had not asked, because I did not want to think about it, was where Anluan planned to be when the first group manifested in the centre of the Norman encampment. To keep them strong beyond the boundary, he would need to be close to them, to lead them. They were spectral in nature and could not be killed. Anluan was a living man. "Cold out there," commented Orna, speaking to fill the nervous silence. I realised that I had left Gorog's cloak lying across a bench when I changed my clothes. I picked it up, intending to take it to him, and realised there was something in the pocket. The little book I had taken from Myrna's secret hoard. I drew it out. "What's that?" Orna asked, and when I did not answer, "Caitrin?" I stood very still, the book in my hands, its front cover slightly open to reveal, scribed in neat minuscule, the name Aisling. "She used a crow quill," I murmured absently, turning the first page with fingers that were less than steady. "Orna, I must read this. Will you take the cloak to Gorog, please?" I set the book on the table beside Ariel's notebook. I could understand why the smaller book had been hidden away. Not only did that name reveal Myrna's identity, but I could see from a glance that the pages contained personal notes, formulas, diagrams, suggesting this might be the very same workbook in which she had been scribbling when I had first set eyes on her in the obsidian mirror. A diary of cruelty, of sorcery, of grand ambition gone terribly askew. But why had she put Ariel's notebook with it? That was just one of many. She might have wanted to stop me finding the antidote, but that book had been missing since I had first read Ariel's records, long before her jealousy had led Myrna to today's evil act. Was there some further evidence of wrongdoing in Ariel's book? I leafed through the pages, looking for anything unusual, and glimpsed a heading.
For the preparation of heart's blood ink.
The components and method were set out below. There was not a shred of excitement in me, only disappointment at yet another page with nothing I could use, no key, no clue. Wait a moment. There was an essential difference here, something that made this particular volume stand out from Ariel's other notebooks. I leafed back to the beginning, checked the middle again, examined the last pages. There were no margin notes in this book, no record of Ariel's long time of sorrow. On the very first page, in Irish, not Latin, Anluan's father had written this:
Farewell, my sunshine and my moonlight, my sweet rose, my love. 600 days have passed since I lost you, and I will shed no more tears, though my heart will mourn until we meet again in the place beyond death. Our son lives and grows. While I have been so sunk in grief, I hardly knew myself. Magnus has nurtured him with such wisdom and tenderness that he might be a second father. In our boy, I see all your good gifts, Emer. Courage, wit, steadfastness, hope. Today in the garden, Anluan fell and hurt his arm. It was not to me that he ran for reassurance, but to Magnus. I must start afresh. I must shut my ears to the voice of sorrow and despair if I would help our son grow to be a man. Though I write no more of my sadness, never believe I have forgotten you, beloved. Every day you live on in him.
Mother of God, how cruel, how needlessly cruel to hide this book away so that Anluan would never know how much his father loved him, to keep it from Magnus, who bore a weight of guilt that he had not recognized the depth of his friend's despair. These were not the thoughts of a man about to kill himself from grief. In my mind I saw Myrna with the sorrowing Ariel, the man whose garden she haunted, the man whose workroom she had made her own, her secret place. I saw her watching him with Emer. I saw the look on her face, twin to the one she had sometimes turned on me. I imagined her lighting the fire that took her rival's life. I had no difficulty at all in believing that she had poisoned her beloved Ariel solely because he loved his wife and son too much and had nothing left for her. She had believed Emer's death would make him hers. She had been wrong. So she had killed him as well, and today she had almost killed his son. With shaking hands I opened Aislinn's little book. She was here in the house somewhere. She would come back, and when she did I must be ready for her. What to do? Read from beginning to end, which would take some time, as there was Latin here as well as Irish, or skim through the book quickly. I began to turn the pages, glancing at numbers and figures that meant little to me. A pentagram within a perfect circle, the latter drawn in the form of a snake devouring its own tail. A list of unusual herbs, with notes as to precisely how each should be gathered. Golden wood to be cut only on the 6th day of the moon, and with a sickle of bone. The harvest not to be allowed to touch the earth, but to be conveyed with great care to the place of preparation. Preparation for what? Here and there observations that were not related to her work. Necton is a paragon of learning and courage. I can never hope to match him. And a few pages later, he watches me when he believes I am not looking. He confides his deepest secrets. He loves me. I am filled with happiness.
It made my skin crawl, and yet I felt a trace of pity for her, remembering Nectin in the obsidian mirror and how easily he set aside his lust for the girl in the interests of the work ahead. Love? Never that. Such an idea had been only in Aisling's mind.
Only 3 days until All Hallows Night. My gown is almost ready. I will fashion the wreath on the last day so it will be fresh. I can scarcely believe that he's entrusted me with the most vital task of all. When he has marked out the secret pattern, I will stand in its centre. As he speaks the words of the invocation, the beings will emerge, drawn by my essence. The army will form around me between the points of the pentagram. I know the words of the charm. He rehearses them endlessly, muttering to himself as he attends to the tasks of preparation. I asked him to describe precisely how it works, but he will not tell me. To know more is to be at risk, Aisling, he said, and I will not risk you, my dear. He tells me I will be like a priestess, like a queen. And on another page, he has not touched me yet, but he looks, oh, how he looks. He has said nothing of afterwards, yet I see a promise in his eyes. When this is over and Mela is gone, we will be together.
And then, at the foot of an untidy page on which various nonsense words, Irapa, Sinigilak, Igruzer, had been scrawled, crossed out, combined in various ways as if she were solving a puzzle, she wrote, I have it at last. The secret, the key, I have it. So simple, too simple for a mind like his that seeks always for higher ground, for challenges beyond the limits of ordinary men. He scoffs at the very thought that we might ever need this, and perhaps he is right. After the great work is done, I will tell him that I have discovered what he could not. I cannot wait to see his look of pride.
What is it?
Orna was staring at me.
What are you reading?
Sinagilak Oigel, I muttered, feverishly turning pages. Legeo Caliginis, Army of Darkness. I sprang to my feet, clutching Aisling's book in my hand. The other women stared.
I have to go to the library, I said. Now. I need the obsidian mirror. Gorog!
He came racing in, then halted abruptly, his hand halfway to his sword hilt.
We're going to the library. Bring a light.
My eyes fell on the 2 lads guarding the inner door, both of whom looked half asleep. They'd have trouble fending off anything bigger than a stray dog.
I'll come.
Orna was taking a lantern from a hook, picking up her warm shawl. I would feel far safer with her and her big carving knife next to me than these boys trying to be men.
Shannock, keep an eye on this door. The rest of you, be ready to snatch one of those pokers and use it if need be. Lead the way, Gorog.
We ran, the 3 of us, through the house to the library door, unguarded now since Brock had left his post to join the march down the hill. Trembling from head to foot, I went to the desk where I had spent long hours with quill and inks, restoring order to the chaos of Anluan's collection. I drew a deep breath, reached down and opened the chest that had held Nectin's personal papers. I drew out the cloth-wrapped bundle, set it on the table, unveiled the obsidian mirror. Gorog had stationed himself by the door to Iriel's garden, alert for danger. After placing the lantern for me, Orna had gone to stand just inside the other door. For all her pallor, there was a grim and capable look about her, and I knew I owed her a great debt for her courage. I opened Aisling's notebook to the page where she had begun to describe the ritual, the secret pattern, the invocation, her role as a sort of conduit for the spirits. There was a chance, slight but real, that what had worked with Nectin's writings might also work with those of his devoted assistant. I must try at least. A creeping dread was coming over me, a dark misgiving. I hoped very much that I was wrong. It seemed Aisling had believed her scrambled Latin was a charm of power, a counterspell. She must have believed that, for why would one reverse the words in an invocation? Warriors of darkness, come forth, save for the purpose of sending those demons back where they came from. Aisling had probably got it wrong. It did seem far too simple,
Something Nectin must surely have tried once he discovered he could not make the host obey. Still, my heart was racing with fearful anticipation. If what she had written in her book was indeed the counterspell, Anluan possessed the means to banish the host. He could undo the family curse and end 100 years of suffering. I had to know more. I must see the ritual to find out how they had done it and what had gone wrong. This must be more complicated than speaking a few Latin words backwards. "Show me," I muttered, my gaze moving from mirror to book and back again. "Show me quickly." When Myrna found her book missing, she would come after me to get it back. She would not lightly give up its hidden treasure, the tool of immense power she had kept to herself all these years. I must find out how to use the spell before Myrna found me. Aisling's neat script looked up at me, its rows perfectly spaced, its letters round and careful, not a stroke out of place. "I will be like a priestess, like a queen." The face of the obsidian mirror gleamed in the lantern light. Through the open door to Iriel's garden, I thought I could hear a clamour down the hill, shouting, screaming, the clash of weaponry, the high, hysterical neighing of horses.
"It's started," said Gorog. "Stand strong, lads."
"God keep them," murmured Orna. "You finding what you need, Caitrin?" I did not reply, for the mirror's surface had begun to swirl, to change, to darken and lighten and open up, and there before me was the courtyard within the fortress wall, not overgrown as now, but bare and open. The cold light of a full moon bathed the central space, but under the trees lay a profound darkness. At the foot of the steps stood Nectin, clad in black. The light from a brazier transformed his bony features into a mask of fire and shadow.
"The herbs, Aisling,"
he said.
"The herbs, Aisling,"
he says, and she passes over her small harvest, dry leaves reduced to powder, a mixture designed to aid the transition between worlds, to open portals. Tonight, of all nights, such doors may swing wide. At All Hallows, she muses, one would be a fool to expect anything but the unexpected. There is a tingling in her body, a sharp anticipation that makes her restless as she stands there waiting, knowing that if ever she was beautiful, it is now. The gown is of whitest linen, finer than any she has worn before, its borders embroidered with delicate flowers and vines. Nectin has bade her wear her hair loose, and it cloaks her in pale silk. Aisling can feel every thread of it against her skin. She can feel the weight of Nectin's gaze. His eyes devour her.
"Later,"
those eyes promise.
"Later."
He has marked out the pentagram in sand, its points touching the circle that encloses it, a circle fashioned in the form of a serpent, its tail between its jaws. Now he casts the herbs into the brazier. The fragrant smoke begins to pass across the place of ritual. There is a great magic afoot tonight, but Nectin will keep her safe. He loves her. When this is over, she will be his wife. Mela does not deserve him. She is not fit for him. Mela understands nothing of this work. Her mind is too small to encompass it. Mela has never been beautiful. The moon hides behind a cloud. A shiver of wind crosses the courtyard. The brazier flares strangely, sparks dancing upward.
"It's time, Aisling,"
Nectin says, his voice deep and soft. He comes towards her, an imposing figure in his ritual robe. He extends a hand. Aisling takes it in hers. Ah, his touch. She feels it deep inside her. The secret parts of her body quiver and throb. Later, later. He leads her to the centre. They have rehearsed this until it is perfect in every detail. Not a grain of sand stirs as their careful feet pass over. Now they are in the middle of the pattern. Nectin places her just so, arms by her sides, her face towards the place where he will stand for the invocation, on the second step leading to the main entry. He will be outside the circle. The house is in darkness. If Melon knows what is unfolding here, she has closed herself off from it. Perhaps she is putting cold compresses on her bruised face or tending to her whining brat. More likely she's abed. She'll sleep alone. From this night forward, she'll always sleep alone. Necton bends to kiss Aisling on the brow, a chaste touch. He makes his way across the circle to the foot of the steps. She sees him take several deep breaths, readying himself, summoning his strength. Aisling knows the rules she must obey tonight. Keep still. Do not speak. Stand as still as stone. Whatever you feel, whatever you see, remain in the center. Do not be afraid. I will control them. They cannot harm you. She can do it. She's practiced standing still for far longer than she'll need to tonight. She's learned to conquer the dizziness. No need to practice being quiet. Often she and Necton work from dawn to dusk with scarcely a word between them, content in their silent companionship. That he has chosen her, that she is so honoured, it makes her heart swell. It is a miracle, a wonder, a blessing. She thinks of her secret, the charm she has discovered all by herself, with no need for Necton's tutoring. She cannot wait to share it with him. As soon as this is over, she'll tell him of the study she's been doing in her own time, the things she's learned, oh, many things, the secret knowledge she's gained. Perhaps when they have lain together at last, and she has satisfied him, and he lies back to rest, she'll say quite casually, "Guess what I discovered?" The capricious wind stirs dead leaves across the flagstones. The moon emerges, a pale blank face staring down at them. Necton begins a solemn progress around the circle, starting in the north. "By the enduring power of earth, I call you." He walks to the east. "By the invisible power of air, I call you." He moves sunwise, since this is a ritual of manifestation. "By the transformative power of fire, I call you." And to the west, "By the fluid power of water, I call you." He has cast the circle, and now begins a measured walk along the lines of the pentagram, making sure his feet do not disturb the pattern. When the figure is complete, he stands at the north point, closest to the steps. He turns to face the centre. "By the all-ruling power of spirit, which knows neither beginning nor ending, I summon you. I call you out of shadow. Out of boundless darkness I conjure you." His voice is deep and powerful. It rings around the moonlit courtyard, making the trees shiver. The ancient words tug and pull, coax and beckon, cajole and command. Who could resist such a call? A trembling courses through Aisling's body, a premonition of change, and for the first time she is anxious. What if... No. Look at Necton, his dark eyes blazing with confidence, his pose triumphal. He is a master of this craft, and he cannot fail. Now comes the charm proper, the Latin words of power. Once, twice, 3 times he intones the spell. "Legio caliginis appari mihi statim, resurge, resurge." All is silence. As she waits, still as a statue in pale marble, Aisling hardly dares breathe. Around the circle, in the spaces between the stars' 5 points, wisps of vapour begin to rise. As she watches, her heart pounding, the threads and shreds form into shapes, figures of men in the clothing of ancient days, with weapons in hand and helms on their heads. There is a giant warrior with a club in his fist. There is a young one with his shirt all bloody, clutching a spear, with his eyes darting to and fro, as if he is astonished to find himself here. Here a dark-skinned man with bow and quiver. There a thin fellow with a belt full of knives. They are but half-formed, these spirit warriors. still more of a mist than substance, their figures wavering as if inclined to vanish back to the realm of shadows from whence they have been summoned, not strong enough yet.
"Research!"
Nectin calls again, a great shout. Aislin's legs feel odd, numb and weak suddenly, as if she might collapse. She must not faint. She must not let him down.
"Stand still as stone."
She takes a deep breath, fighting the weakness. But something's wrong there, too. She can't seem to catch her breath properly.
"Remain in the centre."
She gasps, struggles, tries to suck in air, but her lungs aren't working as they should. Her limbs feel leaden. The figures are clearer now, manifesting what seems almost fleshly form. There are colours, the blue of an ancient shield, the red of a bloody shirt, a man's fair hair shining in the moonlight.
"Stand still. In the centre."
Aisling's head feels strange. She snatches a shallow breath. She must not faint. She will not fail him. More spectral forms appear. 12, 20, 50. The spaces between the points are full of them, packed shoulder to shoulder, their eyes fixed on Nectin where he stands on the steps, his face incandescent with triumph. It's done. He has his army. Waves of nausea sweep through Aisling, but now she can't seem to move at all. Her head is swimming. She feels as if there's an iron band around her chest.
"I can't breathe,"
she wants to say, but her voice won't work. Not just the lack of air, something else. The heavy stillness is creeping up her body. She cannot move so much as a finger. She tries again to speak, but her tongue is frozen, her jaws stiff, her throat rigid. She tries desperately to show Nectin with her eyes that something has gone wrong.
"Help me, Nectin. Help me."
At last, Nectin's eyes meet hers. Thank God, now he will undo whatever charm has fallen on her and save her.
"Help! Help!"
He looks at her, and his face shows only the triumph of the experiment, the grand plan executed without flaw, the tool of his future greatness delivered into his hands. In a sudden moment of chill insight, Aisling understands.
"Your essence will bring them forth,"
he told her. Her essence, her life. This is the price of the power he craves. The white robe, the wreath, his reluctance to touch her. A sacrificial victim, young, beautiful and pure. Her body still as if encased in stone, her laboured breath rasping in her chest, Aisling looks into Nectin's eyes and sees the bitter truth. He has known all along that she would die, and he doesn't care. He has used her, and now he will discard her without a second thought. But wait. The charm, the counterspell, she has it, she knows it. All she need do is speak the words and this can be undone. Through the fog fast filling her mind, Aisling struggles to find what she needs, to whisper on a faltering breath the words that can save her.
"Sinigil, mitat."
She almost has it.
"Sigilin, Oleg."
The fell warriors are becoming brighter, heavier, more solid, a formidable army. They stretch, regard their own limbs, stare at one another, perplexed.
"Irap, Sinigala, Egris."
Too late. The charm has slipped away. Fixing her dying eyes on the man she has loved, the man she has worshipped with every fibre of her being, Aisling speaks in her mind words her lips cannot form.
"I curse you. 100 years of ill luck attend you. 100 years of sorrow. 100 years of failure. You think to discard me like rubbish to the midden, but you will not be rid of me. I will haunt you. I will shadow your steps and those of all you hold dear. I will torment your family for generation on generation. Let the army you so desired be a burden and a misery to you and yours. With my last breath, I curse you."
As everything blurs and fades around her, as the last shreds of clarity leave her mind, Aisling sees Nectan's expression change, his transcendent triumph muted by the first trace of doubt.
Something wrong.
A scream, a crash, and I came back to myself. I dragged my gaze from the mirror, lifted my head, looked straight into her eyes. She stood facing me across the table, her veil slightly askew, her gown a touch less than immaculate. "Give me my book." Her voice was precise and clear. Each word rang a warning bell. Gorog, Orna, where were they? What had happened while I was absorbed in the vision? The chamber was bright with morning light. How long had I sat there, staring into the mirror, while down the hill the battle raged? A moan from near the doorway. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Gorog curled up on the floor, his arms tight over his head. Just like last time, just like the day when Anluan left the hill and the host went mad and I nearly died. I looked the other way, and there was Orna, sprawled motionless on the flagstones near the inner door, one arm outstretched, the fingers limp. My mind filled with terror for the three of us and for Anluan's army, even now out beyond the safe boundary. I rose to my feet, clutching the little book against my breast.
"Give me my book."
When I did not reply, Marna turned toward the cowering Gorog and lifted her hand, pointing. His whole body jerked and a febrile trembling gripped him.
"You killed them,"
she said. So changed was her voice it might have been a different person's, for the tone was that of a sorcerer pronouncing a fell charm.
"Your wife, your children, you killed them in a fit of jealous rage. All gone, all drowned, your little boy, your baby, all gone under the water."
"No," moaned Gorog. "Lies. Those are lies."
"You did it." Marna was calm and cold.
"Why do you think you're here with the rest of them? The stain of it's on you forever. You'll never—"
"Stop it!" I found my courage. "Leave him alone." A moment later, the true significance of what I had just witnessed dawned on me, and for a moment left me wordless with shock. "It's you," I breathed. "The whole thing. All of it. The voice, the frenzy. You used what he taught you, and then— Aisling, this is truly evil."
"Give me my book, or I'll break the host as I've broken your guard here. I'll snap their minds like twigs. I can do it. Give me my book, or I'll make sure your precious Anluan never walks back up this hill."
"They'll be carrying him home in a board, as dead as that woman on the floor there." My heart was cold. Orna dead, for the sole misdemeanour of standing up to this twisted spirit. "You love Anluan," I said. "Why would you want to kill him? Why would you kill Iriel? Isn't 100 years of vengeance enough for you, Aisling?" Her eyes narrowed.
"Give me what is mine, Caitrin," she said.
"You are a fool to doubt me. I can wreak utter havoc among the host. I've done it before. Clever reader that you are, you should know that already." Though I still stood frozen, my mind had begun to work very quickly indeed. With Gorog crouched helpless on the floor, why didn't she snatch the book from me? "Stall for time," said the voice of common sense. "Make her talk." I must distract her, delay the moment when she would set the frenzy on the host. Anluan must win his battle. This must not end, yet again in mayhem, chaos, retreat, failure. Once Anluan stepped back within the boundary of the Tor, she would lose her ability to wreak such havoc. In Nectan's writings, in Conan's, that had always been the pattern of it. "How do you do it?" I asked, my voice shaking. The frenzy, the voice. How can you control so many of them at once? Was it your doing every time the host disobeyed Nectan, every time they ran amok under Conan's leadership? How could you become so powerful, Aisling? That little smile passed over her lips, the smile of superiority, of entitlement. I've had a long time to perfect my craft, she said, and I saw that I'd chosen just the right turn of conversation to keep her talking. I was always apt, quick, clever. He loved me for that. The smile vanished. He did not love me as he should have done. But how can you speak to all of them at once, telling each one something different? You seem to know just what memories will most torment folk. Even I felt the touch of it, and I am a living woman. I selected my words carefully. It seems to me that you are as powerful as Nectin was. Her lips curved again. More powerful. Believe me, Caitrin, there is a way into any mind if only one knows how to look for it. Here on the Tor, all bend to my will. Not quite all, I thought. While Anluan was within the boundary and in control of the host, his power outweighed hers. There was not a shred of doubt in my mind that if he had not been here to keep me safe, she would long ago have ensured I was sent away, or worse. She would have pushed me from the tower to die as Leoch had done. She would have left me shut in the library to perish by fire as poor Emer had. Give me the book, Caitrin. Don't keep me waiting. Her voice had acquired a new edge. She was no longer calm and controlled. She lifted a hand, and in it was Orna's carving knife. My heart juddered in panic. I ran through the words of Nectin's invocation in my mind. Legio caliginis appari mihi statim, resurge. I was fairly sure I could remember it correctly. I knew the image of the pentagram within its snake-formed circle. I could remember the words Nectin had used at the beginning, addressing the elemental spirits. Even without the book, I might be able to give Anluan what he needed to end this, if I could stay alive long enough. I don't understand why you tried to kill Anluan, I said, but I do know I could just as easily have been the one who drank the poison first. There'd have been nobody to find Ariel's notebook and read the antidote if I'd been lying there unable to speak. I can't give you back your book without a promise of good faith. I backed away from the table that stood between us, but I could not go far, for a set of shelves stood behind, effectively boxing me in. Chances were she'd still stick the knife into me, even if I gave up her treasure. What to do, with Orna lying there, perhaps dead, perhaps needing my help, and Gorog now ominously silent? From down the hill, noises still came to my ears, a great roaring, as if many voices raced together in a war cry, or perhaps a song, the thunder of hooves. "The Tor!" someone shouted, and "The Tor!" screamed 100 voices in response. Cry of comradeship or call to retreat, I did not know which it might be. I held Aislin's eye and spoke as calmly as my hammering heart would allow. I must keep her attention off the host. "You were cruelly wronged. I saw that in the mirror just now. Nectin failed to recognize your strength, your ability, your potential. I understand why you punished him so. But Ariel, he was a good man. He never sought to use the host for ill, and I don't believe he was unkind to you. Why would you kill him? Why would you kill Anluan, who wants only the best for Whistling Tor? I thought you loved him." "Love, hate," Aisling said, and as she moved around the table towards me, knife in hand, she held my eyes with hers. Little divides them. Nectin's heirs are weak. They cannot match his lofty aspirations, his genius, his beauty. Holy St. Patrick! After everything, after the callous betrayal, after the long, long time of suffering, she still had tender feelings for him. Even as she worked to perpetrate the curse she had laid on him and his, she cared for him. It was a notion of love so warped that it sickened me, and I could find nothing to say. "I had hopes for Ariel," Aisling said, taking another step towards me. The point of the knife was an arm's length from my heart, and shaking. That icy calm was deserting her. I learned much from him, and taught him in my turn. Don't look so startled, Caitrin. I know far more of herb lore than one man could learn in his lifetime. But in the end, Iriel disappointed me. He loved unwisely. He dared to be happy. Iriel wanted a future for Whistling Tor that was not allowable. As for Anluan, her eyes softened, then as quickly turned to flint. You sealed his fate when you opened his mind to hope, she said. At Whistling Tor there can be no hope. The curse forbids it. He will lose his battle. He will know despair again. As for you, meddling scribe, you thought to change what had been sealed with a dying breath. Why should you survive? The slightest of sounds from the garden doorway. I looked past Aislinn and saw the ghost child standing there, her hair thistledown pale in the sunlight from beyond. Her eyes were wide with fright as she glanced from me to Aislinn to the prone Gorog. She clutched her small bundle with both hands. "Catty?" The small voice wobbled with uncertainty. Aislinn turned towards the child. I saw her freeze. "Where did you get that?" There was such venom in her tone that I shrank back as if from a blow. It was the embroidered kerchief that had done it, one of her trophies, taken from the secret place. The next leap of logic was lightning quick. You puny wretch! You abomination! You told her where it was! I'll make you sorry. Here, take your book, I said, and threw it high over Aislinn's head. It crashed to the flagstones near Iriel's corner. The child was gone in an instant, out into the garden. As Aislinn moved to recover her treasure, a figure loomed up behind her, all bunched muscle and furious eyes. The knife clattered to the floor. They fell together, her wildly thrashing form pinned by Gorog's strong arms. Spectres they might be, but the fight was violent and real, her desperation against his force. "You killed them!" Aislinn screamed, her voice now ragged and hoarse. "Your little boy, your baby!"
"Hold your filthy lying tongue!"
Gorog had one hand on her throat, the other holding her arms above her head as he knelt across her struggling body.
"It was an accident, an accident. Don't spit your poison in my ears."
"Make him stop!" Aislinn gasped, and her eyes rolled towards me. "Call your brute off, or I'll see to it that the Normans come up the hill as easily as that kinsman of yours did, the ones you weren't sensible enough to go off with. I've done it before, and I can do it again. All it needs is a word, a snap of the fingers. Get your filthy hands off me, pig! Don't just stare at me. Do it, Caitrin!" Perhaps I was staring. Her veil had come off completely as Gorog grappled with her, and her hair spread out across the library floor, long, shimmering, the hue of ripe wheat in sunshine. I recalled uncomfortably how Nectin had longed to touch it.
"It was an accident,"
Gorog said again, and such was the difference in his tone that my heart skipped a beat.
"I didn't do it. It was an accident."
What had been furious denial had turned to stunned recognition. He remembered now and knew this was true. Something had changed here, changed profoundly. New figures in the doorway, the wise woman of the host, and behind her the two others who had gone with her to the garden to wait. They crossed the library to kneel by Orna. As Aislinn quieted in Gorog's grip, more and more folk came in to stand around us, watchful, expectant. There was no doubt now that what we could hear from down the hill was a song. It sounded out through the brightening air of morning, jubilant, strong, not quite in unison.
"Swing your swords proudly, hold your heads high. Brothers together, we live and we die."
Someone shouted, "Lord Anluan!" and many voices answered, "Lord Anluan, the Tor!"
"It's over."
Gorog might have been witnessing a miracle, such was the wonder in his voice.
They've done it.
And at the same moment the wise woman said,
I'm sorry. We cannot help her.
She laid Orna's still form down and stood to face me.
Her neck is broken. A quick passing, and a valiant one.
It was too much to take in. The battle won, Orna killed. Perhaps when the men came back up the hill, we would learn of more losses, more brave souls who had given their lives so that Anluan could win back his own ground and theirs. Strangest of all, Aisling quiescent on the library floor, no longer spitting insults, no longer struggling.
Tonight is All Hallows,
the wise woman said.
100 years since the accursed chieftain of Whistling Tor first called us forth.
She turned her shrewd gaze on me.
Did you find what you sought?
It's in her book, I said, and as I spoke, suddenly Aisling moved, writhing like an eel, slipping from Gorog's grasp, diving across the library to seize her journal. She rose, wild-eyed, with the book clutched in her hands. Her golden hair was dishevelled, her clothing disordered. Gorog lunged towards her. "No!" I said, obeying some impulse I hardly understood, and he halted in his tracks.
"But,"
Gorog protested, as Aisling opened the little book and started with feverish strength to rip each parchment page from its stitching, tear it up, and drop it onto the flagstones. "Leave her be, Gorog." I could almost hear her thoughts. Though her face was a frozen mask, they were in her eyes as she wrenched apart what she had held close for 100 years, the cherished repository of her secret knowledge. "How dare you overlook me? How dare you speak as if I were invisible? I am a sorcerer. I am powerful. I will destroy you. I will destroy you all." And at the same time, the voice of a girl just come to womanhood, a voice of longing, yearning, promise. "Look at me. See me. Love me." It seemed to me that she had been caught up in her own curse. She had loved, hated, lost each one of them in turn. Tiny scraps of parchment, here 2 words, here only 1. They lay all around her, scattered like the fallen leaves of autumn's first gale. Aisling took the empty covers of her book and tore them in 2. "He can't do it now," she said with perfect clarity, her eyes on me. "There's no banishing the host without the spell. You won't end this so easily." She turned and walked out into Iriel's garden, and the folk of the host moved back to let her pass. I stood numb, watching her go. Gorog was opening and closing his hands as if he needed to do some damage with them. "Are you all right?" I asked him.
"Yes. No. You're going to let her go just like that?"
"For now." It seemed Anluan had won his battle. Once he was back on the hill and learned the truth, he could hold her in check. And it was All Hallows Eve. "She's wrong," I said. I looked over at the wise woman and she gazed calmly back at me. "It doesn't matter that she tore up the book. I think Anluan can do this without it." Gorog's eyes widened.
"You mean—"
"If what she wrote in her little book really is the counterspell, he can use it. I believe he can release you all." He sank to a crouch, his hands over his face. I knelt down beside him. "You'll be with them again, Gorog," I said quietly, laying my hand on his shoulder. "The ones you loved, the ones you lost. I truly believe it. Now come, I have another task for you." We did not go back by the inner door, but made a solemn procession through Iriel's garden. The women of the host went in front, and then came Gorog with Orna in his arms. I walked last. Not alone. The ghost child crept in from a corner of the garden, embroidered bundle in hand, to walk close beside me, brushing against the skirt of my borrowed gown. Suddenly I felt the full weight of this. If the counterspell worked, we would be saying goodbye to all of them. Cahir, Gorog, the little girl, Ecri, Rian, a catalogue of tears. As we went through the archway, something made me turn to gaze back over the empty garden. The cool autumn sunlight lay on a drift of fallen leaves, the empty bird bath, a blanket of moss softening the stone seat. A lone bird sang in the bare branches of the birch, and down by the still room there was a shifting and a folding. I saw nothing moving, but I had the sense that someone had stepped back, set down a burden. This garden had always felt like a safe place. It came to me that someone had kept watch over it, someone who had loved all that grew here. He had lingered beyond his time, knowing there was a duty to be done, a guard to keep. After all, he had seen his son become a man. The unseen tenth in the circle, the invisible presence revered by all. Here, not by the compulsion of a fell charm, but by his own selfless choice. He had been a good man, deserving of eternal rest, but love had held him here until he knew his son would be safe. I fixed my eyes on the place where a rake rested against the still room wall, with a hat hooked over the top of it that surely had not been there when I first entered the garden, and I whispered, "Farewell, Ariel. Go home to your Emer. I will watch over him now."
Chapter 15.
It was a day of triumph and of loss, of jubilation and of mourning, a day that would furnish fuel for 100 years of fireside tales. Anluan led his ragtag army back up the hill and into the courtyard with his head held high. The men of the settlement marched behind him, shields carried with pride, weapons gripped in hands more accustomed to wield hay-fork, scythe or fishing net than bow and spear. The men of the host came after, with a new light in their shadowy eyes. They had held fast, they had stood by their comrades, they had obeyed their orders and kept to the plan. Rian looked stunned. Perhaps he had not quite dared to believe that this time his audacious strategy would bring victory and deliver his lord home, safe and sound. The makeshift infirmary filled up. The stunning success had not been achieved without casualties, and the spectral monks went to and fro with their basins and bandages, splints and potions, tending to the wounded from the settlement and from the force Magnus had brought for the surprise attack. I had barely time to greet Anluan before he was surrounded by a press of excited folk. As I moved across the courtyard, the tale came to me in fragments. All across the tor, folk were talking, trying to put it together. The chieftains of Whiteshore and Silver Lake, with the remaining troops, were even now dealing with the ragged remnant of the Norman army. Cleaning up, I heard someone call it. The horses having bolted, the enemy was fleeing on foot, disordered and terrified. No doubt Stephen de Courcy had heard the tales of Whistling Tor before he decided to lay siege to the place. This was not the same as waking from sleep to find oneself doing battle with an army like Anluan's. Magnus was of the opinion that Lord Stephen would already have decided against claiming the hill for his own. Just in case he had not, Brian of Whiteshore and Fergal of Silver Lake were out there reminding him of the wisdom of such a choice. Anluan's first party, led by Cahir and made up entirely of spectral warriors, had entered the Norman encampment while the enemy was sleeping, then manifested abruptly, spooking the horses and causing general pandemonium. Though the Normans had greatly outnumbered their attackers, they had not had time to assume their fighting formations or establish sufficient order to strike back effectively. While the host was still wreaking havoc among them, the substantial forces led by Brian and Fergal had mounted their surprise attack, driving the enemy up onto the hill. There, Anluan's second force, under his personal command, had fallen upon the Normans with much screaming and wailing, vanishing and reappearance, trickery and surprise, not to speak of the traditional use of arms. By all accounts, the warriors of the host had put their combat skills to fine use. The men of the settlement had played their part bravely. Fighting alongside those who had been the stuff of their worst nightmares had been a challenge, but their time on the hill had prepared them for it, and they were proud of their efforts. I did hear several men ask how long it would be before they could go back down to the settlement and see what was left of their homes and belongings. They had lost 4 of their own, and one of them was Thomas, the innkeeper. We would be burying him and Orna side by side. Ulcon's face warned me of a further loss. His ruddy cheeks were ashen, his good-natured smile quite gone. 4 men of the host carried Finhu on an old door. The dog's breath rasped in his throat. He lay quite still save for the laboured rise and fall of his chest. "What happened?" I asked, going over to lay a hand on Finhu's neck. There was life in the small eyes yet, but it seemed to me they were clouding, dimming by the moment.
"He saved Lord Anluan's life,"
one of the bearers said.
"Leaped forward as a poxy greyshirt swung his sword, took a heavy blow to the back. Where should we take him?"
This last was addressed to Ulcon, who pointed towards the house. I was stunned. I thought both Ulcon and Finhu would go on forever. Somehow I had not imagined an ordinary death of this kind could befall either. They had been on the tour forever, or so I had believed. I watched Ulcon follow his dying friend to the front door and inside. The courtyard was full of folk and abuzz with talk. The forest man moved through the crowd as if he were quite alone. Anluan and Rian were surrounded by people from the village. Ecri was deep in conversation with another monk, not one of his spectral brethren, but a flesh-and-blood cleric who must have accompanied the wounded up the hill. I hesitated, thinking of Ashlyn and the news I must impart to Anluan as soon as I could extricate him from the crowd. Ulcon must not keep this last vigil without friends by his side. Magnus came up beside me. He was clad in full battle gear, his garments showing the stains of a fight well fought, his hair dark with sweat where the leather helmet covered it, his grey eyes calm.
"Poor old Finhu," he said.
I nodded, holding back my tears. A chieftain's wife needed to be strong at such times, and if I was not wed to Anluan yet, I would be soon. "I'm going inside to keep Ulcon company," I said, "but I need to talk to you and to Anluan, Rian and Ecri as soon as possible. It's urgent. Even if Finhu is dying, I'm afraid this can't wait." Magnus glanced towards the steps where the chieftain of Whistling Tor was facing a new kind of siege, from folk who realised at last that here was a leader who could help them, and were now asking all the questions they had been saving for years. Beside him, Rian was attempting to maintain control, while Cahir stood guard behind.
"We might have trouble getting him away,"
he said. "Tell him it's about the counter-spell."
"It is."
His brows rose.
"I will then. Welcome back, by the way."
"You too. You've achieved remarkable things here while I was gone. I can hardly believe it, Magnus. I need to warn you about Myrna. It may be hard for you to believe, but she tried to poison Anluan. Certain things happened while the battle was going on, and that's what I need to explain to you all." In fact, word of my discovery was spreading like wildfire through the host, for Gorok had been unable to hold back the news. I heard them murmuring to one another as I crossed the courtyard with Magnus at my side. "She's found it. Maybe tonight. She thinks we can all go. At last, at last." And in my mind I repeated the words of Nectin's Latin charm, on which it all depended. I wondered why Ashlyn had risked keeping any part of the answer written down. She was clever. She must have realised that even those fragmented scribblings might allow a scholar, someone who knew Latin, to find the answer to the puzzle and lift the curse she had laid on Whistling Tor. It would have been far safer to keep the charm in her memory, where only she could find it. But no, I recalled that terrifying moment in the vision when she had tried to speak the words that could free her from Nectin's spell, dying and unable to remember, dying and unable to save herself, even though she had discovered the remedy without her mentor's aid. When she found herself after death entrapped in her own curse and bound to each chieftain of Whistling Tor in turn, likely she no longer trusted her own memory. So instead of destroying the book that held the feverish notations of that earlier self, The one who wanted above all to impress the man she idolised, Myrna had hidden it away, locked in the special place where she thought nobody would ever look. Even Iriel, who had used the still room regularly for his work, must not have known it was there. She was clever, no doubt of that. I hoped she had no more tricks to play on us. We found Gorog and charged him to make sure the message was passed on to Anluan as soon as possible. Then Magnus and I made our way to the kitchen where, as I had expected, Finhu had been laid in his familiar corner by the fire. He had a blanket over him, and Olcon sat cross-legged by his side, murmuring. In his soft undertone I heard a catalogue of Finhu's good deeds, his many acts of kindness, strength and loyalty. I settled myself beside the forest man, my eyes streaming. Magnus, ever practical, busied himself putting on the kettle and clearing the table, saying nothing. The women from the village had gone off to start packing up for the return home, which would happen as soon as Fergal and Brion sent word that it was safe to leave the Tor. We stayed as we were a while. Ulcon's voice made a steady counterpoint to the laboured sound of Finhu's breathing, each rise and fall a harder mountain to climb, always a little slower, a little fainter. The others came in one by one. Ecri was first. He knelt to lay a comforting hand on Ulcon's shoulder.
"Remember that time he saw off a whole pack of wolves?" the monk said with a little smile. "They didn't rightly know which side was up and which was down. You've got a big heart, Finhu."
The dog lay quite limp under his blanket. It was by no means sure that he could hear any more, though Ulcon kept murmuring to him and stroking his neck.
"Brave boy, dear old friend, best dog in the world. You have a good rest now. That's it."
Magnus stepped over and passed me a handkerchief. I mopped my face and blew my nose. We waited. It was not so long. Against all expectations, Finhu lifted his head for a moment, and Ulcon bent to whisper in the dog's ear, so softly that I could not hear what he said. Finhu put his head down again, relaxing on the blanket, and Ulcon bent over him. There came a rattling and rasping as the dog's breathing faltered, and then silence.
"He's gone," Ecri said. "May he rest well. He deserves no less. A valiant hound, loyal and brave."
"I'm so sorry, Ulcon," I managed. "He was a wonderful friend to all of us, so gentle when he needed to be, yet fierce and strong enough to play his part in battle. I'm sure there's never been another like him." Ulcon muttered thanks. He had moved so Finhu's head was on his knees. The dog lay limp, the tip of his tongue protruding from his mouth. Ulcon's hand continued to move gently against the hound's neck, but he was silent now. Anluan and Rian came in soon after that. Anluan looked dead on his feet. His face was a mask of exhaustion, the bones prominent, the eyes too bright. He had not even had the chance to change his clothes. I wanted to throw my arms around him, to weep against his shoulder, to tell him over and over how proud and relieved and happy I was. But this was not the time for that. I simply looked at him with all the love I had in me. Anluan put a hand against his leather breastpiece over his heart and smiled his crooked smile. The weary eyes softened. I had never seen such a blend of pride and tenderness. Then he went over to Ulcon and Finhu and crouched down beside them.
"I know there are things that need to be talked about," Ulcon said. "Go ahead, don't mind me. I'll just sit here a bit." "You put up a brave fight down there yourself, Ulcon," said Rian. "Expert hand with the axe." "Did what I could. Wish I could have saved him."
"Finhu showed exemplary courage," said Anluan. "He was a dear friend to us all. I owe him my life. I owe the two of you a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. This is not your struggle."
"Ah, well."
Ulcon accepted the ale cup Magnus offered him.
"Maybe it's not, but I feel like part of your family now, and so did he. He was a good dog, Finhu."
His simple epitaph spoken, He lifted the cup, drank, set it back down.
Welcome home, Caitrin. Didn't think to say it before. It's good to see you.
Garog said you had urgent news for us, Caitrin,
Anluan said.
He's standing guard beyond the door there, and we've sent Cahir round to the other side, so we'll be warned if anyone comes. Tell us what has happened.
We seated ourselves at the table, though Okan stayed on the floor. I told them the tale of Nectan's experiment, so nearly successful, but turned awry by the girl who had not wanted to give up her life so her mentor could have his uncanny army. Her discovery of the counterspell, her delight at her own cleverness, her despair when she could not use the words to save herself. The curse pronounced in silence, the curse whose form I knew because the obsidian mirror gave me a window into the mind of whoever had written the text that lay beside it. 100 years of ill luck, 100 years of sorrow, 100 years of failure. And she had the power to make it work, I said, as my audience sat around me, hushed and still. She had learned far more from Nectan than he probably ever realised. She was as apt as he was at the casting of spells. I will shadow your steps and those of all you hold dear. That was part of it. She had done so for 4 generations, stirring up the host and whispering words of despair to each chieftain in turn. She has used her skills in sorcery to add to the chaos.
But
Anluan's arm was tense against mine.
How could I not see this? How could I not recognise it? You're saying all of it. The voice they fear so much, the frenzy that causes them to lose their minds and attack at random, has been entirely her doing.
I believe so, I said.
Great God, Caitrin, exclaimed Anluan. If anyone other than you had told me this, I would have dismissed it as sheer fantasy. Whispering words of despair, that rings true. I have been all too ready to believe them, to claim them as my own. I must have been blind.
I suppose, I said, that part of her skill may be in making others see her as perfectly harmless. She hadn't tried very hard with me. Her enmity had been plain from the start. Still, it had taken me a very long time, almost too long, to realise the extent of her malice and her power. It seems your father spent time with her, perhaps even seeking her help with his botanical work and welcoming her companionship after your mother died. But, well, there's something I found out that I think you should read now. It was stored away with Myrna's personal things. I fished Ariel's last notebook out from the pouch at my belt, opened it at the first page, and gave it to him. In the silence that ensued, Magnus got up and poked the fire. I refilled people's cups, and Ulkan sat quietly with his old friend. Rian and Ekri looked at each other across the table, the shadow of a looming farewell removing all trace of their customary sardonic humour. When Anluan had finished reading, he sat in silence for a while. Then he said flatly,
She killed him. He wanted to live, and she killed him.
I believe so. Your father died from the same poison she used on you. I glanced at Magnus, whose eyes had widened. In this letter, Ariel writes of making the decision to step out from his fog of grief. He tells the Shade of Emer that he will never forget her, but that he will watch her live on in Anluan. It is not the message of a man about to kill himself from despair. Ashlyn, Myrna, chose to keep this from Anluan, and from you, Magnus. She loved him, and she wanted to keep everything the way she believed it should be here on Whistling Tor. It was bad enough that Ariel loved Emer as he could never love Ashlyn. When he wanted to bring hope to the Tor and the folk who lived here, when he wanted a life for his son that would be better than his own, Ashlyn must have seen it as a betrayal. She couldn't bear it, so she ended it. I believe she was responsible for your mother's death as well, Anluan. That could never be proven, of course. I said nothing of Conan and Leoch. This was more than enough for now.
Holy Mother of God, muttered Magnus. The uncanny fire, the way nobody saw a thing until it was too late.
Fire without smoke, smoke without fire. The method is in one of those grimoires. As I said, she is an able practitioner of sorcery." Anluan had bunched his good hand into a fist. His eyes were cold as frost.
"There is no doubt that Nectin wronged her," he said, "but this is indeed a long and bitter vengeance. Where is she now?"
Seeing the fury on his face, no less alarming for the obvious control he was imposing on himself, I was glad I had not mentioned that Aisling had threatened me with a carving knife. "I don't know," I said, "but she'll be watching. We need to be careful right up until the words of the counterspell have been spoken. She doesn't like things to deviate from the pattern she has established here. She will fight to keep her curse in place, though I think it has caused her only misery. She tried to make me give her the book by tormenting Gorog and then by hurting the little girl. In the end I passed it over and she ripped it up." A silence. 5 pairs of eyes were turned on me in question. "So she believes we can't do it," I said. "She saw me using the obsidian mirror with her book open. She must know or guess that I've seen the ritual. But from what she said, it's plain that she doesn't credit me with the wit to remember the words of Nectin's invocation after one hearing and a glance at her book. The counterspell is very simple. The chieftain must speak the Latin invocation backwards. I imagine the other elements of the ritual would need to be the same. The pentagram, the snake circle, the herbs and so on. There is a woman of the host who might be able to assist with that." Anluan was still staring at me.
"You memorized it, all of it?"
I nodded. "And now you must do the same," I said, "in private, behind closed and guarded doors. Aisling won't want us to do this. If she believes it's a vain attempt based on little more than guesswork, we might manage to finish it."
"Are you certain this will work, Caitrin?"
Ekri's voice was unsteady. "Not certain, no. But I am sure I have the words correct, and I am sure about the form of the ritual. What remains to be tested is Aisling's conviction that the counterspell is something so obvious. It seems surprising that Nectin did not think to try it."
"He probably didn't want to,"
Magnus put in.
"He may never have given up the idea that he could someday turn the host into the mighty army he wanted. And if that was his thinking, he probably never told Conan the words of the original invocation. Why would he? Most likely there was no written record of it apart from these notes of Aisling's. Of course, there was the book Nectin got it from in the first place, but Conan may not have known about that."
"Besides," I said, "she did pronounce the curse, 100 years of sorrow and so on, and perhaps the counterspell wouldn't have worked until that time was up."
"Which is tonight,"
observed Ulkan from his corner.
"All Hallows' Eve."
"If Myrna, Aisling, is as clever as you say," Ekri said, "she must know that. Why is she fighting against it?"
I could not think how to put it into words. My conviction that Aisling was trapped in her own spell, that her wish to punish and hurt each chieftain of Whistling Tor in turn went parallel with her love for them. I imagined her dropping the poison into the jug as tears welled in her eyes.
"Aisling is not part of the host," Ekri pointed out. "The counterspell might not work on her. She might linger on forever, casting a blight on the Tor and all who dwell here. Don't look at me like that, Caitrin."
"She will be gone from here before the sun rises again,"
Anluan said, his voice like iron.
"As for the threat today, while I am on the Tor, Myrna must comply with my will. We must prepare to enact this ritual, and when we need her to come, I will summon her."
He looked at the others, each in turn, his eyes resting last on Ekri and on Rian.
"You understand that I must do this," he said.
"Ah, well,"
said Ekri, with a forlorn attempt at nonchalance.
"I'd best claim on that last wager. Counsellor, pay up."
Rian thrust a hand into his robe and drew out a shining silver coin. It danced across the tabletop into his old friend's hand. "What was that one for?" I asked, blinking back tears.
"Whether you'd be back before or after Anluan won his battle."
I stared at them. "You all believed I would come back?"
"You belong here."
Anluan's fingers tightened around mine.
Sending you away was the worst error of my life, as our friends here have been reminding me regularly ever since the day we found you gone. I did not consider that in losing you, we lost our beating heart.
It was right for me to go, and right for me to come back.
Did you find that sister of yours?
Magnus asked.
I like the sound of her.
There's a whole story there, part sad, part happy, part in between. When we have time, I'll tell it. I glanced at Anluan. I should teach you the charm. It's in Latin and you have to say it backwards.
Please save me. We'd better start straight away.
Anluan rose to his feet.
Or almost straight away. I must wash and change at least. Ulcon, will you need help? I'll help him.
Magnus said.
You've more than enough to do. Brave fight. You showed your colours as a leader, in my opinion.
Anluan inclined his head in acknowledgement, his cheeks flushing red. Magnus's words had been akin to a father's recognition that his son had proved himself a man.
We'll be needing to receive Brian and Fergal up here sometime later, Rian said. Word is that they'll report in person once the Normans are driven beyond the borders. Since you'll be busy, Magnus, I'll make some arrangements for that. Look out for the best mead and so on.
Thank you,
Anluan said.
Caitrin, I'll send Cahir across for you as soon as I'm fit for company. I want you to keep Gorog with you at all times. Call him in now. Stay in sight of him.
Then he went away to his quarters, and Echri headed off to look for the mead and some other supplies suitable for visiting chieftains. After speaking quietly to Ulcon, Magnus called in 2 burly men of the host to help lift Finhu. I gave the hound a little kiss on the nose, and Rian grasped Ulcon by the arm, saying,
A grievous loss, old friend. I wish you strength.
Then they bore the dog away for burial. Rian and I were alone in the kitchen, save for Gorog standing guard just inside the back door. It felt necessary to do something, to keep my hands busy, so I found a cloth and wiped down the table, thinking that if Orna had not volunteered to come with me last night, she might still be here, stirring a pot or ordering her assistants about. I hoped their losses would not sit too heavily on the folk of the settlement. It would be important to maintain the extraordinary trust it seemed had developed during the time of the Norman threat. Anluan would be very busy indeed, and so, I supposed, would I.
Caitrin.
Rian had seated himself at the table again, long hands clasped before him. He sounded unusually tentative.
Do you truly believe this will work, this counterspell?
I hope so, I said. As I said, there's no certainty to any of it, but I believe we must try. The silence drew out. I turned to look at him, surprising a strange expression on his pallid face. He looked as if he had found a long-sought treasure, and at the same time as if he were about to lose what he loved best in the world. You've helped Anluan achieve something truly remarkable today, I said. In the eyes of the outside world, his winning that battle must seem the stuff of an impossible dream. For a long time, Rian did not speak. Then he said,
I'll miss him. I'll miss you. I'll even miss that disreputable excuse for a monk. I used to think that if the counterspell was ever found, I'd fight it with all my strength. But I think perhaps I'm ready to go. Today was a stunning success. My plan worked perfectly. But I don't feel jubilant. I don't feel vindicated. I just feel tired.
If it works, you might see him again, I said softly. Your lord, Brechin. For certain you will not go back to that in-between place. Not after this.
You think not?
His smile was doubtful. I sat down opposite him, reached across and took his hands in mine. I've seen what a good person you are, Rian. Loyal, brave, kind. You've been strong in your support for Anluan. I truly believe your past error will not haunt you beyond this point. After a moment, I added, This place won't be the same without you.
Ah, well.
He shook his head as if to rid it of doubts.
All I can say is, thank God you're here, Caitrin, to keep our boy company. As for the rest of us, we're probably best forgotten.
Don't ever think that, I said with a lump in my throat. If nobody else sets your stories down in writing, I surely will. You're part of the history of the tour. Now stop this, or I'll be crying too hard to act like a lady when these visitors get here, and I want to make a good impression."
Anluan and I spent the next hour or two shut up in his quarters together. Doubtless the folk from the settlement had their own ideas about what we were doing. We did not emerge until Anluan had memorised the form and words of the ritual, though he did not practice saying the counterspell aloud. He would do that only tonight, when all was ready. We talked at length about what must be done, and came to one conclusion. We could make every aspect of the ritual as close as possible to last time, but there was no knowing whether the result would be as we wished. All the same, we must try. There was a great deal to be done. The wounded still lay in what had been the chapel, and needed attention. The folk of the settlement were getting ready to go home, bearing their dead with them. And the materials for the ritual must be prepared. Finhu had been laid to rest down at the farm, and now both Magnus and a red-eyed Ulcon turned their attention to helping with the preparations. Magnus collected the herbs we needed. I remembered the names of only 2 or 3 of them, but the wise woman offered her grave advice as to which would aid the transition between worlds. Ulcon obtained clean sand from a supply at the farm. Under my directions, he marked out the pentagram with its enclosing snake-like circle. The wise woman went to harvest the herb called goldenwood. No matter, she said, that it was not the 6th day of the moon. Gathered with the correct form of words, the herb would be equally effective. She was away for some time before walking out of the forest with a small branch across her outstretched hands. These activities halted for a while when Brion of Whiteshore and Fergal of Silverlake came up the tor to greet Anluan and to tell him Lord Stephen's forces had withdrawn from all 3 territories. The 2 chieftains drank some of our mead and spoke of the future. If there was a slight unease in their demeanour, it was well concealed, and their manner toward Anluan was both courteous and respectful. Anluan agreed that a council should be called before winter weather made travelling too difficult. Stephen de Courcy would likely be only the first of many upstart foreigners wanting a bite of good Connacht land. Mention was made of Ruairi Icrahur and of how things might be different if one of his sons took his place as High King. The local leaders must stand strong and united until that time came. I listened intently as I smiled and passed around the mead, but my mind was on tonight, the ritual, Aisling. Where was she? Did she still possess some means to undo our efforts? The visiting chieftains did not stay long. Each was keen to head home with his fighting men now the job was done. Anluan thanked them for their support and expressed his deep regret for their losses. Brion left us 2 healers who had accompanied his army, since he knew our household was small and would be stretched in providing the necessary support for those who lay wounded. When our visitors were gone, we bade farewell to the folk of the settlement who were ready to leave the tor. Tomorrow, Anluan said, we would go down and attend a ritual for their dead. After time for mourning, he would be wanting to speak with them about the future. I saw that already new leaders were stepping up to take the places of Thomas and Orna. Duald, who had been so afraid of a wandering scribe, was one of them, and Orna's friend Shonnock seemed to be speaking up on behalf of the women. There would be a path forwards for all of us. If the counterspell worked, if Aisling had been right about it, if I had remembered correctly, if nothing else got in the way. Seeing the hope in the eyes of Gorog and Cahir and the others, I prayed that I had not made a terrible mistake. As dusk fell, the host began to gather in the courtyard, men, women and children in little groups or alone, waiting. The buzz of excited talk that had broken out earlier in the day was gone, replaced by a hush of anticipation. Anluan had told me he wanted to talk to the host before the ritual began, and he was doing so now. He wasn't making the kind of grand speech people expect a victorious chieftain to deliver on his return home. Instead, he was walking among them, a tall figure clad all in black, giving each in turn what time he could, listening to each, telling each how sorry he was that his ancestors' ill deed had condemned them to 100 years of misery. I watched their faces from where I stood with Magnus by the circle. I saw no anger there, no sorrow, only respect, acknowledgement, and a dawning hope. Tonight, this very night, we will be at rest. This must work, I muttered. It has to.
What if Myrna doesn't make an appearance? Magnus asked quietly. It sounds as if it can't succeed without her.
I had discussed this point with Anluan at some length. What Aislinn's part must be, whether she should stand in the centre again, and what would happen to her if she did. She would not be willing. She'd have to be coerced to take her place, and that felt wrong to me.
She'll do it if I bid her, Anluan had said. Caitrin, the girl is a murderess several times over. She must be banished with the rest of them. If Nectin's spell of summoning required her to stand in the middle of the pentagram, then we must do that again.
I suppose she will come if Anluan calls her, I said now. She has always obeyed him. But still in the depths of my mind, I wondered if this was right. Anluan had not seen that last vision in the obsidian mirror. He had not felt Aislinn's utter terror as she realised Nectin would not save her, that he didn't want to save her, that her life was the price of his success. Yes, she had performed evil acts. She was a killer. Yet I knew that if it were up to me to make her step into the centre tonight, I would not be able to do it. I made my own farewells as dusk darkened to night. The cool light of the moon shone down into the courtyard, illuminating the wan faces of the host. The wise woman. I thanked her for her calm assistance, and she bowed her head in grave acknowledgement. Why this self-possessed, serene creature had found herself amongst Nectin's host, I could not understand. The monks, who now emerged from the chapel to join the others, I thanked them for their skill with the wounded. And for your singing, I added. When I heard that, it seemed to me that God was present even here, in this place folk call accursed. I remembered that, when we go astray, he leads us home.
Bless you, child,
said one, and the other said,
Amen.
Anluan was talking to Caitrin now, a hand on the cleric's shoulder. Rian stood alone, his red cloak a bright note in the moonlight. I walked over to him, remembering the day the two of them had met me on the road and showed me the way. Rian? He had never been given to smiles, and he did not smile now, but there was a warmth in his dark eyes.
Caitrin, lovely lady, you've brought our boy great happiness. Be happy yourself, my dear. Live your life well.
I will, Rian. You've been a wonderful friend. I want to thank you for your loyalty to Anluan. Curse it. I had thought myself strong enough not to shed tears. There would be time enough for them later when this was done. I wish you could stay with us. I hope you find what you most long for. Surely you have earned that by now.
You've a great deal of kindness in you, Caitrin. May the world treat you as kindly. As for what unfolds next for me, for that wretch of a monk,
the glance he cast Caitrin's way was affectionate.
For the rest of this motley bunch, who knows what we can expect? A different ending for each of us, perhaps. You are right to use the word hope. That is all we can do.
A shiver passed through him, and he pulled the cloak more tightly around him. Next, Caitrin. He had changed since the day I fled the tour to confront my own demons. His eyes still darted about, his pose remained restless, the weight shifting from foot to foot. But there was a purpose in his face, a strength and repose in the contours of it. He had been at the very forefront of the attack today, leading the warriors into the heart of the enemy camp. He had played a vital part in the victory. I saw confidence in his look and a new self-respect. Anluan's trust had transformed him. "You will be glad to go, Caitrin," I said.
"I have waited long for sleep, lady. Yes, I will go joyfully to the land beyond the grey. Yet I would not have been without this day. These last days, watching the tour come alive again, singing the song of battle."
He fell to one knee before me.
"Lord Anluan is a true leader. It has been an honour for me to serve him. But you..."
His voice faltered, then grew strong again.
"You came here with love on your heart. From the first we were real to you, as real as when we were the flesh and blood of our living bodies. You did not look on us with judgment, but with compassion. You gave us hope."
My tears were really flowing now. I laid my hand on his shoulder. "You're a fine man, Caitrin," I said. "You've served him with great courage. I wish you peace." This was getting harder and harder. I caught Anluan's eye as he clasped Caitrin in an embrace. He smiled, and I saw that if it was a trial for me, it was far more for him. He had lived amongst these folk all his life. They were his family. As Anluan moved away, I went up to Caitrin and, abandoning the conduct of a chieftain's wife, threw my arms around him. A chill embrace, but my heart felt only warmth. "Dear Caitrin, I'll miss you every single day. I'm so sorry you have to go. You and Rian." I stepped back, my hands on his shoulders. Immediately I saw that something was different. The strange necklace with its cargo of bones and unidentified shriveled objects was gone. In its place, my friend wore a strip of leather from which hung a plain wooden cross. Caitrin saw me looking and grinned.
"Never thought you'd see the day, did you, Caitrin? No doubt I convinced you I'd forever remain a sinner, unrepentant. I almost convinced myself."
"How did you—" I could not find the right way to ask the delicate question.
"Brian of Whiteshore brought over a priest with him to tend to the injured and speak prayers over the dying. We talked. I had been asking myself certain questions for some time, Caitrin, going over my past errors. We are taught that God forgives sinners. I did wonder if a sinner such as myself could ever be deserving of such mercy. I haven't been sure in the past that I even wanted it. Something changed in me while you were gone. Perhaps it was the pattern of goodness that you brought with you. Perhaps it was the flowering of hope on the tor. At any rate, I spoke to Brother Oisin of my past. He listened and gave his opinion that I was wrong about God's mercy. So I'm working on repentance, just as well as it turns out. I pray that this ritual does not condemn me to 100 years more in that grey place halfway between here and there. More than the fires of hell, I fear boredom."
He regarded me soberly, then flashed his big teeth in a new grin.
"And no, I didn't ask Brother Oisin about a certain secret library. He seemed the kind of man who would be deeply shocked by such a notion."
"Anluan will never seek it out," I said, glancing over to where the chieftain of Whistling Tor was now bidding a grave farewell to Rian. "He will conduct tonight's ritual because he must. Nobody else can make it work. I believe that after this he will shun the least exercise of magical arts. He fears becoming his great-grandfather all over again. I think he will destroy the grimoires." A look of speculation entered Caitrin's shadowy eyes.
"This place is full of magic, Caitrin. Whistling Tor was a place of eldritch tales long before Nectin came along to dabble in sorcery. Such a long cloak of uncanny history is not so easily cast aside. Anluan should keep his books, just in case he needs them. That's my opinion. Farewell, my dear. Look after that fine man of ours."
"I will." I scrubbed a hand across my cheeks.
"It's time."
Anluan's deep voice sounded across the darkening courtyard, and a hush descended. Magnus lit a torch from the little brazier and climbed the steps to set it in a socket near the door of the house. The flickering red light sent Anluan's shadow across the ritual circle to touch the empty space in the centre. The people of the host began to gather between snake and star, 5 silent groups of men, women and children. I had wondered how the spaces Ulcon had marked out could accommodate so many, but there they were within the lines of sand, a sombre, shadowy throng. Rian slipped off his red cloak, dropping it onto the flagstones where it lay like a pool of dark blood. Caitrin was waiting close by. The 2 old friends embraced, looking long into each other's eyes.
"I'll wager 2 silver pieces we end up together again, counsellor,"
Caitrin said, and Rian said,
"Done, brother."
But all they exchanged was a smile. Caitrin's brethren was forming a small procession, their lips moving in silent prayer. He stepped into the line and they moved into the circle as if entering a chapel. Rian placed himself with the warriors, who clasped his hand in greeting and farewell, each in turn. Gorog was at the foot of the steps, keeping guard over Anluan until the very last moment. I went to stand beside him. "Thank you, Gorog," I said, "for keeping Anluan safe for me, for courage beyond the call of duty, for being yourself. I hope you will see your dear ones again soon. I wish you happiness, my loyal friend." If he could have spoken at that moment, he would have. I could see that there was too much in his heart to allow words. He gave a nod, then moved away to take his place amongst the host. On the bottom step, close by me, a small figure crouched, head down, shoulders hunched, bundle in her hands, trying to be overlooked, trying to be invisible.
"It's time, Caitrin,"
Anluan said, glancing at the child, then at me. I sat down on the step beside her and put an arm around her shoulders. It was like plunging my arm into ice water. "Sweetheart," I murmured, "you have to go now. You need to step into the circle with the others. Time to say goodbye." Frost-white face turned up towards mine, shadowy eyes fixed on me. "Go where?" she asked. "Somewhere good," I told her, feeling like a liar and a traitor. "You might see your mama again, maybe." "I want to stay with you," the ghost child said, her little voice clear and true. "You can be my mama." A spear straight to the heart. I could not find an answer, for none was right. "Come, little one." The wise woman reached out a hand. "Step over to me. Take care not to set your feet on the sand. Lift them high, as if you were dancing." The child did not look at me again. She walked across, stepping neatly, carrying my mother's embroidered kerchief and the last fragments of Rosia, token of my sister's love. She stood beside the wise woman, between 2 points of the star. Her eyes stared into nowhere.
"We're ready to begin,"
Anluan said quietly. Magnus stood on his left. I wiped my eyes on my sleeve, then took up my position on his right. Ulkan was by the brazier.
"I will call her."
But there was no need to call. From the archway to Iriel's garden, Myrna stepped forth. The neat concealing gown and veil were gone. She wore an ancient garment that had once been white, a high-waisted gown with an embroidered hem. Its skirt wafted around her as she approached. Her hair was loose, a shimmering waterfall. A little wreath of greenery crowned her head. Her eyes shone in the moonlight. "I'm here, my lord," she said. My skin prickled. Aisling come of her own accord to help us. Aisling already clad in her ritual garments, calm and willing. We had been certain Anluan would need to summon her, and that she would have to be forced to play her part. We had anticipated reluctance, fury, perhaps fear. Not this.
"There is much I could say to you, Myrna,"
Anluan said, keeping his tone level. No trace in it of the bitter fury I knew he bore towards her for the deaths of his beloved parents, the attempt on my life, the long years of suffering.
"But I will say only this. For the wrong my great-grandfather did you, I am sorry. For the wrong you have done to me and my people, God will judge you."
She watched him calmly, not a flicker of emotion on her face.
"Tonight is All Hallows,"
Anluan said.
100 years have passed since you cursed the family at Whistling Tor, and it is time for the doom you set upon us to be lifted."
"You are no Nectin," Aisling said. "Try by all means. Try and fail. You're so good at that." Anluan took a deep breath, held it a moment, released it slowly.
"Take your place in the centre, Myrna. Regrettably, it seems we need your assistance."
"It seems so," she said, and turned to walk across, lifting up her skirt so it would not brush the ritual markings out of place. The folk of the host shrank back as she passed, and someone hissed. In the very centre of the pentagram, Aisling halted and stood facing us, hands clasped demurely in front of her. "I'm ready," she said calmly. "Attempt your little spell by all means." Anluan fixed her with his gaze.
"You will be silent,"
he said, and she was. The faint smile that played on her lips troubled me. It was as mocking as her words. If she was prepared to stand there, in the very spot where she had suffered betrayal and death, she must be quite certain we would fail. Ulkan had strewn the ritual herbs on the brazier, and the air was filling with their scent, pungent, compelling, startling the mind to wakefulness. Anluan commenced his slow progress around the circle, pausing at the quarters. I knew from the grimoires that for a spell of banishment the circle must be cast the other way, so he walked contrary to the sun's path, and the form of words we had chosen was different too.
Mystical spirit of water, we honour you.
Anluan moved past the ghost child, who stood beside the wise woman in the west of the circle. The little girl had bowed her head and was staring at the ground.
Purifying spirit of fire, we honour you.
He passed the warriors, who stood tall in pride at today's achievement.
Life-giving spirit of air, we honour you.
He walked by the monks, who knelt with their hands together in prayer. Several ghostly women were supporting one another with joined hands or arms linked. Their eyes followed his progress.
Nurturing spirit of earth, we honour you.
Anluan had completed the circle and now began to pace out the lines of the pentagram, walking with care so the sand was not disturbed. In keeping with Nectin's ritual, nobody stood within the points of the star, but all huddled in the spaces between, save Aisling, alone in the very centre, looking like a winter princess from an old tale, all white and gold. Anluan's slow walk was done. He turned at the final point, standing where the lines joined in the north. He lifted his arms and spread them wide.
Divine essence of the soul, source of all goodness and wisdom, we honour you.
He paused, drawing a deep breath. It was time for the counterspell. His voice rang out anew, deep and compelling.
Irapa Senegalek Oigel, mitats ihim Irapa.
A shiver went through the people of the host, a shadow of memory. The words held power. They hung in the air, conjuring the unknown.
Igruzer,
Anluan called.
Igruzer.
He waited a little, and the air grew colder around us. He spoke the words of banishment again. I sensed a darkening, though no cloud had covered the full moon. As Anluan opened his mouth to speak the words a third time, it seemed to me that something was pulling towards the circle, as if it would draw us all into that world beyond death. My jaw was tight, my heart hammered. Now, now!
Igruzer!
Anluan cried, and the spell of dismissal was complete. Silence. Nothing stirred. Nothing changed, though the bone-deep chill remained over us all. Then Aisling's laugh came like a peal of bells.
What did I say?
The look she turned on Anluan was almost affectionate, like that of a wife teasing a husband for his endearing clumsiness.
Caitrin got it wrong. You got it wrong. You are no sorcerer.
She turned in place, surveying the folk of the host, folk who had just seen their dearest hope dashed.
He has failed you, she said. You are fools to expect anything else.
Shut your poisonous mouth,
roared Gorog, stepping towards her with hands outstretched as if to take her by the neck and throttle her. Others moved too, the old warrior Brock, one or two of the younger men.
Hold still,
called Anluan, and they did.
Do not disturb the pattern.
This is over, Anluan, Aisling said. You can't do it. Admit it. Your foolish woman there has made a promise you can't keep. This does not end so easily.
Be silent,
Anluan roared. Out in the circle the ghost child began to cry, a little woeful sound.
What do we do now?
Muttered Magnus. Think, Caitrin. The Latin words had been right, I was sure of it. The pattern was right. The herbs were as close as we could get them. The elemental greetings had been carefully worded. Anluan's reluctance to tread the path of sorcery had made that essential. This was the right place, the right time. I gazed across the circle, desperate for an answer, and met the limpid eyes of Aisling. I remembered Nectin's lust for her, the way he'd seen her every move as an invitation. She'd been young, pretty, desirable. For him, perhaps more desirable because she was also clever. That girl in the first vision had begun to lose her conscience, but she was far from the evil being who stood amongst us now. Nectin had wanted her. He had chosen not to bed her. he had known that to do so would ruin his great work of magic. And that was the answer. There was only one thing wrong here, and it was not the spell of banishment. "Anluan," I said, "we must do it again." He looked at me, face ashen, white in the moonlight, the irregularity of his features more marked than usual. "But not with Aisling in the centre," I said. "That's why she was so willing, because she knew it was wrong. When Nectin was preparing for the ritual, he needed her as an innocent, a maiden untouched. He resisted temptation to keep her that way. That must have been a requirement of the spell. After the evil she has wrought here over 100 years, Aisling can no longer play this part. Someone else must stand there, a young girl who is untainted by sin." A restless whispering among the folk of the host, a stir in the ranks, and the ghost girl was pushed gently to the front. "No!" I cried, finding it suddenly hard to breathe. Not this little one, so frail, so tender. She had trusted me, whispered her sorrow to me, taken refuge in my bed. She had asked me. My heart skipped a beat. Dear God, this is what we had to do. This, which felt so wrong, was the way to work the counterspell. It was the opposite of what had happened the first time. This was no living girl, but a spirit. If she stood in the centre, she would be left behind, left in this world when the others departed. And that was just what she wanted. "Anluan," I said, "I think this is right. But first, we must make the child a promise." His eyes were on Aisling, and when I followed his gaze, I saw a dawning horror on her face. "I'm sure it's right," I added in an undertone. Aisling moved, lightning quick, bolting out of the centre, heedless of the pattern. Sands scattered. Before she could break through the folk of the host, 2 pairs of strong arms halted her flight, Cahir's on one side, Gorog's on the other.
"A promise?"
Anluan said.
"What promise?"
"That if she stays, we will be mother and father to her." I considered the long years ahead with a child who could never get warm, a child who would remain as she was, 5 years old, while Anluan and I grew old and weary. She was a spirit. How could it be otherwise?
"Men, hold Myrna there,"
Anluan ordered.
"Ulcan, please step into the circle and remake the pattern for us."
The authoritative tone gave way to a gentler one. He moved down the steps, stood by the outer edge of the pattern, squatted down.
"Little one,"
he said,
"come forward."
The child approached, careful to keep her feet clear of the lines of sand. Not too close. She was not quite sure of him.
"We need you to help us,"
Anluan said.
"You'll have to be very brave as Ulcan's big dog who saved me today. Can you do that?"
A bob of the thistledown head.
"The others are going away,"
he said carefully.
"Cahir and Gorog, Rian and Echri and all these people, they're going to another place. If you want, you can stay with Caitrin and me. You can stay here. We will be your mother and father. Is that what you want?"
"No!" Aisling's scream cut through the air, brittle as fine glass. "You can't do this!" Held fast in the 2 men's grip, she thrashed and fought, her fair hair flying.
"Be still, Myrna. Hold your tongue."
She obeyed. Anluan had always been able to command her on the tour, and his control still held, though her eyes were desperate.
"Don't be scared,"
Anluan said to the little girl.
"Just whisper it to me, yes or no. Will you help us? Would you like to stay?"
The child nodded, her solemn gaze locked on his pale face. She whispered something, but it was only for Anluan's ears.
"Very well,"
he said, rising to his feet.
"You must go over there, to the middle of the big star, and stand very still until I say you can move. Can you do that?"
Aisling's lips were moving, though she made no sound. I imagined her words. "Don't send me away! Please, please, I love you!" But Anluan was watching the little girl as she picked her way across the lines of sand. The child stood in the centre, feet together, bundled tight against her chest. The moonlight shone on her gossamer hair. Ulcan had swept the sand back into place, then retreated to the brazier, The pattern was remade. Anluan came back up the steps, turned, raised his arms. The host stood ready once more.
Irapa Sinigalic Oigel, Mitats ihim Irapa.
A shifting, a swirling all around the circle. The chill was as deep as the harshest frost of winter. Time seemed to falter in its tracks. Sudden cloud extinguished the moon. The child gave a wail of terror and dropped the embroidered kerchief. An eldritch gust caught the little bundle, skidding it across the flagstones to an inner corner of the pentagram, close to the spot where the two warriors held Aislinn captive. Quick as a heartbeat, Aislinn's foot came over the line to kick the bundle beyond the child's reach.
"My baby!"
shrieked the little girl.
"I need my baby!" "Come and get her then!"
taunted Aislinn, her voice reedy and ragged, as if it cost her dearly to disobey Anluan's command.
"Come on! You're supposed to be brave, aren't you, little spy? Just run over and grab your precious baby. Didn't look after her very well, did you? She's only a bundle of rags now."
The little girl stood shaking, trembling, full of the urge to rush across and snatch back her darling, but holding still because she had promised. Beside me, Anluan drew an uneven breath. All hung in the balance. One word wrong, one gesture out of place, and we would fail again. We could not ask the child to do this a second time. There had been a note of utter terror in her voice. Gorog muttered something and let go of Aislinn. Cahir held firm. Gorog stooped to retrieve the bundle, then moved into the centre of the pentagram, kneeling to put the kerchief in the child's hands. She was sobbing with fright. He picked her up, settled her on his hip.
"It's all right, little one,"
he said.
"We'll do this together, you and me. A game of pretend. We're pretending to be brave dogs on guard, like Finhu."
He gazed over at Anluan and nodded as if to say,
"You can go on now."
No going back, no thinking beyond this moment.
"A cruiser,"
Anluan called.
"A cruiser."
And as he spoke the ritual words, a scream ripped across the circle, a wrenching wail of anguish.
"No!"
Even as she fought against the charm, Aislinn faded. Shadows danced. The torch blew out, leaving the circle in near darkness. The wind gusted again. The leaves shivered on the trees. The pattern of sand went whistling away across the flagstones. From one breath to the next, the host was gone. Between the points of the ritual star, the spaces were empty. In the centre, a stalwart figure stood with feet planted and head held high, and in his arms was a smaller person, whose hair was no longer gossamer white, but dark as fine oak wood.
"Magnus,"
said Anluan, in a voice unlike his own,
"light the torch again."
"Gorog?" I stepped down, not quite sure what I was seeing there, but knowing I had just witnessed an act of such selfless courage that it took my breath away. Light flared as Magnus touched the torch to the brazier and lifted it high.
"By all the saints,"
he said in tones of awe. Gorog set the child down and she ran to me. Her hair shone glossy brown in the torchlight, her face was rosy. When I lifted her, she felt warm and real. Gorog was examining his hands, moving his feet, touching his face as if hardly able to believe he was still here.
He said, disbelieving. I can...
Without a word, Anluan strode across to throw his arms around the guard. Ulkan fetched another torch, and it became apparent that something truly astonishing had occurred. Here before us were two living beings. A little girl of 5, a sturdily built man of perhaps 5 and 30. Blood flowed beneath their skin, their bodies were solid flesh. Gorog put a hand against his chest.
Beating like a drum,
he said in wonder.
Sweet Jesus, my lord, you've wrought a miracle.
If this is a miracle, Anluan said, his hand on Gorog's shoulder,
it is not my doing. I cannot believe such a wondrous change could be made by speaking a charm whose origins lay in a dark work of sorcery. This transformation was not wrought by my fumbling attempt to reverse Nectin's spell, but by your act of selflessness, Gorog, and by the child's loving trust."
He looked across at me and at the girl in my arms. I saw that after the long and testing day, he was close to tears.
"We must find you a name, little one," he said. "We cannot have a daughter with no name."
"It's late," I said, struggling to grasp onto the real world with its practical challenges and its comforting routines. "She should be in bed." Emer, I thought, as I carried our new daughter indoors. If Anluan agreed, we would give her his mother's name. Nobody had much to say. The immensity of what had occurred had set a deep shock in all of us. We were too stunned to feel joy at our success, too awestruck to absorb the consequences of this night of deep change. Each of us took refuge in ordinary things, the little things that help us deal with what is too large for our minds to encompass. Garo carried the child over to Anluan's quarters, while Magnus found a small straw pallet and a blanket or two. She was asleep even before we laid her down in this improvised bed. I tucked the embroidered bundle in beside her. Anluan went to the chapel to check that all was well with the wounded and their attendants, and returned to say that even the most sorely injured was holding his own. Garog offered to stand guard overnight while we slept. Anluan thanked him gravely and said he would not dream of it. If Garog was concerned for our safety, we would promise to bar the door until sunrise.
"You too must sleep," he said. "Sleep,"
Garog muttered in astonished tones.
"I haven't slept in 100 years.
A vast yawn overtook him.
"Come on then,"
Magnus said from the doorway, where he stood with Ulcon.
"We'd better find you a bed. The three of us might share a jug of ale first, eh?"
Anluan closed the door, pushed the bolt across, stood very still a moment without turning. "Are you all right?" I asked him. Magnus had brought us a candle. Its wavering light sent shadows dancing around the chamber. Someone had tidied the place, straightening the bedding and removing the remnants of that desperate effort to save Anluan's life. The memory of it would be with me forever.
"I think so, Caitrin. So much has happened today, I may spend the rest of my life making sense of it all. Such immense change. I feel as if I've been turned inside out and upside down, and yet—"
I sat down on the edge of the bed and began to unfasten my bodice.
"And yet, all I seem to be able to think of is what an opportunity I will be missing tonight, since I am too weary to do more than climb under those covers, put my arms around you, and fall fast asleep."
Anluan sat down beside me and bent to pull off his boots. "There's always tomorrow," I said. "Let me help you with that."
Summer.
Ariel's garden is full of colour. Honeysuckle cloaks the walls. The beds of lavender are alive with bees. The grey-green foliage of the giant comfrey bush shelters our heart's blood plant, which has sent up 5 stems this season. The birdbath hosts a crowd of chattering sparrows. Streak, the terrier, races madly around the path, pursued by a muddy-looking emer. Our daughter is growing apace. Her hair is long enough for plaits, and she has lost 2 baby teeth. Nectan's All Hallows rendered death to Ashlyn. Anluan's All Hallows has given our daughter and her protector full and natural life. I watched them through the library window. More than a year has passed since the day I first came up the hill to Whistling Tor and met a man with hair like fire and skin like snow. A crooked man who shouted at me and almost frightened me away. Now here I am. That crooked man is my beloved husband. We have our daughter and another child on the way. And I have my first commission, copying a book of classical verse for Fergal of Silver Lake. Fergal wants decorated capitals, ornate borders, and a touch of gold leaf, and he will pay appropriately. The work is going well. It is a joy to take up my craft again after so long, to lose myself in the intricacies of it, and to see a thing of beauty flowering on the blank page before me. I've had to ban Emer from the library. With the best intentions in the world, she enters any room like a miniature whirlwind, with Streak generally not far behind, and there are precious items here. Ariel's notebooks, my writing materials, and the other documents now stored away in boxes. We have put the dark history of Anluan's family behind us, but we will never forget. Gorog is in the garden now, a basket over his arm. Emer likes to collect the eggs. Ulcan, who will be working down at the farm this morning, loves to see both the child and her little dog, for he still misses Finhu. Gorog takes Emer's hand and they go out through the archway with Streak dancing around their feet. Ah, Gorog. He's only talked to me once about that night and how it felt to give up the chance to be reunited with his loved ones in the place Cahir called the Land Beyond the Grey. He wanted it so badly. I still remember the way he sank down, hands over his face, when he learned it was possible. But Gorog is a practical sort of man. He knows there's a place for him here. Anluan has put him in charge of our household defences. The Normans may have lost interest in Whistling Tor itself, but that doesn't mean the threat to our part of Connacht is over. Besides, Gorog added when we spoke of this, our household is short of helpers for just about everything, and he can turn his hand to milking cows or carrying messages or digging the vegetable patch. As for his family, he will see them eventually. Perhaps God means it to be that way. Maybe he needs to live out the rest of his life so he can make up for the things he got wrong before. The fine weather is bringing everyone into Iriel's garden today. Here is Mairead in a broad-brimmed hat with a basket of sewing, and behind her the newly walking Eden, her small hands held firmly in Magnus's big ones. Proud of her accomplishment, the baby beams as she wobbles and staggers along the path, and Magnus's smile is almost as broad as hers. Mairead speaks to him, turning her head, and if she cannot see what is in his eyes as he answers, I surely can. My sister came in the spring for our wedding, and she has stayed on far longer than she intended. She still grieves for Shay, but time is slowly healing that wound. Time and the love that surrounds her and her daughter here at Whistling Tor. Magnus is a patient man. Already she likes him greatly. His strength and gentleness are exactly what she needs. In time, I believe she will come to love him.
Finished for the morning?
Anluan is standing in the inner doorway, one hand up on the frame. I wonder how long he's been there, watching me without a sound. I rise and walk across the library, and he stretches out his arms to receive me. He's looking tired, but it's a good sort of weariness, caused by long days of work rebuilding our ties with the community beyond the Tor. He, of all of us, has borne the heaviest burden and continues to do so. The host may be gone, but there are fresh challenges, those every chieftain of Erin faces in these troubled times. Leaning against him, warm in his embrace, I say, Emer told me she heard the horse again last night, a neighing sound and a rattling of bones.
It misses Echri, no doubt, as do I, more than I can put into words. And Rian, I had not realised quite how much I depended on his friendship and his wise advice. I hope they are content, wherever they have journeyed.
They'll be seated opposite each other, trading quips and making wagers in the place beyond death, I expect. It's hard to summon a smile, but I do so for Anluan's sake. Come, let's join the others for a little before you and Magnus go to your meeting. Did you know the heart's blood is already in bud? Mairead has told me she'll try to make ink when the flowers are ready. That pleases me, since it implies she will stay until autumn at least. Anluan, I say, as we pause on the threshold. They would be so proud if they could see you now. Iriel and Emer, I mean. Our children will have the future your father wanted for you.
I believe they keep watch over us,
Anluan says, surprising me.
Our good spirits, the souls of our departed ones. I sense my father's presence in the garden. He must be glad to hear the voices of children here, to see folk busy about the place, to know the curse that shadowed the Tor for so long has been lifted.
A wailing from the garden as Eden takes a tumble. Magnus scoops her up and cradles her against his shoulder, as if being a father were as simple as making a good pie. For him, perhaps it is. The baby is already quieting in his arms. "Come out here, Caitrin," my sister calls. "Magnus and I are in disagreement about a method for preserving eggs, and we need you to arbitrate." Anluan takes my hand,
and we go out together into Iriel's garden. This concludes Heart's Blood by Juliet Marillier, narrated by Ruth Urquhart. Copyright 1972 by Walter Rodney. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Juliet Marillier, care of Scoville, Galen and Gauche Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.